Title: The Quantum Toothbrush.
Opening shot shows Rick and Morty in the garage. Rick is tinkering with some gadgets while Morty looks on with a mix of amusement and apprehension.
Morty, we're gonna do some science today. And not some wussy, milquetoast, pedestrian kind of science. We're talking hardcore, cutting edge, Nobel Prize winning kind of science.
Oh, sure, Rick. Sounds great. What are we doing?
We're gonna brush some teeth, Morty. But not just any teeth. We're gonna use the quantum toothbrush.
The quantum what now?
The quantum toothbrush, Morty. It uses quantum mechanics to clean teeth at the atomic level. It's pure genius, Morty. And I invented it, of course.
Cut to a cartoon of a man getting his teeth brushed by a woman in a car with a toothbrush in his mouth.
See, Morty, even cartoons know the importance of dental hygiene.
Oh, okay. So how does it work?
Well, Morty, it's a little complicated. But basically, the toothbrush generates a quantum field that interacts with the electrons in the plaque and tartar, causing them to vibrate at a super high frequency. This breaks down the bonds between the particles and voila, clean teeth.
Whoa, that's crazy, Rick.
I know, Morty, that's why they pay me the big bucks.
Suddenly, Jerry bursts into the garage.
Rick, Beth needs your help. She's been having some, lady problems.
Oh, great, what is it this time?
Well, I don't want to go into too much detail, but she's having some trouble down there.
Alright, Morty, stay here and keep an eye on the quantum toothbrush. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Cut to Jerry in Beth's bedroom, where Jerry is holding a speculum.
Okay, Beth, I'm gonna insert the speculum now. Tell me if it hurts.
Ow. God, Jerry, be careful.
Morty enters the room.
What the hell are you guys doing?
Morty, this is a private medical matter. You can't just barge in here like this.
Well, sorry, but I heard Beth screaming. Is everything okay?
It's fine, Morty. Just a routine exam. Jerry's just being Jerry.
Morty looks closer and sees the speculum inside Beth.
Oh, guys, what's that thing inside of her?
Oh, that's just a speculum, Morty. It's a medical tool used for visualizing the inside of the vagina.
Visualizing? Like, with your eyeballs?
No, Morty, with a medical instrument specifically designed for that purpose.
Ew, that's so gross.
Morty, it's a perfectly normal part of a woman's healthcare. There's nothing gross about it.
Well, I don't like it. Can we talk about something else?
Cut back to the garage, where Morty is fidgeting nervously while staring at the quantum toothbrush.
This thing is so weird, Rick. Are you sure it's safe?
Of course it's safe, Morty. I ran multiple simulations and field tests. What could possibly go wrong?
Suddenly, the quantum toothbrush starts to emit a high-pitched whine.
Oh, that's not good.
What's happening?
The quantum field is destabilizing. We need to shut it down before it.
Suddenly, the quantum toothbrush explodes in a shower of sparks and smoke.
Rick, what the hell just happened?
I don't know, Morty. I don't know, but we need to get out of here before my neighbors call the cops.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty fleeing the scene, leaving behind a smoking pile of toothbrush parts.
Well, Morty, we may have lost the quantum toothbrush, but we still have our good looks and charm.
Oh, yeah, sure, Rick. I'm just glad we didn't blow up the entire house this time.
Oh, don't worry, Morty. There's always next time.
Title of episode: The Speculum Surprise.
Scientific description: In this episode, Rick and Morty are confronted with a perplexing situation when they stumble upon Jerry inserting a speculum inside of Beth's reproductive organs. The use of this medical tool leads to a series of scientific inquiries and hilariously awkward interactions between the dysfunctional family members. Through the use of physics, biology, and chemistry, the episode explores the boundaries of sexual health and the power dynamics within a suburban household.
Opening scene.
Morty, we need to go on an adventure.
Oh, boy, where are we going, Rick?
Don't worry about it. We're going on a scientific expedition to discover something groundbreaking.
Okay, but why do we need to bring a poster of a cartoon character riding a motorcycle with us?
It's called collateral, Morty. Gotta have something to trade for funding.
Scene 2.
Hi, guys. What brings you to the house?
Just checking in on the fam. Hey, what's that shiny metal thing you got there?
Oh, this is just a speculum. I was giving Beth a checkup.
What now?
Yeah, Dad, what's a speculum?
It's a medical tool used to facilitate examination of the cervix and vagina.
Fascinating. Can we borrow it for a sec?
Scene 3.
Dad, why were you putting that thing inside of Mom?
Oh, well, it's important to make sure everything is healthy down there.
Morty, grab that microscope over there. We need to get a closer look.
Whoa, Dad, that's crazy. What do you call that part?
That's the cervix, son.
And what's that thing you're holding?
That's the speculum.
And it goes where, exactly?
Inside the vagina.
Oh man, this is weird.
Scene 4.
Okay, first question. Why did you have to use a speculum? Couldn't you just do a regular checkup?
Well, a speculum allows for greater visualization of the vaginal walls and cervix.
Morty, check out this cool diagram of the female reproductive system.
Whoa, Rick, that's actually pretty interesting.
Scene 5.
Hey, Jerry, do you need to use lube before inserting the speculum?
Not necessarily. But it can make the process more comfortable.
Can we please stop talking about this?
Scene 6.
Okay, but why were you doing this in the living room?
Oh, well, I couldn't really find a good spot in the bathroom and I didn't want to wake up Rick and Morty.
Hey, I resent that. Scene 7.
Dad, why is Mom wearing a buttless hospital gown?
That's a drape that's used to cover the lower portion of the body during the examination.
Morty, grab me the Geiger counter. I want to see if we can detect any radiation coming from this thing.
Scene 8.
How long does this take?
Usually only a few minutes.
Can we please change the subject?
Oh, come on, Beth. This is actually pretty fascinating. Did you know that the speculum was invented in the 1800s by a man named James Marion Sims?
Rick, I don't think Mom wants to hear that.
Scene 9.
Hey, Dad, is Mom okay?
Yeah, everything looks perfectly healthy. Just some mild irritation that should go away on its own.
Can we please just move on from this?
Okay, fine, but before we go, anyone want to buy this poster of a cartoon character on a motorcycle?
I don't think that's gonna get us very far, Rick.
End of episode.
Title: The Speculum Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, building an interdimensional portal device. The duo is debating the best way to power the device when Beth walks in, holding a book in her hand.
What's up, Beth? Reading about how to properly insert a speculum. I'm not judging.
No, actually, I was just catching up on some light reading on human anatomy. What are you guys up to?
Oh, just trying to figure out a way to power this portal thingy. You know, nerd stuff.
Suddenly, Jerry bursts into the garage, his arms full of medical supplies.
Beth, I need you to lie down on the couch. I'm going to need you to open wide.
Oh, whoa, whoa. What the hell is going on here, Jerry?
I'm just doing a routine checkup on Beth. Nothing to worry about.
Wait, what's that thing you're holding?
It's a speculum. Why?
Why are you sticking that thing inside of Beth?
It's just a routine part of the exam, Morty. Now if you'll excuse us, we need our privacy.
But I have 10 questions I need to ask about this, Jerry. 1. What's that thing you're holding?
It's a speculum.
2. What's a speculum used for?
It's used to hold open the walls of the vagina to allow for a clear view of the cervix.
3. Why is the cervix important to see?
It's part of a routine checkup. I'm fine, Morty.
4. But how do you know if you're fine?
We do a thorough examination to look for any potential problems or abnormalities.
5. Does it hurt?
No, it's just a little uncomfortable.
6. Can I see?
Absolutely not, Morty. This is a private matter.
7. Can I use the speculum?
Morty, no, you're not using a medical instrument for your own personal gain.
8. But what if I have to inspect someone's cervix someday?
I highly doubt that will ever be necessary, Morty.
9. What do you do if you find something wrong?
We would work with specialists to determine the best course of treatment.
10. Can I go to space now?
Sure, Morty, let's leave your mom's cervix alone and go explore the universe.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty jumping into the portal and leaving Jerry and Beth behind, with Jerry still holding the speculum. Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the garage tinkering with a new invention while Jerry is in the living room examining a large poster of a city at night.
Morty, pass me the plasma oscillator modulator.
Which one is that again?
The one with the purple wires, Morty. Come on, I don't have all day.
Jerry walks into the garage, still holding the poster.
Hey guys, have you seen this poster? It's beautiful. Holds up poster. Oh, what are you guys working on?
None of your business, Jerry. Now get out of here before you mess something up.
Cut to the bathroom where Beth is sitting on the toilet and Jerry is standing behind her with a speculum.
Alright, I'm inserting the speculum now.
Groans. Ooh, that's cold.
Suddenly, Morty bursts into the bathroom.
What's going on in here?
Morty, get out. This is private.
Looks over at Beth. Oh my god, what is that?
It's a speculum. Now get out before I call the police.
No way, I need to know what's going on here. I have 10 questions to ask.
Size. Fine. Ask your stupid questions.
Pulls out a notepad and pen. Okay, first question. What is the purpose of the speculum?
It's used to examine and open up the vaginal canal.
Writes down answer. Okay, second question. Are you a licensed gynecologist?
No, but I read a book about it once.
Writes down answer. Third question. How did you learn to do this?
I watched a lot of medical dramas.
Writes down answer. Fourth question. Why did Beth agree to this?
From toilet. It's for a routine checkup, Morty.
Writes down answer. Fifth question. Are you two having an affair?
What? No.
From toilet. Of course not, Morty.
Writes down answer. Sixth question. Is this legal?
Technically, no.
Writes down answer. Seventh question. How did you get the speculum?
I ordered it online.
Writes down answer. Eighth question. What is the name of the website?
None of your business.
Writes down answer. Ninth question. Are you attracted to Beth?
What? No way. That's ridiculous.
Writes down answer. 10th question. Can I watch?
Angrily, get out, Morty.
Starts to leave. Okay, I'm going. But this is going in my journal.
As Morty leaves the bathroom, we see Beth's face turn bright red with embarrassment.
Jerry, I can't believe you did that.
What? I was just trying to help.
This is so embarrassing. I can't face Morty or Rick now.
Puts on a comforting hand on her shoulder. It's okay, honey. We'll get through this together.
Cut to Rick and Morty in the garage still tinkering with their invention.
Sighs, I can't believe what I just saw.
But, did Jerry finally decide to become a real doctor?
Rolls his eyes. No, he was examining Beth with a speculum.
Raises an eyebrow. Ah, I see. Well, that's one way to spice up a Tuesday afternoon.
Shocked. Rick, how can you be so nonchalant about this?
Morty, I've seen way worse things in my time. Trust me, this is nothing.
Shakes his head. I don't know how you can live like that. I need a drink.
Pulls out a flask. Here, this should help.
Morty takes a swig from the flask and grimaces.
Ah, what is this?
Just a little something I picked up on my travels. It's called Plutonian vodka.
Starts to feel dizzy. I don't feel so good.
Laughs. That's the idea, Morty. Now let's get back to work.
As Rick and Morty continue to work on their invention, we see Jerry and Beth sitting on the couch, both looking despondent.
Sighs, I can't believe Morty caught us like that.
Yeah, I feel terrible. I never should have tried to do that without a license.
Puts a hand on his shoulder. It's okay, Jerry. I just hope Morty can forgive us.
Smiles weakly. Thanks, honey. You always know just what to say.
As the episode ends, we see Rick and Morty successfully activate their invention and cheers to another successful day.
Title: The Keyboard of Multidimensional Keys.
Opening shot shows Rick and Morty tinkering with a keyboard that has a plethora of different keys, each emitting a unique sound when pressed. The background of the keyboard is pitch black, making the keys stand out.
Morty, hurry up. Every second that passes, we're losing more brain cells.
Morty frantically types on the keyboard, causing various colors and shapes to appear on the monitor. Suddenly, Jerry enters the lab with a medical speculum in hand.
Hey, guys. I found this in Beth's drawer and I was curious.
Jerry, that's not a toy. It's for medical procedures.
Oh, come on. It can't hurt to try it out.
Without hesitation, Jerry inserts the speculum into Beth's designated area, which she seems to enjoy.
What are you doing?
Just trying to learn something new, Morty.
Why is it making that noise?
The speculum is opening up Beth's cervix and creating a resonating frequency.
What does that mean?
It means it's hitting the right spot. If only I could play music with it.
Well, you're not the only one with a musical speculum.
Morty catches Jerry and Beth in the act and demands answers.
What are you doing to Mom?
Just experimenting with different sounds.
Why is it glowing?
That's just the light reflecting off the speculum.
Why is it making my nose tingle?
That's the entrainment of your nasal cavities with Beth's cervix.
Why is it so big?
Well, Beth is a very accommodating woman.
Rick interrupts the questioning and announces that he has discovered a way to use the keyboard to transport them to a new dimension where speculums are used as musical instruments.
Are you sure we should be leaving Mom like this?
Don't worry, Morty. She's in good hands.
The group jumps into the portal and is transported to a dimension where the speculum is celebrated as the greatest musical instrument in the universe. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Jerry jamming on their speculums, creating an otherworldly sound that transcends time and space.
Title: The Speculum Catastrophe.
The episode begins with Rick sitting at his laboratory table, working feverishly on his latest scientific experiment. Morty enters the room with a curious expression on his face, noticing a strange bottle of liquid next to his grandfather's computer.
Rick, what is that bottle of liquid for?
Oh, that? Just a little something I whipped up to help with my latest experiment. Want some?
Morty declines, but before he can ask any more questions, a zombie enters the room, causing chaos. Rick quickly dispatches the zombie with his laser gun, but not before it attacks Morty.
Rick, did that zombie just attack me?
Yep, and it infected you with a viral strain that will turn you into a zombie too. Unless we find an antidote, that is.
The duo rushes to find a cure, but along the way, they stumble upon something unexpected: Jerry inserting a speculum into Beth.
What the hell, Dad? What are you doing to Mom?
Morty, it's not what it looks like. I'm just inserting a speculum for a routine checkup.
Morty is skeptical and asks a series of 10 questions to get to the bottom of the situation. The questions and answers go as follows.
1. Why are you doing this, Jerry?
Well, Beth wanted me to give her a checkup, and I thought I would take a look.
2. But Dad, you aren't a doctor.
I know that, but how hard can it be?
3. Mom didn't go to the doctor's office?
No, she just wanted me to do it here at home.
4. Why wouldn't she go to a real doctor?
She's just more comfortable this way, Morty.
5. What is that speculum thing?
It's a medical tool used to examine the cervix.
6. Why are you using it?
To check if Beth's cervix is healthy.
7. Can't she just go to the doctor for that?
Yes, but she trusts me to do it because I'm her husband.
8. Why are you wearing gloves?
To prevent any contamination during the examination.
9. Is Mom okay with this?
Yes, she asked me to do it.
10. Can I see what's going on?
Sure, Morty. Let me show you.
As Morty watches, he sees clearly the speculum inserted inside Beth, and it becomes clear to him that this situation is not normal. Morty confronts his dad, and the episode ends with Rick and Morty searching for an antidote to save Morty from turning into a zombie while Jerry and Beth bicker about their questionable doctor-patient relationship. Title: The Pizza Cutter Paradox.
Opening shot. The Smith household. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Jerry are all gathered in the kitchen, staring at a pizza with a pizza cutter on top, next to a box of pizzas and a pizza cutter. Well, what do we have here? A pizza with a pizza cutter on top, next to a box of pizzas and a pizza cutter. Interesting.
What's so interesting about it, Rick?
Don't you see, Morty? It's a paradox. How can there be two pizza cutters when there's only one pizza?
I don't follow.
Me neither.
Allow me to explain. According to quantum physics, particles can exist in two different states at once. Similarly, this pizza and the pizza cutter can exist in two different states at once, both on top of the pizza and inside the box.
That's crazy, Rick.
But if that's true, wouldn't the pizza be both cut and uncut at the same time?
Precisely, Beth. We call that the pizza cutter paradox.
I still don't get it.
Think of it this way. Imagine you have a pizza and a pizza cutter. You measure the pizza's dimensions, and then use the cutter to cut it into slices. But if the pizza cutter is on top of the pizza, then it's already been measured and cut. So it's a paradox.
This is making my brain hurt, Rick.
That's the beauty of it, Morty. The universe is full of paradoxes, each one more mind-bending than the last.
Asmongold. Hey, what's going on here?
Vilgaville, yeah, we heard you guys talking about a pizza cutter paradox.
You know what? Why don't we all just order some pizza and forget about this whole thing?
Everyone nods in agreement and the camera zooms out of the kitchen, revealing multiple pizzas being delivered to the house. End of episode.
Title: The Perineum Paradox, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty are in the garage surrounded by various sci-fi gadgets.
Morty, Rick, what's the deal with your perineum? I mean, why is it so strange?
Rick. Morty, you don't need a PhD to understand my anatomy. But hey, since you're so interested, let me give you 10 amazing facts about the perineum.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty enter a portal and arrive at an alternate dimension with a bizarre landscape.
Morty, whoa, Rick, this place is amazing, but why are we here?
Rick. I need to collect some perineum specimens for my research. And this dimension has the most unique samples.
Morty, okay, but why do you need them?
Rick. Science, Morty. Science.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty are chased by alien creatures while collecting perineum samples.
Rick. Quick, Morty. Grab that perineum from the purple-haired creature with the white jacket.
Morty, got it, Rick, but what are we going to do with all these samples?
Rick. I'm planning to conduct a groundbreaking experiment on the effects of perineum DNA on teleportation. It could revolutionize interdimensional travel.
Scene 4. Rick and Morty return to their dimension and start conducting the experiment.
Summer. What are you two doing in here, anyway? Rick. Experimenting, Summer. Get out of here, we're busy.
Jerry. Can I help too? I always wanted to be a scientist.
Rick. No, Jerry. This is complex science, not something you can understand with your limited intellect.
Scene 5. The experiment goes haywire and creates a giant mutated creature made up of different perineum DNA.
Morty, Rick, we messed up. What do we do?
Rick. Don't worry, Morty. I got this.
Scene 6. Rick uses a futuristic laser gun to defeat the mutated creature and restore peace to their dimension.
Morty, wow, Rick, that was amazing, but what about your perineum?
Rick. Oh, that. It's nothing, Morty. Just a minor anomaly in my body. But thanks for your concern. Scene 7. Rick and Morty laugh and high-five each other as the episode ends. Rick. See, Morty. Science isn't so hard, as long as you have a sense of humor about it.
Facepalm.
Title: The Speculum Spectacle.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are in the lab working on an experiment that involves a knife, a table and a dog. Meanwhile, Jerry inserts a speculum in Beth and Morty walks in on them. Morty proceeds to ask 10 questions about what they are doing, including the purpose of the speculum and the reason for its use.
The scene opens with Rick and Morty in the lab, surrounded by beakers and test tubes. Rick is holding a knife and looking poised to perform some kind of experiment.
Morty, are you ready for this? We are about to achieve the impossible.
Sure, Rick. What are we doing exactly?
We are going to create a dog-human hybrid. It's going to be epic.
Just then, Jerry bursts into the lab with a look of urgency on his face.
Guys, I need your help. I can't get this speculum to work on Beth.
Oh great, Jerry. What are you doing messing around with medical equipment?
I thought it would be fun to try something new in the bedroom. But I don't think I'm doing it right.
Morty, looking confused, turns to Rick.
What's a speculum, Rick?
It's an instrument used to dilate the vaginal opening for medical purposes. And Jerry clearly has no idea how to use it.
Ew, that sounds painful. Why would you even want to do that?
Because it's supposed to make sex better. But I don't think it's working.
Morty, shaking his head, proceeds to ask Jerry 10 questions about the speculum.
1. What is that shiny thing you're holding? 2. Why are you aiming it at Mom? 3. Why does it look like it's going inside of her? 4. Is that what it's supposed to do? 5. How does that make sex better? 6. Are you sure you know what you're doing? 7. Why does Mom look like she's in pain? 8. What's the point of this again? 9. Can I leave now? And 10. Why are you guys so weird?
Jerry, flustered and embarrassed, tries to explain the process to Morty.
Look, Morty, it's all about experimentation and trying new things. This may not be for everyone, but we're open-minded people.
Morty, looking disgusted, finally sees inside Beth and realizes what the speculum is actually doing.
Oh my god, I see it. I see the speculum. Gross, Jerry. Just gross.
Rick, rolling his eyes, chimes in with his usual cynicism.
Well, there you have it, Morty. Another successful day in the Smith family. Dog-human hybrids, speculums, and awkward sexual encounters. Who says science isn't fun?
The episode ends with Morty shaking his head in disbelief and the dog sitting in the corner, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him.
Title: The Speculum Incident, a Scientific Analysis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, experimenting with their latest invention, a device that can measure the level of intelligence in any living being within a 10-mile radius. Jerry walks in, curious about what they are doing.
We're testing our newest invention, the Intelligence Analyzer 3000, but I doubt you'd score high enough to make it worth our time.
Hey, be nice, Rick. Jerry's come a long way.
You bet I have. In fact, I'm feeling pretty smart today. Maybe I should give this thing a try.
As Jerry steps into the analyzer, Summer bursts into the garage, interrupting the experiment.
Guys, you won't believe what's going on upstairs. Dad is examining Mom with a speculum.
Nothing like a little intrafamilial gynecology to start the day. Morty, let's go check it out.
As they walk into the living room, they see Jerry inserting the speculum into Beth. Morty, confused and curious, begins to ask questions.
What is that thing? Why are you putting it in Mom? Will it hurt her? How does it work? Will it make her smarter?
Jerry, flustered and embarrassed, tries to answer his questions.
Oh, it's a medical instrument. I'm performing a routine checkup. No, it won't hurt her. It works by opening up the vaginal canal for examination. And no, it won't make her smarter.
Morty, still unconvinced, takes a closer look.
I can see it really well now. It looks like a metal duckbill. Why would you stick that in there?
It's part of a woman's anatomy, Morty. Sometimes we need to check it to make sure everything's okay.
Just then, Summer walks in and starts asking her own set of questions.
Ew, what are you doing to Mom? Why do you need that thing? Is it clean? Can I try it?
Beth, mortified, tries to stop the conversation from going any further.
That's enough. Everyone out of the living room now.
As they leave the room, Rick turns to Morty.
Now that was a true scientific exploration. We learned about human anatomy, medical procedures, and even a little bit about ourselves. And the best part, no more questions.
I don't know, Rick. I still have a lot of questions.
Well, then I guess we'll have to do some more research, won't we?
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing and heading back into the garage, ready to embark on another scientific adventure.
Title: The Quantum Conundrum of Banana Boat.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty riding in a quantum boat, traveling through various dimensions. Morty starts singing Banana Boat, and Rick is uninterested in the song, opting to discuss the latest trends in sports science instead.
Morty, I've been researching the quantum physics of sports for years, and I have to say, it's fascinating. Did you know that in another dimension, basketballs are actually made out of antimatter?
Singing, Deo, Deo.
Morty, I'm serious here. The potential implications on the multiverse if we could harness the energy from a slam dunk could be game-changing.
Still singing, daylight come and me one, go home.
Rick becomes visibly angry and screams at Morty to stop singing. Morty is taken aback by Rick's outburst and asks him why he's so upset.
Because every time you sing that damn song, it throws off the quantum balance in the boat. We could end up in a dimension where the birds are giant bananas and we're all made of spaghetti.
Confused, what does that even mean?
It means that you need to stop singing that song or else we'll be trapped in a dimension of pure chaos and madness. Now, focus on the science, Morty.
Morty is disappointed that he can't sing his favorite song and starts to feel down. Suddenly, a giant bird swoops down and snatches Morty up in its talons. As Rick tries to save Morty, he realizes that the bird is actually a manifestation of a quantum entanglement phenomenon.
Morty, don't worry, that bird is just a byproduct of the quantum field around us. If we can manipulate the wave function of our boat, we can reconfigure the bird into a harmless particle.
Terrified, Rick, why do you always have to make everything so complicated?
Smirking, because science, Morty, because science.
In the end, Rick successfully saves Morty from the clutches of the giant bird, and the duo returns safely to their own dimension. Morty is glad to be back and Rick is pleased to have made another groundbreaking scientific discovery. The episode ends with Morty singing Banana Boat once again, but this time, Rick lets him finish the song. The episode starts with Rick being hospitalized due to a mutated alien parasite that has taken over his body. The scene opens with a cartoon of a hospital bed, where Rick is lying unconscious with a green blanket covering him, and a green bag hanging from the ceiling. As Rick lies on the bed, Jerry walks in carrying a medical tool called speculum, which he then inserts into Rick's body. Morty, who happens to catch them in the act, is bewildered and starts asking a myriad of questions, some of which seem to be highly scientific.
Morty, what are you doing to Rick, Jerry?
Jerry, I am inserting a speculum inside him to analyze the parasite.
Morty, can you see the parasite?
Jerry, yes, the speculum is equipped with a camera that can visualize the parasite.
Morty, how deep are you inserting it?
Jerry, only a few inches, just enough to get a clear image of the parasite.
However, Morty's curiosity is not satisfied, and he keeps asking more questions.
Morty, what kind of speculum is that?
Jerry, it's an advanced model, with a wider opening and a better camera.
Morty, how do you know how to use it?
Jerry, I read the instruction manual thoroughly.
Just as Morty is about to ask another question, Summer barges into the room.
Summer, what's going on here?
Morty, Jerry is examining the parasite inside Rick with a speculum.
Summer, can I ask some questions too?
Jerry, sure, go ahead.
Summer starts asking questions to Jerry.
Summer, is the speculum painful?
Jerry, it shouldn't be, as we are using a numbing agent.
Summer, can you use it on me too?
Jerry, no, it's not designed for humans.
Summer, can Rick feel it?
Jerry, he is unconscious, so he shouldn't feel anything.
Meanwhile, Morty sees clearly the speculum inserted inside Rick and starts freaking out.
Morty, oh my god, I can see the speculum inside him.
Jerry, don't worry, Morty, it's a harmless medical tool.
Morty, I can't take this anymore, I'm leaving.
The episode ends with Morty running out of the hospital room, and Jerry and Summer looking at each other, both trying to process the bizarre encounter they've just had.
Rick and Morty episode, The Perineum Paradox.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer walking through a portal and landing in a fantastical world. They are immediately confronted by two women and a man wielding swords.
Whoa, Morty, looks like we stumbled into a fantasy realm. Time to suit up.
Oh, Rick, I don't think I brought a sword with me.
I did. Let's do this.
The trio engages in a fierce battle with a sword-wielding trio. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are observing the events from Rick's lab. What the hell is going on? Are they seriously fighting with swords?
Just let them have their fun, Jerry. It's not like they can get hurt.
As the battle continues, Morty suddenly breaks into song.
The perineum is the space between your anus and your genital scene. It's where your pelvic muscles lie, supporting organs. It's where they reside.
Rick, Jerry, Beth, and Summer join in, adding more interesting perineum facts to the lyrics.
It's a crucial part of the pelvic floor. Without it, you'd be in a world of gore.
It's also home to some important nerves. Don't ignore it, or your bladder might curve.
And if you need to pee, or even poo, the perineum muscles help you do.
The sword-wielding trio is astonished by the sudden musical interlude, but Rick takes advantage of their distraction and disarms them. The episode ends with the group returning to their dimension, with Morty still singing about the wonders of the perineum.
So take care of your perineum, everyone. It's important, and not just for fun.
Title: Toothpaste Troubles and Catheter Catastrophes.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty packing up their equipment for a scientific mission. They are tasked with studying the interaction between toothbrushes and toothpaste on different types of grass. As they set off, they are joined by Beth and Summer, who have brought along their own toothbrushes and toothpaste. Rick sets up a complex series of experiments on the grass, carefully measuring and documenting the results. Morty, however, is distracted by a strange pink and blue object lying nearby. He picks it up and realizes that it is a toothbrush and toothpaste, but with unusual colors and handles.
Meanwhile, Jerry sneaks up on Beth and decides to insert a catheter. Morty catches them in the act and proceeds to ask a flurry of 10 rapid-fire questions.
What are you doing? Are you okay? Is that a catheter? Why are you doing this? Does it hurt? Is it necessary? Can I help? How long will it take? Are you sure this is safe? What does it feel like?
Beth, flustered and embarrassed, answers each question as best she can. Morty, however, is fixated on the catheter and can't seem to take his eyes off it.
I can see it. It's really in there. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Can I touch it? Oh God, I can't look away.
Summer, disgusted by the whole situation, decides to distract Morty by pointing out some interesting results from Rick's experiments. Morty is momentarily captivated by the data, but his attention keeps wandering back to the catheter. Finally, after what seems like an eternity, Beth finishes up and Jerry slinks away. Morty is left feeling both confused and intrigued by what he has witnessed. Rick, having completed his scientific mission, packs up his gear and declares the mission a success. Morty, however, is left with a newfound obsession with catheters and a deep desire to learn more about the human body. The episode ends with Rick giving Morty a stern lecture about the importance of respecting people's privacy and boundaries, but the damage has already been done. Morty is forever scarred by his catheter experience, and nothing will ever be the same again.
Title: The Perineum Paradox.
Rick, Morty, and Summer embark on a scientific adventure to the far reaches of the universe in search of three mysterious objects emitting different colored lights. The green object with a purple light on it, the black object with a green light on it, and the black object with a purple light on it have been causing anomalies in the space-time continuum, and Rick is determined to uncover their secrets. Morty, still curious about Rick's anatomy, asks him 10 amazing facts about the perineum in hopes of understanding his unique old body. Rick, amused by Morty's obsession, quips back with 10 hilarious yet scientifically accurate responses.
Hey Rick, can you tell me 10 amazing facts about the perineum?
Sure, Morty. Let me enlighten you on this fundamental area of the human anatomy. Fact number 1. The perineum is the area between the anus and the scrotum or vulva. Fact number 2. It serves as an essential gateway for the elimination of body waste. Fact number 3. The perineum is also a sexual organ and plays a vital role in sexual pleasure. Fact number 4. It houses a complex network of muscles and nerves that control bowel, bladder, and sexual function. Fact number 5. The perineum can be stretched during childbirth, tearing or requiring surgical intervention in some cases. Fact number 6. It's often referred to as the taint, gooch, or chode. Fact number 7. In ancient Chinese medicine, the perineum is believed to be the energy center for the human body known as the Wei Yin. Fact number 8. Men who ride bicycles frequently may experience perineal numbness and erectile dysfunction. Fact number 9. The perineum can also become infected with various types of bacteria. Fact number 10. The perineum is a potentially humorous topic for scientific discussion, especially when accompanied by space-time anomalies caused by mysterious objects with multicolored lights. Haha, gotcha, Morty.
Oh my god, Rick, I cannot believe you just said all that. Morty's face is priceless.
Geez, Rick, I don't know if I should be impressed or disgusted by your knowledge of the perineum. But hey, at least I learned something new today.
The trio finally arrive at the source of the anomalies, where Rick discovers that the three objects are actually parts of a giant alien sex toy. Rick, unable to resist the opportunity for a good laugh, creates a crude joke about the perineum and the massive artificial phallus. Morty and Summer groan in exasperation, but can't help laughing at Rick's ridiculousness. As they fly away from the alien device, Morty reflects on the absurdity of scientific exploration and the strange, hilarious things that can be learned along the way.
Title: The Catheter Conundrum.
Synopsis.
In this episode of Rick and Morty find themselves in a scientific mystery involving a catheter, a cat, and a highly unusual experiment. The episode begins with a shot of a sign with a description of the various areas of the area in which the cat is located, and the cat is in the picture.
Morty, we've got a problem. I need your help with a new experiment.
What kind of experiment, Rick?
The kind that involves a catheter, a cat, and a lot of scientific know-how.
Oh, that doesn't sound good, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty, it's all in the name of science. What could possibly go wrong?
As Rick and Morty embark on their latest scientific adventure, Jerry inserts a catheter in Beth, unaware that Morty is watching closely.
What are you doing, Dad?
Oh, Morty, it's just a little medical procedure. Nothing to worry about.
Are you sure about that, Dad? That looks painful.
Well, it's not exactly pleasant, Morty, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Okay, but why is there a catheter in her, Dad?
Well, son, a catheter is a medical device that's used to drain urine from the bladder when someone can't go to the bathroom on their own.
Morty looks horrified as he sees the catheter inserted inside Beth.
But that's gross, Dad. Why does Mom need a catheter?
Well, she had a little accident, Morty. It's nothing serious, just a little bladder problem.
Okay, but why are you doing it? Shouldn't a doctor be doing this?
Well, Morty, I'm a healthcare professional. I've been trained to do this sort of thing. Don't worry, everything's under control.
Okay, but why are you using a cat?
What do you mean, Morty?
Morty points to the cat that Jerry is holding.
The cat, Dad. Why do you need a cat?
Oh, that. Well, see, I'm testing a theory about how the urinary tract works in cats. I thought it might help me better understand how to use the catheter on Mom.
Oh, okay, Dad, that's weird. But why is the cat meowing so much?
Oh, that's just the anesthesia wearing off, Morty. Don't worry about it.
Okay, but why do you need me to hold this thermometer, Dad?
Oh, that's just to take her temperature, Morty. It's a common medical procedure. Now, why don't you go get us all some drinks while I finish up here?
As Morty leaves the room in a state of disbelief, Rick enters, looking intrigued.
Jerry, what's going on here?
Oh, just a little experiment, Rick. I'm trying to figure out how the urinary tract works in cats.
Interesting. Mind if I have a look?
Be my guest, Rick. Just be careful. It's a delicate procedure.
As Rick examines the catheter and the cat, he notices something strange.
Jerry, I think your experiment is flawed. Cats don't even have catheters.
What? But how could that be?
It's simple, Jerry. You've been trying to use a catheter on a cat that doesn't even have a urinary tract. You've just been poking it with a needle, and now it's meowing in pain.
Jerry looks horrified as Rick's words sink in.
Oh my God, what have I done?
Morty enters the room, holding drinks, and looks at the scene before him.
Oh, guys, what's going on here?
Jerry's been experimenting on a cat that doesn't even have a urinary tract, Morty. He's been poking it with a needle, and now it's meowing in pain.
Dad, that's messed up. Why would you do that?
I don't know, Morty. I just wanted to learn something about how the urinary tract works. I had no idea I was hurting the cat.
Well, you did, Dad. You hurt the cat.
You put a catheter in Beth, Jerry. That's not exactly ethical either.
Jerry looks at the floor, ashamed.
I'm sorry, guys. I just got carried away. I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
Apology accepted, Jerry. Let's just make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, Dad, let's not do any more weird experiments, okay?
Jerry nods, and the family leaves the room, leaving Rick behind to clean up the mess.
Well, that was a strange one. But I suppose it's all in the name of science, right? As Rick walks away, the camera pans back to the cat, meowing in pain, and the sign that reads, "Welcome to the Cat Urinary Tract Laboratory."
Title: The Speculum Experiment, ***.
Scene 1.
Rick and Morty are working in Rick's lab, surrounded by various scientific equipment.
Morty, I have a new experiment I want to try out. We're going to use a special device to observe the inside of a subject's body.
Oh, okay, Rick. What's the device?
It's called a speculum. Now, let's go find a test subject.
Cut to a suburban house, with a man in a suit and a woman in a dress standing outside.
Scientific explanation.
The speculum is a medical tool used to dilate an orifice or canal in the body for observation or medical examination. It's commonly used for gynecological exams to inspect the cervix and vaginal walls.
Scene 2.
Jerry is in the living room of the house, with Beth lying on a table.
Okay, Beth, don't worry, I'm a trained professional. I'm just going to insert this speculum.
Morty, off screen. Dad, what are you doing to Mom?
Ah, Morty. This is a private medical matter. You can't just barge in here.
I'm just curious, Dad. What's that thing you're holding?
It's a speculum. Now please leave us alone.
Okay, I'll go. But can I ask you 10 questions about what you're doing?
Ah, fine. But make it quick.
Question 1. What is a speculum?
Answer. It's a medical tool used to inspect inside the body.
Question 2. Why do you need to use it on Mom?
Answer. It's for her health. I'm checking to make sure everything is okay.
Question 3. Does it hurt?
Answer. It can be uncomfortable, but it shouldn't hurt.
Question 4. Can I see inside Mom too?
Answer. No, Morty. That's inappropriate.
Question 5. Can I use the speculum on you?
Answer. Absolutely not. This is a medical tool and should only be used by professionals.
Question 6. What's the weirdest thing you've ever seen with a speculum?
Answer. Morty, I'm not going to answer that. It's not appropriate.
Question 7. Can I be a doctor too?
Answer. Sure, Morty. Just remember to always respect patient privacy.
Question 8. Can I go watch TV now?
Answer. Yes, Morty. Please leave us alone.
Question 9. Why do they call it a speculum?
Answer. I don't know, Morty. Maybe it's Latin or something.
Question 10. Can I tell Rick about the speculum?
Answer. No, Morty. This stays between us.
Scientific explanation.
The speculum dilates the vaginal canal to allow for visualization of the cervix and vaginal walls. This is done for gynecological exams to check for abnormal growths or infections.
Scene 3.
Summer walks into the room, interrupting Jerry and Beth.
What's going on here?
Summer, this is a private medical matter. Please leave.
No way, I want to know what's going on.
Hey Summer, Dad's using a speculum on Mom.
What? That's gross.
Yeah, and I already asked Dad 10 questions about it.
What kind of questions?
Like, what it is, why he's using it, if I can use it too, stuff like that.
Can I ask 10 questions too?
Fine, but make it quick.
Question 1. What is a speculum?
Answer. It's a medical tool used to inspect inside the body.
Question 2. Is it safe?
Answer. Yes, it's safe when used properly.
Question 3. Can I touch it?
Answer. No, Summer. This is a medical tool and should only be handled by professionals.
Question 4. Can I become a gynecologist when I grow up?
Answer. Ah, sure, Summer. You can be whatever you want to be.
Question 5. Are you checking for any diseases?
Answer. Yes, we're checking for any abnormalities in the vaginal canal.
Question 6. Is Beth okay?
Answer. Yes, she's fine. Just a routine exam.
Question 7. Can I use it too?
Answer. Absolutely not, Summer. This is not a toy.
Question 8. Why is Morty acting so weird?
Answer. Morty's just curious, Summer. He's interested in medicine.
Question 9. How long does an exam with a speculum take?
Answer. It can take a few minutes to inspect the vaginal walls.
Question 10. Can we please stop talking about this now?
Answer. Yes, let's move on to a different topic.
Scientific explanation.
The speculum exam is a routine procedure for women in their reproductive years to ensure their reproductive health. The exam involves dilation of the vaginal canal to inspect the
Title: The Rectal Douche Conundrum.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer lounging around the living room when a bunch of yellow boxes with faces on them and words that say, "I love you," start appearing out of nowhere. Rick analyzes the boxes and determines that they are a form of advanced alien communication.
According to my calculations, these boxes are communicating in a highly advanced alien language that we are not equipped to understand. We need to figure out what they want before they take over the planet.
Beth suggests calling Jerry for help, but Rick is hesitant.
I don't know if I trust Jerry with something this important. Last time we let him handle an important task, he nearly destroyed the world.
Despite Rick's reservations, they decide to call Jerry anyway. Meanwhile, Beth has been experiencing some digestive issues and needs a rectal enema. Jerry volunteers to help and inserts the douche, but is caught by Morty.
What are you doing with that thing, Jerry? Is that a rectal douche in Mom's butt?
Jerry tries to explain, but Morty insists on asking 10 questions to fully understand the situation.
1. What is that thing in Mom's butt?
It's a rectal douche. It's just a medical procedure to relieve constipation.
2. Why are you doing it?
Because your mom asked me to.
3. What does it do?
It cleans out the colon.
4. Is it safe?
Yes, it's perfectly safe.
5. Does it hurt?
No, not at all.
6. Why can I see it so clearly?
Well, sometimes things don't go exactly as planned.
7. Is this some weird fetish thing?
No, of course not.
8. How long does it take?
Only a few minutes.
9. Can I watch?
No, that's definitely not appropriate.
10. Why did I have to ask all of these questions?
I don't know, Morty. I really don't.
In the meantime, Rick and Summer come up with a plan to decode the alien communication using a combination of quantum mechanics and deep neural networks. They successfully decipher the message, which turns out to be a peaceful greeting from a friendly alien race. As the episode comes to a close, Jerry is banished from the house and everyone agrees to never speak of the rectal douche incident again. The yellow boxes with faces on them disappear as mysteriously as they arrived, leaving the family to wonder if they were ever even there in the first place.
Well, that was a weird one. I don't know if I want to know what would have happened if we didn't solve that alien communication puzzle.
And I don't want to know what would have happened if we didn't solve my digestive issues.
I'm just glad we all made it out alive.
Can we never talk about this again?
Everyone nods in agreement and they all go their separate ways. Another day in the life of the Smith family.
Title: Speculating with the Smiths.
Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are strolling in a field, with a tree in the background. Suddenly, they notice a person in a costume kneeling down on the ground.
What the hell is that person doing?
Maybe they're planning something?
Or praying, perhaps?
Guys, don't be silly. They're obviously performing an obscure scientific experiment.
Well, let's investigate then.
Scene 1: Jerry and the speculum.
Jerry spots a speculum lying on the ground and curiously picks it up.
What's this?
That's a speculum, Jerry. It's used in gynecology exams.
Oh, I didn't know that. Beth, off screen. Jerry, what are you doing with that?
Beth emerges from behind the tree to see Jerry holding the speculum.
Oh my god, did you find that in my bag?
Why do you have this, Beth?
Never mind. Just put it back.
Jerry, however, decides to insert the speculum into Beth. Morty catches them in the act and starts asking questions.
What are you guys doing? Why is that thing inside Mom?
Morty, this is none of your business.
Yeah, stay out of this, Morty.
But I want to know more. What is that thing doing inside Mom's? You know.
It's just a medical examination, Morty. Nothing weird about it.
Rick, to camera. Sure.
Scene 2, Summer's interruption.
Summer arrives on the scene, oblivious to what's been happening.
Hey guys, what are you all doing here?
Just witnessing some groundbreaking scientific research, Summer.
Oh, cool. Mind if I join?
Jerry, nervously. Maybe not this time, Summer.
Why not? What's going on?
Morty starts asking Summer a bunch of questions.
Do you know what a speculum is? Have you ever used one? Why do girls have to go through this?
What the hell are you talking about, Morty?
Rick chuckles. Hey, Summer, do you want to help with the experiment? We could use an extra hand.
Summer agrees, and things quickly spiral out of control from there. They end up inserting the speculum into all of them and arguing about who has the most normal-looking genitals. In the end, they agree that they're all weird in their own way, but that's what makes them unique.
Rick, to camera. See, Morty? Science brings us together, no matter how weird or gross it may seem at first.
Final scene.
The group departs from the field, with Beth holding the speculum in hand.
I should probably dispose of this properly. I don't want Jerry getting any ideas.
Jerry, through gritted teeth, hey.
The camera pans out as they walk away, and we see the person in the costume collecting some data from their experiment. They look up at the sky and smile, knowing that this group's unconventional research has added to their own.
Title: Rectal Douche Shenanigans.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a new invention in the garage. They are trying to augment the neural pathways of a sentient being in order to create a higher level of consciousness. Jerry happens to be passing by when he catches a glimpse of the computer screen, which reads "See to Naid," and assumes they're performing some kind of witchcraft.
What the hell are you guys doing? Are you practicing black magic?
Oh, come on, Jerry. This is purely scientific. We're just trying to create a being that's superior to anything we've ever seen before.
Yeah, Dad, don't be so paranoid. Science is all about pushing boundaries and discovering new things.
Jerry is still skeptical, but decides to let them carry on with their experiment. Meanwhile, Beth is having some bowel problems and asks Jerry to perform an enema on her.
Jerry, I'm feeling blocked up. Can you help me out?
Oh, sure. I'm always happy to help you out, Beth.
He proceeds to insert the douche into Beth's rectum, but unbeknownst to him, Morty walks in on them.
Oh my God, what are you doing to Mom?
Oh, nothing, Morty. Just helping her out with some digestive issues.
Why do you have a rectal douche in your hand? And is that inside Mom?
Well, you see.
I need answers, Dad. 10 of them. Now.
Jerry starts sweating nervously as Morty fires off his questions.
1. What is that thing you're holding? 2. Is it supposed to be inside Mom? 3. Did Mom ask for this? 4.
Jerry interrupts Morty, unable to handle the intense questioning.
Okay. I'll tell you everything. It's an enema, Morty. Beth asked me to help her out. And yes, it's supposed to go inside her. I'm sorry you had to see this, Morty.
Gross, Dad. Just gross.
Rick enters the room, interrupting their conversation.
Hey, what's going on in here? Did someone say, douche?
The ensuing mayhem involves a zany chase sequence through the house, where Rick and Morty try to retrieve the misplaced enema, and Jerry tries to hide it from them. In the end, they all learn a valuable lesson about parenthood and the importance of communication.
Well, that was an adventure. I think we all learned something today.
Yeah, like sometimes you just gotta be honest with your family, even if it's uncomfortable.
And maybe next time I'll think twice before volunteering for enema duty.
Beth enters the room just as they're wrapping up the conversation.
Hey guys, what's going on? Did you finish the experiment?
No. We got sidetracked with some family matters. But don't worry, we'll get back to it soon enough.
The camera zooms out, revealing a montage of various wacky experiments and shenanigans that Rick and Morty get up to as the credits roll.
Title: The Great Glorp Glumbo Glop Adventure.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a wild adventure to safely dispose of 3,019 million pounds of Glorp Glumbo Glop before it destroys the universe.
Act 1.
Morty, we have a serious problem. I accidentally bought 3,019 million pounds of Glorp Glumbo Glop and I need your help to dispose of it before we all die.
Geez, Rick, how did you manage to buy so much?
It was on super discount at the space market. I couldn't resist.
Act 2.
Okay, Rick, how do we dispose of all this Glorp Glumbo Glop?
According to my calculations, we need to create a giant vortex using a gamma ray generator and a magnetic field.
Oh, can't we just throw it in the garbage?
Morty, this is not regular garbage. This is Glorp Glumbo Glop. Do you want the universe to implode?
3.
Rick and Morty set up the gamma ray generator and magnetic field and create the vortex. However, things go awry when a group of alien scavengers attempt to steal the Glorp Glumbo Glob.
Morty, we have company. Quick, activate the laser grenades.
Panicking. Which button do I press?
The green one, Morty. The green one.
Act 4.
After successfully fending off the alien scavengers, Rick and Morty finally dispose of the Glorp Glumbo Glop in the vortex.
Exhausted. Can we please never do something like this again?
Don't worry, Morty. I've learned my lesson. I'll stick to buying only non-threatening items from now on.
Blog.
As Rick and Morty head back home, they stumble upon a computer-generated image of a storefront with a green roof and blue garage doors and a green roof.
Excitedly, Morty, look. It's our favorite space deli. Let's go grab a sandwich.
Resigned. Sure, Rick. Let's go spend our hard-earned space bucks on some overpriced sandwiches.
The end.
Title: The Psychology of a Sociopath, a case study of Rick Sanchez.
Introduction. The following episode presents a case study of a highly functioning sociopath, Rick Sanchez. The focus is on his behavior of killing orphans for his own pleasure and the psychological and neurological factors that contribute to such behavior.
Scene 1.
Rick Sanchez, a man in a suit and tie, stands proudly in front of a yellow and purple background. He admits to killing millions of orphans for his own pleasure and seems to take pride in his actions.
Rick Sanchez, I have no regrets. Those orphans were weak and useless. They served no purpose except to fuel my amusement.
Scene 2.
We observe Rick's brain activity using fMRI scans while he watches footage of the orphans being killed. Narrator. Our fMRI scans reveal a heightened activity in the amygdala and nucleus accumbens region of Rick's brain. These specific regions are associated with reward, pleasure, and aggression.
Scene 3.
Dr. Amanda, a forensic psychologist, interviews Rick to understand his behavior and thought processes.
Dr. Amanda. Rick, can you explain why you feel pleasure from killing innocent children?
Rick Sanchez, it's simple. I am superior to them. Watching their futile attempts to survive gives me a rush of power and control.
Scene 4.
Dr. Amanda explores Rick's childhood experiences and family dynamics.
Dr. Amanda. Rick, can you tell me about your childhood? Did you experience any trauma or abuse?
Rick Sanchez, my childhood was irrelevant. I am who I am today because of my own choices and abilities.
Scene 5.
Rick is given a neurological exam to further understand his brain activity.
Neurologist. We have found that Rick's frontal cortex, a region associated with decision-making and empathy, shows significantly reduced activity. This may explain why he lacks remorse or empathy for his actions.
Scene 6.
Dr. Amanda concludes her analysis of Rick's behavior and recommends a course of action.
Dr. Amanda. Based on our findings, it is evident that Rick is a highly functioning sociopath. He poses a significant risk to society and must be isolated from the public.
Conclusion. The case study of Rick Sanchez provides valuable insights into the psychology and neurology of sociopathic behavior. While it is concerning that such individuals exist, it is important to understand their behavior to better protect society.
Title: The Correlation Between Environmental Light and Feline Sleep Behavior.
Introduction.
In this episode, we investigate the effect of environmental light on feline sleep behavior. The study takes place in a room with a concrete floor and a window that is the main source of natural light. A cat is observed in its natural environment to determine the effect of light on its sleep patterns.
Methods.
The observation took place in a standard room dimension of 3 meters by 4 meters with no artificial light source and a single glass window measuring 1.5 meters by 1 meter. The cat observed was a domestic short-haired feline of approximately 5 years of age. The experiment lasted for 48 hours and was recorded using a high-definition video camera.
Results.
The results showed that the cat slept for 80% of the time during the observation period. It slept for 16 hours during the day and only 8 hours at night, with its peak sleep time occurring between 12 p.m. to 4 p.m., regardless of the presence or absence of environmental light. However, when the environmental light was turned off, the cat spent more time sleeping, with a total of 90% of the time observed asleep. Conclusion. This study provides evidence of the correlation between environmental light and feline sleep behavior. While the cat slept mostly during the day regardless of environmental light, the lack of light led to a significant increase in sleep time. This research suggests that environmental light plays a crucial role in feline sleep patterns and may have implications for animal welfare and domestication.
Glorp meow.
Host. That's an interesting finding, Glorp. Would you say that light affects your sleep pattern greatly?
Glorp mew mew meow.
Host. I see. Well, there you have it, folks. Stay tuned for our next episode on feline diet and obesity. Thank you for watching.
Title: The Battle of Brains, Rick and Morty vs. Mapsel.
Introduction.
In this episode, we witness the ultimate confrontation between the genius duo of Rick Sanchez and Morty Smith from the animated comedy, Rick and Morty, and the notorious streamer Mapsel. The two protagonists go head-to-head with their opponent who attempts to grasp control over their minds by means of his advanced technology.
Scene 1.
Our mission is clear, Morty. We have to stop Mapsel from overtaking our minds. He may be a skilled streamer, but our intellects and knowledge are superior.
Yeah, but how are we supposed to do that without getting caught in Mapsel's trap, Rick?
That's easy, Morty. I built us a counter-technology device that will protect us from Mapsel's attempts to brainwash us.
Whoa, you're a genius, Rick.
Scene 2.
Mapsel, live stream. Good morning, folks. Today, I shall demonstrate my power over the human brain. Rick and Morty have entered the arena. Let the games begin.
Morty, hold on tight, Morty. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
Mapsel, live stream. What's this? Rick and Morty have built a counter-technology device? How predictable. It won't save them from my mastery of the neural network.
Shouting at the screen. We'll see about that, Mapsel.
Scene 3.
Mapsel, live stream. I've infiltrated their minds. It's like stealing candy from a baby.
I can't think straight, Rick. I feel so confused.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this.
Mapsel, live stream. What? How is this possible? I've lost control.
Smirking. Looks like someone has underestimated our intellectual prowess.
In awe? Wow, Rick. You're the smartest man in the universe.
Chuckles. You don't have to tell me that, Morty.
Conclusion. In this episode, we have witnessed the ultimate battle of brains between Rick, Morty, and the notorious streamer Mapsel. Mapsel's failed attempt at overtaking Rick and Morty's minds showcases the power of counter-technology devices. It's a reminder to all that regardless of how smart one may be, they should always be prepared for the unexpected.
Title: The NFT Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick creating a new portal gun capable of traveling to different dimensions based on quantum mechanics principles. Jerry is impressed and asks Rick if he could join him on his next adventure. Rick reluctantly agrees, but warns Jerry that the journey might be too intense for him.
Meanwhile, Morty is brushing his teeth when he accidentally swallows toothpaste and starts to panic. Rick quickly calls poison control, but it's too late. Morty is now into NFTs. Summer explains that NFTs are unique digital assets that can be sold and traded on the blockchain.
Rick initially dismisses NFTs as a passing fad, but Morty becomes obsessed with collecting them. He spends all of his time and money buying NFTs from various dimensions. Jerry tries to warn Morty of the dangers of obsession, but he ignores him. As Morty's collection grows, strange things begin to happen. His NFTs start to come to life, and they demand to be sold on the digital market. Rick realizes that Morty's obsession has opened a portal to a parallel universe where NFTs have taken over the world. Determined to save Morty, Rick and Jerry enter the NFT dimension. They encounter a cartoon character with a weird haircut and a drink in his hand and a cup in his other hand who claims to be the ruler of the NFT world. Rick uses his scientific expertise to outsmart the ruler, while Jerry discovers a way to free Morty from his NFT obsession. As they return home, Morty realizes the danger of obsession and learns a valuable lesson.
Quantum mechanics isn't for the faint-hearted, Jerry. Stick to the basic math equations.
I can't stop buying NFTs. They keep getting more valuable.
NFTs are the future, Morty. Embrace it.
Sometimes, Morty, the things you think are important aren't really that important.
Cartoon character, you may have defeated me, but the NFTs will always reign supreme.
Not in this dimension, buddy.
I think I've learned my lesson. From now on, I'm sticking to physical assets.
Whatever, Morty. More NFTs for me.
Title: The Biological and Chemical Effects of Substance Use and Sexual Encounter in Adult Animated Series.
Synopsis. In this episode, we observe the physiological and biochemical responses of main characters Rick and Morty to their consumption of alcoholic beverages and the use of artificial sexual stimulation. Rick was holding a bottle of beer while Morty held a bottle of wine, exemplifying the common practice of indulging in multiple substances of abuse. The episode takes a heavy turn when Rick catches Morty using a fleshlight filled with glorp, a fictional alien secretion, resulting in a drastic anatomical injury.
Morty, are you engaging in sexual activity with non-human entities again?
No, Rick, it's just a harmless toy.
The use of synthetic materials for sexual gratification, such as a fleshlight, has become a popular mode of self-pleasure. However, it may cause severe harm to the genitalia. As Morty's fleshlight was filled with an unknown substance, our examination suggests that the glorp interacts with the genital tissue, affecting the cellular structure, making it more prone to damage.
Morty, let me see that toy.
Morty reluctantly hands over the fleshlight to Rick, who then examines it from multiple angles. After a moment of inspection, Rick confirms the presence of glorp and warns Morty about the potential harm it can cause. The consumption of alcohol also plays a significant role in this episode. Multiple studies have shown that the amount and frequency of alcohol intake can lead to severe neurological harm, such as blackouts, memory impairment, and, in severe cases, brain damage.
Morty, put down that bottle of wine. We need to talk.
What's the big deal, Rick? I'm just having a little fun.
Fun is one thing, but we need to keep our brains healthy. Alcohol consumption can impact our cognitive function and can result in long-term negative effects.
In conclusion, this episode sheds light on the detrimental effects of substance use and sexual practices, which are often glamorized in popular media. Engaging in harmful behavior not only puts individuals at risk of damage but also contributes to perpetuating harmful social norms. It is crucial to understand the potential risks of such behaviors and to prioritize healthy practices, which in turn can promote a healthy lifestyle. The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a field of grass with white flowers and green leaves on its side while observing the blue sky in the background. Suddenly, Jerry arrives with a peculiar device in hand.
Hey guys, check out what I got. It's a high-tech rectal douche for a thorough cleanse.
Oh, great, just what we needed. Let's get this over with.
Wait, what are you guys doing?
Just administering an enema on Rick using this state-of-the-art device.
Oh, okay. Why does Rick need an enema?
It's for scientific purposes, Morty. Now, can we please get this over with?
Sure, but I have some questions. First, what is a rectal douche exactly?
It's a device used to flush out the colon for a thorough cleanse.
Oh, okay. Second question, how often do you need to use it?
Whenever I feel the need to, Morty. Now, can we please proceed?
Okay, but one more question. How does it feel, Rick?
Morty, do you really need to know that?
Yeah, kind of curious.
Fine. It feels like a waterfall of minty freshness blasting through my rectum. Happy now?
Ew, okay, I'm good now.
Suddenly, Summer bursts in and catches them in the act.
What the hell are you guys doing?
Just administering a rectal douche on Rick for a thorough cleanse.
Gross. Can I ask some questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, first question. Why do you need to use a rectal douche?
For scientific research, Summer. Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, why does it have to be you, Rick?
Because I'm the only one who can handle the powerful cleansing abilities of this device.
Okay, but wouldn't it be easier to just take a laxative?
No, this device provides a much more thorough cleanse.
Okay, but is it safe?
Of course it is, Summer. I wouldn't use it if it wasn't.
Okay, but what if something goes wrong?
Nothing will go wrong, Summer. Now, can we please finish this?
After a few more minutes, Rick's enema is finally complete.
Ah, there we go. I feel like a brand new man.
Can we please leave now? I've had enough science for one day.
Sure thing, Morty. But first, let's dispose of this rectal douche safely.
The episode ends with the group disposing of the device and heading back home, with Rick feeling rejuvenated and Morty wishing he could unsee what he just witnessed.
Title: Rectal Douche on the Lake.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in front of a computer-generated image of a house on a lake at sunset or sunrise. Rick explains that he has invented a device that can create any scenery one can imagine via computer simulation. Morty is amazed as usual, but Rick brushes it off and tells him that he just did it for fun. Meanwhile, Jerry is in the bathroom with Beth, trying to perform an enema on her with a rectal douche. Morty walks in and asks 10 very straightforward and embarrassing questions about what they are doing. Beth is embarrassed, but Jerry tries to explain that it is for her own good. Morty is not convinced and keeps asking questions.
Why are you sticking that thing up Mom's butt?
It's for her health, Morty.
Is it supposed to be that big?
Morty, go away.
At this point, Morty sees clearly the rectal douche inserted inside Beth and he is completely grossed out. He tells them he is going to leave, but turns around one last time to ask Jerry the final question.
Why did you choose this moment to start caring about Mom's health?
Before Jerry can answer, Summer barges in and asks 10 questions of her own. She is drawn to the commotion and naturally, she also has to get involved.
What are you doing to Mom?
Summer, go away.
Is that a rectal douche?
You kids need to knock before entering a room.
What's wrong with Mom's butt?
Summer, just leave already.
The situation is chaotic and Rick finally decides to intervene. He invents a solution for the issue and saves Beth from the horror of enema. Rick has invented a new device that can help cleanse a person's colon without the use of a rectal douche. Jerry is both amazed and upset that he didn't think of it first, but Rick brushes it off and tells him that it's nothing. The episode ends with the Smith family sitting by the lake, watching the sunset. They reflect on the events of the day and laugh at the absurdity of it all. Morty is still grossed out, but everyone else is glad that Rick was able to fix the problem. Fade in. Rick and Morty are in the garage tinkering on a new invention. They are surrounded by various sci-fi gadgets and the room is illuminated with a green and black glow. In the center of the room sits a square-shaped object.
Morty, pass me the plumbus. I need to recalibrate the interdimensional portal.
Rick, what's that black square thing in the middle of the room?
Morty, that's the singularity vortex generator. It harnesses the power of infinite universes. But don't touch it, unless you want to become one with the multiverse.
Suddenly, Jerry bursts in with an enema kit in hand.
Rick, I heard you were feeling constipated. I have just the thing for you.
What the foo, Jerry? Get out of here. Morty, use the neuralizer on this moron.
Morty pulls out a device that emits a bright light and zaps Jerry's brain.
Whoa, Rick, what was that all about? And why do you need an enema?
Morty, sometimes the body needs to be purged of toxic waste. And the only way to do that efficiently is through an enema.
I don't think that's true, Rick. And why are you inserting that into the rectal area?
Morty, this is a rectal douche. It's a scientific tool that cleanses the colon. And it just so happens to feel fantastic.
I'm not sure about that, Rick. Can we just stick to inventing gadgets?
Just then, Summer barges in and notices the strange activity going on.
What the hell is going on in here? And why does it smell like peppermint?
Summer, leave us alone. We're conducting important scientific research.
I'm not leaving until you answer my questions.
Rick, do we have to answer her?
Fine, Summer, shoot.
Summer proceeds to ask 10 questions about the enema process and its effects on the body. Rick answers each one with a scientific explanation, while Morty cringes in embarrassment.
Okay, one more question. Can I try it?
Absolutely not, Summer. This is a delicate procedure that requires a professional touch.
I'm just gonna go to my room now.
The trio disperses as Rick continues to experiment with the rectal douche, confident in the power of science.
Title: The Speculum Chronicles, Interstellar Edition.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty deep in discussion about their latest scientific breakthrough, a device capable of manipulating the time-space continuum using nothing but household objects and their own bodily fluids. Summer, eager to join in on the fun, bursts into the room and demands to be included in their latest experiment. Rick, unfazed by Summer's interruption, hands her a beaker and instructs her to collect a sample of her saliva. Morty, feeling left out, decides to take matters into his own hands and heads out for a drive in his spaceship. Along the way, he comes across Jerry, who is perched on the side of the road with a book in one hand and a baseball bat in the other. Curious as to what Jerry is up to, Morty presses him for answers. Jerry, hesitant at first, eventually admits that he's on a secret mission to insert a speculum into none other than Elon Musk himself. Morty, shocked and appalled, demands answers to his burning questions.
Why are you doing this, Jerry? What's the point of this whole exercise?
It's all in the name of science, Morty. Elon Musk is a brilliant mind, and we have reason to believe that by inserting a speculum into him, we can unlock the secrets of the universe.
Morty, clearly skeptical, continues to probe Jerry for answers.
What kind of speculum are we talking about here? How big is it?
It's about the size of a grapefruit, Morty. And believe me, it's going to change the game.
Realizing the gravity of the situation at hand, Morty races back to Rick's lab to get his input. Upon arrival, he discovers that Summer has already started conducting her own experiment, using Rick's interdimensional portal gun to travel to various alternate universes and collect data on their various forms of government. Exasperated, Morty confronts Summer about her reckless behavior.
Summer, what the hell are you doing? You could cause irreparable damage to the space-time continuum.
Relax, Morty. I've got everything under control. Besides, what's the big deal anyways? It's just some harmless data collection.
With tensions running high, Rick decides to intervene and bring some sense of order back to the group.
Listen up, you two. We're all here to further our understanding of the universe, but that doesn't mean we can go around doing whatever we want. We need to work together, stay focused, and most importantly, stop inserting speculums into people without their consent.
As the group comes to a collective agreement, Elon Musk suddenly appears, stumbling into the lab with a curious metal object protruding from his nether regions. Morty, quick on his feet, seizes the moment to ask his final question.
Elon Musk, sir, could you please describe to us your current state of being? Elon Musk. Sigh, well Morty, I've got a giant metal object lodged up my ass. So I'd say that my current state of being is pretty fucked.
Title: The NFT Conundrum.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty walking through a cartoonish world holding hands. Suddenly, they encounter a man and a woman pointing guns at each other. Morty tries to intervene and breaks up the conflict, but the man and the woman reveal that they are actually NFT collectors, battling over a rare digital asset.
NFTs? You mean those overhyped digital collectibles?
Yes, Rick. NFTs are the future of art and commerce. They are unique, non-fungible tokens that can be sold for millions of dollars.
That sounds like a scam to me. Why would anyone pay millions for a digital image?
Morty proceeds to give Rick 10 convincing reasons why NFTs are worth investing in. Rick responds skeptically at first but begins to slowly get convinced by Morty's arguments.
I can see the potential in this. If we invest in NFTs now, we could make a fortune.
Exactly, Rick. NFTs are the future of our economy. They're the ultimate collectible. Let's buy some before they're all gone.
Rick and Morty then invest all their savings in NFTs. They watch as the digital marketplace soars and their investments triple in value.
This is fantastic, Morty. We're millionaires.
But their joy is short-lived, as the market soon crashes, causing Rick and Morty to lose everything.
Morty, what have you done? You've bankrupted us with your NFT obsession.
I'm sorry, Rick. I just wanted us to be rich.
Blog. The episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting in a dumpster, broke and hopeless. Suddenly, a man walks by and asks if they have any NFTs for sale.
Don't even get me started on NFTs.
Their character lines.
I don't understand what any of this means. Can't we just stick to traditional investments like real estate?
I think you need to be careful, Morty. Don't make any rash decisions without doing your research.
I can't believe you fell for an internet fad, Morty. You're so gullible.
Mr. Poopy Butthole. Ooh wee, I sure am glad I invested in physical assets like gold and silver, not digital ones like NFTs.
Episode 1, Uncovering the Mystery of the Skull Room. The episode begins with the introduction of an intriguing room containing a clock, a skull on the floor, a table with a skull on it, and a man sitting at the table with a skull on the floor. The setting immediately sparks curiosity, and so a group of scientists decide to investigate the room to uncover its secrets. Upon entering the room, the scientists analyze each component of the environment using a variety of scientific methods including DNA sequencing, radiocarbon dating, isotope analysis, and electron microscopy. They discover that the skulls are from different time periods and belong to different species, with the one on the floor belonging to a hominid from the Pleistocene era. As they continue to investigate, the man sitting at the table suddenly mutters incomprehensible words such as Glumbo Glippo Horp Holp Glop Mort Lord. This perplexing phenomenon leads the scientists to conduct a thorough examination of the man's brainwaves, ultimately discovering a unique pattern of brain activity. Further analysis of the clock reveals that it is actually a complex time traveler device, capable of transporting objects and individuals to various moments in time. The team theorizes that the man may have inadvertently traveled through time and landed in the skull room. After much experimentation, the scientists successfully activate the time traveler device and transport the man to his original era. They also discover that the skull on the floor was originally from the same era as the man, providing evidence of possible time travel implications. As the episode comes to a close, the team is left with many unanswered questions and the realization that they have stumbled upon something truly remarkable. The mystery of the skull room remains unsolved, but the scientific community is now aware of its existence and eager to continue researching its secrets.
Dr. Smith, the unique combination of artifacts and the man's incomprehensible mumblings lead us to believe that we have uncovered a time travel anomaly.
Dr. Rodriguez, the isotope analysis and radiocarbon dating indicate that the skulls are from different time periods, with some belonging to extinct species.
Dr. Lee, the time traveler device in the clock demonstrates remarkably advanced technology, potentially beyond our current understanding of physics.
Professor Johnson, this discovery has the potential to revolutionize our understanding of time and space. We must continue our exploration of the skull room and its implications.
Title: The observation of the behavioral pattern of a female subject wearing a red hat and a blue dress while holding a card.
Introduction. The current study aimed to observe the behavioral pattern of a female subject donning a red hat and a blue dress while holding a card. The study was conducted in a controlled environment and followed strict ethical standards. Methods. The subject was informed about the nature and purpose of the study and provided written consent. The subject was then instructed to hold a card in her right hand and walk in a designated area while being observed. The observation period lasted for 30 minutes. The subject's behavior was recorded and analyzed using video recordings.
Results. The female subject exhibited a confident gait while holding the card in her right hand. She maintained a constant speed throughout the observation period. The subject's hair, which was long, flowed gracefully as she walked. She seemed to be aware of her surroundings, darting quick glances at objects in her proximity. Despite the presence of distractions, the subject did not deviate from her path.
Discussion. The subject's behavior can be explained through the theory of cognitive dissonance. The subject seemed to be holding the card as a prop to alleviate her cognitive dissonance while walking in an unfamiliar environment. Her confident gait and awareness of the surroundings suggest that the subject was seeking a sense of control in the environment. The blue dress worn by the subject is an indication of a preference for stability and calmness. The red hat worn by the subject can be explained through color psychology, as the color red is associated with confidence and assertiveness.
Conclusion. The study provides insight into the behavioral patterns of individuals in unfamiliar situations. The use of props can alleviate cognitive dissonance and provide a sense of control. The study also highlights the importance of color psychology and its impact on behavior. Further research can be conducted on the use of props in stressful situations and the impact of color on behavior.
Title: Analysis of the Behavioral Patterns of Blue-Haired Cartoon Characters, a Case Study.
Introduction.
This episode presents an intricate analysis of the behavioral patterns of two blue-haired cartoon characters, a man and a woman. The characters exhibit peculiarities which are yet to be fully understood by the scientific community. This case study aims to explore the psychological, social, and biological factors that contribute to their actions.
Scene 1.
Man, hey, Morty, look at that speech bubble over there. I wonder what's inside it.
Woman with blue hair. Don't even think about it, Jerry. That's clearly dangerous.
Gun pointing at the speech bubble.
Discussion.
The behavior of the blue-haired characters displays elements of impulsivity, curiosity, and a tendency towards risk-taking behavior. The man's desire to investigate the speech bubble, despite the obvious risks, is indicative of his low inhibitory control. On the other hand, the woman's cautious approach, coupled with the threat of violence, suggests a high level of aggression.
Scene 2.
Rick. Hey, have you met my new girlfriend? She's a blue-haired goth girl and she's really into pegging.
Others. TMI, Rick.
Discussion.
Rick's sexual preferences, although not directly related to the main plotline, provide valuable insight into his personality traits. His openness and willingness to express his sexual desires suggest high levels of extroversion and confidence. Conclusion. The study highlights the complex nature of blue-haired cartoon characters. The different behavioral patterns exhibited suggest a wide range of psychological and biological factors at play. Further research is required to fully comprehend the intricacies of these peculiar characters. Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are in the garage working on a new invention. Suddenly, Jerry gets a notification on his phone. Oh my God, Taylor Swift just followed me on Twitter.
Big whoop, Jerry, what are you gonna do with that?
I don't know, maybe DM her or something. What do you think, Morty?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think you should bother her, Jerry.
Actually, Morty might be onto something. We could use this as an opportunity to test out my new invention.
What is it, Rick?
It's a rectal douche.
What?
Oh, gross.
Trust me, it's all in the name of science. And who better to test it on than Taylor Swift?
Scene. Stadium.
A man sits on a red stool in the middle of a stadium, wearing a red shirt and staring at his watch.
Man, come on, Taylor, where are you?
Suddenly, Taylor Swift appears on stage.
Taylor, sorry I'm late. I had to take care of something.
Man, no problem. Are you ready for the concert?
Taylor, of course. But before we start, can I use the restroom?
Man, sure, go ahead.
Taylor enters the restroom.
Scene. Restroom.
Jerry is hiding in one of the stalls, holding the rectal douche.
Alright, Jerry. You can do this.
Taylor enters the stall next to Jerry's.
Whispering, "Hey, Taylor. It's me, Jerry."
Taylor. Confused. Jerry? What are you doing here?
I know this is gonna sound weird, but I invented this rectal douche and I need you to test it out for me.
Taylor. Disgusted. No way, Jerry. That's gross.
Pleading, please, Taylor. It's for science.
Taylor. Size. Fine. But you better make it quick.
Jerry inserts the rectal douche into Taylor Swift.
Scene. Stadium.
Morty catches Jerry in the act.
Oh my god, Jerry. What are you doing?
Morty. It's not what it looks like.
It looks like you're sticking a rectal douche up Taylor Swift's butt.
Well, technically.
Interrupting, I have 10 questions about what you're doing.
Size, fine. Ask away.
Morty asks 10 questions about the rectal douche.
Scene. Restroom.
Summer barges into the restroom.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Taylor. Embarrassed. Nothing.
Summer, this is all for science.
I have 10 questions too.
Summer asks 10 questions about the rectal douche.
Scene. Stadium.
Taylor begins to feel the effects of the rectal douche.
Taylor. Oh my god. What did you put in there, Jerry?
Just a little bit of bleach.
Taylor. Panicking. Bleach? Are you insane?
Scene. Restroom.
Don't worry, Taylor. It's all part of the experiment.
Taylor. Experiment? I'm in serious pain, Jerry.
Scene. Stadium.
Man, is everything all right in there?
Taylor. Groaning. No, I need help.
Scene. Restroom.
Alright, I'll get rid of the bleach. Just hold on.
Scene. Stadium.
Taylor bursts out of the restroom and runs onto the stage, in obvious pain.
Taylor. Ow, ow, ow.
Man, what's wrong, Taylor?
Taylor. I don't know. My butt hurts.
Scene. Garage.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry are back in the garage.
Well, that was a big mess.
I'm sorry, Rick. I shouldn't have gone through with it.
Yeah, Jerry. That was pretty messed up.
But on the bright side, we got some valuable data on the effects of bleach on human rectums.
Is that really a bright side, Rick?
Hey, you gotta look at the positive side of things, Jerry.
Ending scene. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are sitting on the couch watching TV.
So, what did we learn from all this?
That sometimes science can be messy and painful.
And that it's never a good idea to stick things up your butt.
The end.
Title: The Rectal Douche Incident.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the lab working on their latest invention, the quantum douching machine.
According to Rick, it's a device that can perform an enema on any living organism, including humans, with unparalleled accuracy.
Meanwhile, Jerry is at home, feeling bored, and decides to try out the device on himself. However, as he inserts the douche, he accidentally calls Emma Watson, who is currently filming a movie in the UK. Emma picks up the phone, and before Jerry can say anything, the douche inside him activates. In a state of panic, he puts the phone on the table and runs to the bathroom while the machine continues to do its job. Back in the lab, Morty notices Jerry's strange behavior and follows him home, where he witnesses the aftermath of the incident. Morty sees Emma Watson's face on the phone screen and suspects that something bad has happened.
What's going on here, Jerry? Why is Emma Watson on your phone?
It's a long story, Morty. Let me just clean up and I'll explain everything.
No, I want answers right now. What's that thing inside you?
It's a rectal douche, Morty. I was trying out Rick's latest invention, and things got out of hand.
How do you even manage to get yourself in such a situation, Jerry? And why is Emma Watson involved?
I don't know, Morty. I must have dialed her number by mistake. This is embarrassing. Can we please drop this now?
No way, Jerry. I need to know more. How did you manage to insert the douche?
It's simple, Morty. You just put it in your butt and squeeze the trigger. It's a great way to clean your... never mind.
That's disgusting, Jerry. And what about Emma Watson? Did she see or hear anything?
I don't think so, Morty. I hope not. I'll call her and apologize later. But can we please talk about something else now? Just then, Summer barges in, and she notices the strange atmosphere.
What's going on here, guys? Why do you all look so awkward?
It's a long story, Summer. Jerry accidentally used Rick's new invention, and things got weird.
What do you mean? What invention?
It's a machine that cleans your butt, Summer. And Jerry used it on himself accidentally while Emma Watson was on the phone.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Can I see the machine?
No, Summer. Just forget about it. It's not supposed to be funny.
But it is. I mean, have you seen the size of that thing? How did it even fit inside you, Jerry?
I don't know, Summer. Can we please talk about something else?
Sure, but I'll need at least 10 questions answered later, Jerry. This is too good to ignore.
Title: The Multiverse Paradox Adventure of Rick Sanchez and Morty Smith.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are seen sitting inside the spaceship, with Summer standing beside them. Rick is tinkering with a strange device while Morty is studying a textbook. Summer is reading a magazine.
Summer, pass me that flux capacitor.
I don't think we have one, Rick.
What do you mean we don't have one? How do you expect me to fix this multi-dimensional portal with no flux capacitor?
Rick, I believe the flux capacitor is only used in time travel.
Shut up, Morty. We're on a scientific mission here, not a history lesson.
Suddenly, the spacecraft shakes violently and alarms start blaring.
What's happening, Rick?
We're crossing into a parallel universe, Summer. Hold on tight.
By the 12, what manner of primitive vessel is this?
Morty, shut your trap. It's just a regular spaceship, albeit with some advanced modifications.
Rick, what's our mission here?
To get our hands on an icon, a powerful force of energy that can shape and alter the fabric of the multiverse.
But Rick, the icons are a blight upon this star.
Shut up, Morty. You're not Gaius Van Baelsar. Just stick to the task at hand, okay?
The trio soon arrive at a planet where they believe they can find an icon. They find themselves in the middle of a wacky adventure, encountering bizarre creatures and meeting unfriendly aliens. They finally find the icon and use it to save the day. Throughout the episode, there are many jokes and puns about the scientific concepts of the multiverse, quantum physics, and space-time continuum. The episode ends with the trio flying back to their own universe, having completed their mission.
Well, that was quite the adventure, huh?
I must say, Rick, this mission was quite stimulating. Although I'm not sure how it fits into my doctoral thesis.
Guys, can we stop talking about science? I just want to go home and watch some TV.
As they fly off into the distance, Rick turns to Morty and says,
You know, Morty, sometimes the best scientific discoveries come from just having fun and going on wild adventures.
I thought scientific discoveries came from rigorous experimentation and testing.
Oh, shut up, Morty. Just enjoy the ride.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their laboratory discussing the latest scientific breakthroughs. Beth and Summer enter the room, carrying a television set with a microphone.
What the hell is this?
It's my new show, The Talk of the Town. Morty and I are the hosts.
Yeah, and today we have a very special guest, the one and only Oprah Winfrey.
The screen flickers to life, showing Oprah sitting across from a man.
So, Oprah, tell us, what brings you here today?
Oprah, well, Jerry, I wanted to talk about my new book, The Power of Gratitude.
Suddenly, Jerry reaches under the table and pulls out a speculum.
Oh, Jesus.
What the hell? Dad, what are you doing?
Just checking for any irregularities. You can never be too careful.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Summer bursts into the room, holding a notebook.
Hey guys, I'm doing a report on human anatomy. Do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Sure, why not? It's not like we have anything better to do.
Summer turns to face the screen.
Ms. Winfrey, can you describe the object that is currently inserted in your vagina?
Oprah, I'll clears throat. Yes, it appears to be a speculum.
And do you consent to this procedure?
Oprah, no, I do not. What the hell is going on here?
Dad, why did you do this? You're really creeping me out right now.
I'm just trying to help. You know, preventative measures and all that.
Okay, next question. What is the purpose of a speculum, and how is it used?
Oprah, it's a medical instrument used to examine the cervix and vaginal walls. You insert it and then slowly open it up to allow for a better view.
Ah, yes, fascinating stuff. But can we please move on to something else? Like, I don't know, literally anything else?
The screen suddenly goes black.
Oh no, we lost the feed. I guess that's the end of the episode.
Thank God. I need a drink after that.
Yeah, me too. Who knew Jerry was such a perv?
Hey, we all have our quirks. But let's just be happy it's over and done with.
Title: Exploring the Physics of Cartoons. Morty hit the second tower. Morty.
Abstract. In this episode, we explore the physics of cartoon characters while observing a character with a star on his head and cape standing on a hill. Morty hit the second tower. Morty was observed during the experiment. We apply the laws of physics to determine the forces and motion involved in cartoon physics.
Intro. The episode starts with a cartoon character standing on top of a hill with a star on his head and a cape on his head. Morty hit the second tower. Morty was then seen aiming towards the character. The laws of physics will be applied in this episode to understand the forces and motion that govern cartoon physics.
Method. To understand the physics involved in Morty hitting the second tower. Morty, we analyzed the motion and forces involved. We employed the laws of motion and conservation of energy to determine the outcome of the experiment.
Results. The analysis showed that Morty's motion involves projectile motion, which is governed by the laws of motion. The force applied to Morty was derived from his arm's motion and was calculated using the conservation of energy. The impact of Morty's hit on the second tower. Morty helped us understand the concept of impulse and momentum conservation.
Discussion. The laws of physics are immutable, and they govern everything, including cartoon physics. The analysis of Morty hitting the second tower. Morty showed us the basics of projectile motion, energy conservation, impulse and momentum conservation, which are fundamental concepts in the laws of physics.
Conclusion. The cartoon physics can be characterized and analyzed using the laws of physics. Our analysis of Morty hitting the second tower. Morty helped us understand the fundamental concepts of projectile motion, energy conservation, impulse and momentum conservation.
Epilogue. In this episode, we explored the physics of cartoons and analyzed Morty hitting the second tower. Morty. We learned that the laws of physics govern everything, including cartoon physics. Furthermore, the episode has helped us understand the fundamental concepts of impulse and momentum conservation, energy conservation, and projectile motion, and how they apply to cartoon physics.
The episode titled Reproductive Anatomy, a Scientific Study, begins with Rick sitting at his laboratory table, analyzing various data on his laptop while sipping on his cup of coffee. Morty walks in and curiously observes Rick's work.
What are you doing, Rick?
Analyzing the reproductive anatomy of various species, Morty. It's all in the name of science.
As Morty is about to ask another question, he spots Jerry from Family Guy inserting a speculum into Lois Griffin. Morty is horrified and starts bombarding Jerry with questions.
What the hell are you doing, Jerry? Why are you putting that in her? Is she in pain? How deep are you inserting it? Does it hurt? Are you getting any reaction from her? What's the purpose of this?
Jerry, taken aback by Morty's sudden outburst, stammers out a response. It's for a medical examination. It's to check the reproductive health of Lois. Morty is not convinced and demands a closer look. He walks up to Lois and sees the speculum clearly inserted inside her.
Oh my God, I can see everything. This is disgusting.
Just then, Summer barges in and observes the scene with equal curiosity.
What the hell is going on here? Why is Lois in that position? What is that thing you have there, Jerry? Does it hurt her? How do you know when to remove it? Are there any side effects?
Jerry and Morty exchange a knowing look of shared exasperation at Summer's questions.
It's a medical examination, Summer. And I know when to remove it because I'm a trained doctor.
Summer, still skeptical, decides to investigate further and approaches Lois for a closer look.
Let me see. Does it go in easily? How far does it go? What's it made of? Does it ever get stuck? Is it safe?
At this point, Rick chimes in, having lost interest in his own work and now fully invested in the examination.
You know, this is actually quite fascinating. The reproductive anatomy of different species is always intriguing to me. I wonder how the speculum affects the internal structures. I must observe and analyze.
The episode ends with a wild montage of Rick, Morty, Jerry, Summer, and Lois all diving deep into the scientific study of reproductive anatomy, with Rick even creating a new invention to aid in the process. The results are inconclusive, but everyone leaves with a newfound appreciation for the complexities of the human body.
Title: The Hilarious Speculum Situation.
Opening shot shows Rick and Morty sitting in the living room, with Rick holding a scientific gadget and Morty looking bewildered.
Morty, I've invented a new device that can analyze the molecular structure of any object within a radius of 5 meters. It's revolutionary.
Oh, okay, Rick. So, what are we going to do with it?
Well, Morty, we're going to use it to spy on our neighbors. Let's test it out.
Cut to a shot of Marge Simpson sitting at a table with a plate of food in front of her and Jerry standing behind her.
Okay, Marge, I'm going to insert the speculum now.
You may feel a slight discomfort.
What the hell is going on here?
Ish, Morty, we're observing a scientific experiment. Now, let's listen in.
Morty catches them and asks 10 questions about what they are doing.
What are you guys doing? Why is Jerry putting a metal object inside Marge Simpson? Is it some kind of alien experiment? Are you guys trying to break into her house? Is it a new kind of weapon?
Morty. It's not what it looks like. This is part of a medical examination. Marge is having some issues with her cervix and…
Morty sees clearly the speculum inserted inside Marge Simpson.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. Why are you doing this in the kitchen? Shouldn't you guys be in a hospital or something?
Morty, we have to do this at home. It's a delicate procedure and we need a clean and comfortable environment.
Summer barges in and asks 10 questions as well.
What's going on here? Why are you guys looking at Marge like that? Is this some kind of weird fetish? Dad, are you cheating on Mom? Morty, have you lost your mind? Why is that metal thing inside Marge? Is it some kind of alien technology? Can I try it out?
Marge, everyone, calm down. This is a simple medical procedure. Jerry is a licensed practitioner and he's just trying to help me. Please, don't make a big deal out of it.
Well, this has certainly been a fascinating experiment. Let's pack up the gadget, Morty. We have another neighbor to spy on.
Rick, can't we just leave these people alone? Let's respect their privacy and focus on more important things.
Morty, you really need to lighten up. Sometimes, we just have to follow our scientific curiosity, no matter where it leads us.
The episode ends with a shot of Rick and Morty leaving the room, as Marge and Jerry continue with their medical examination, and Summer looks on with a mix of confusion and curiosity.
Title: The Blueception Experiment.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty working in their laboratory, tinkering with the latest invention, the Blueception machine that creates a multi-dimensional blue reality. Beth and Summer are in the living room trying to sell their collection of AiTelevision figurines online, but they are not getting any buyers. Rick decides to use the Blueception machine to create a blue background in their online listing, hoping to attract more customers.
Morty, hand me the blue power crystal. We're going to create a blue background that will blow those AiTelevision figurines right out of the park.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? What if we get sucked into the blue dimension?
Relax, Morty. I've done this a million times before. We just have to make sure we don't cross the streams.
What are you guys doing in there? You better not mess up my AiTelevision sales.
Yeah, we're not getting any buyers and I need the money for college.
Rick activates the Blueception machine and suddenly the entire house is engulfed in a blue reality. The items on the blue background start to come to life, dancing and singing to the tune of a catchy song.
Holy blue balls, this is amazing. We've created a whole new blue universe.
I don't know, Rick. This seems kind of dangerous.
Beth and Summer enter the laboratory and are immediately transported into the blue reality.
What the hell, Rick? We were trying to sell these figurines and now we're stuck in some kind of blue abyss.
This is so cool. I've always wanted to be in a Smurfs movie.
Alright, everyone calm down. We just need to find the blue exit point to get out of here.
As they explore the blue universe, the characters encounter various obstacles, including a giant blue monster made of funny stickers and a swarm of blue bees.
This is insane, Rick. How are we going to get out of here?
It's simple, Morty. We just need to use this special blue key.
Where did you get that key, Rick?
I stole it from the Interdimensional Blue Council. Don't ask me how.
As they make their way to the blue exit point, they are confronted by the Blue Council and a blue version of Rick.
Blue, you shouldn't have stolen that key, Rick. The blue universe has a delicate balance that shouldn't be disturbed. Screw you, Blue me. I'll do whatever I want.
In the end, the characters manage to escape the blue universe and return to their normal reality, but not before taking a bunch of funny blue stickers and AiTelevision figurines with them.
Well, at least our online listing looks better now. Thanks for nothing, Rick.
Can we do this again sometime? That was awesome.
I could use a break from the whole blue thing, Rick. Let's stick to green or red next time.
Title: The Technetium Catastrophe.
Opening shot. A dark, ominous sky hangs over a video game landscape filled with lightning and monsters. Rick, Morty and Jerry are playing a multiplayer game called Flesh-Eating Zombie Hordes, battling their way through waves of undead enemies.
Morty, Jerry, get your heads in the game. We're almost at CERN.
What's CERN?
It's the European Organization for Nuclear Research, Morty. They've got some of the most advanced technology in the world, and I need their help in finding some technetium.
What's technetium?
It's a rare element, Jerry, and it's a key component in the weapon we need to defeat these flesh-eating zombie hordes once and for all.
As they arrive at CERN, they meet with a group of scientists who are fascinated by Rick's knowledge of the gaming world.
Scientist 1, you mean to tell me you've simulated these flesh-eating zombie hordes in a video game?
Actually, we're living it right now.
Wait, what?
As they discuss the properties of technetium and the physics behind their weapon, they decide to take a break and play some 5-card draw.
I fold.
Ah, I win again. Looks like you could use more lessons in probability theory, Jerry.
Oh, Rick, we're kinda supposed to be saving the world here.
Don't worry, Morty, we'll get to it. Just gotta take a quick break. You know how it is.
As they return to their work, they realize they need to postpone their plans due to a technical error.
Scientist 2, I'm sorry, but it's going to take at least a week to fix the reactor.
Week? We don't have that kind of time.
What are we gonna do?
I've got an idea.
As they re-enter the game world, Rick uses his knowledge of the game's code to find a shortcut to the technetium they need.
Ah, got it. Let's get back to the lab and get to work.
Back in the lab, the group creates their weapon and prepares for battle.
Alright, boys, this is it. We've got the weapon we need to take down these flesh-eating zombie hordes once and for all.
What about the technetium? Won't we run out?
Don't worry, Morty, we've got plenty. And hey, if we need more, we can always just jump back into the game.
As they enter the game world one last time, they face off against the hordes with their new weapon, ultimately emerging victorious.
We did it. We saved the world.
Yeah, no big deal. Just another day in the life of a scientific genius.
Closing shot. The group high-fives each other as the camera pans out to show them standing amidst the chaos of the game world, with flashes of lightning and monster roars in the background.
Title: The Perineum Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick in a hospital bed with a cast on his head and a bandage on his perineum. Morty, Summer, and Beth are by his side, while Jerry is nervously pacing in the corner.
I told you guys not to touch my perineum. You can't handle the power of a genius's nether regions.
Doctor, Mr. Sanchez, your perineum has suffered some complications. However, there are 3 positives to note. It's the most intelligent perineum we've seen, it's surprisingly resilient, and it emits a unique energy signature.
My perineum is intelligent? I always suspected it had a higher IQ than Jerry.
Hey!
Enough bickering. How can we fix this, Doctor?
Doctor, we need to stimulate the perineum's energy signature and reroute it back into Rick's body. But we need a powerful source to do so.
What do you mean by powerful source?
Doctor, I'm talking about the supermassive black hole that just appeared outside the window.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's harness that black hole's energy and fix my perineum.
Wait, what does that even mean?
Just go with it, Dad.
The family rushes to the roof of the hospital, where Rick has set up a makeshift energy harnessing device. He connects it to his perineum and the black hole's energy quickly flows through it.
It's working. My perineum is back to normal.
Suddenly, the energy explodes and the family is transported to a parallel universe where everyone has Rick's perineum on their forehead.
Oh man, this is wild.
I don't know if I can handle this.
I don't think I want to know what this means for my perineum.
Can we at least go back to our own universe now?
As the family makes their way back to their own universe, Rick muses about the strange power of his perineum and the infinite possibilities it holds.
You know, maybe the true meaning of life is hidden in our perineums. We just need to be brave enough to explore them.
The episode ends with Jerry muttering to himself about the weirdness of the whole experience, while Morty and Summer try to come up with perineum-related puns.
Title: Speculum Spectacular, a Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the lab, working on a top-secret project. As they work, Morty begins to mutter the word speculum under his breath over and over again.
Morty, what the hell are you saying? You've been muttering that word for hours.
I don't know, Rick. I can't stop. I just keep thinking about, do you know, speculums?
Speculums? Morty, that's a gynecological tool. What the hell is wrong with you?
I don't know, Rick. It's like a weird compulsion or something.
Beth walks into the lab, looking concerned.
What's going on in here? Is everything okay?
Morty's got some kind of obsession with speculums. We need to figure out what's going on before he goes too far down the rabbit hole.
Rabbit hole? What do you mean?
I mean, he's already talking about going to church to look for speculums in the stained glass windows.
Cut to the church, where Rick, Morty, and Beth are sitting in the pews, staring up at the colorful stained glass windows.
I don't see any speculums, Rick. Maybe they're in the chandelier?
Morty, stop it. This is ridiculous.
Guys, maybe we should just go home and figure this out there.
But just then, the chandelier crashes to the ground, shattering into a million pieces. As they sift through the debris, they find a strange device hidden inside.
Well, I'll be damned. It's a speculum detector.
A speculum detector? What the hell is that?
It's a device that can detect the presence of speculums within a certain radius. This thing must have been installed by some kind of rogue gynecologist.
Okay, that's enough. Morty, we're taking you to see someone who can help you with this. This is getting out of hand.
Cut to a scene in a doctor's office, where Morty is sitting on the examination table while the doctor consults a thick medical textbook.
Doctor, well, according to my research, this kind of compulsion is most often caused by a chemical imbalance in the brain. We can try a course of medication to help regulate it.
Medication? No way, man. I can handle this.
Morty, you can't keep going on like this. It's not healthy.
But I can't just stop thinking about speculums, Rick. They're everywhere I look.
Just then, the door bursts open and a group of aliens rush in, brandishing speculums of all shapes and sizes.
Alien, surrender, Earthlings. We have come to claim your speculum technology as our own.
Oh, for the love of God. Morty, grab that box of rubber gloves over there. It's time to teach these alien bastards a lesson.
What follows is a chaotic and hilarious battle, with Rick and Morty wielding various medical instruments as weapons and the aliens screaming in terror. In the end, they triumph, and the aliens retreat back to their home planet.
Well, that was something. Morty, are you feeling better now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm not saying speculum every 5 seconds anymore.
Good. Now let's go home and have a drink. I need to wash the taste of alien blood out of my mouth.
Title of the episode, The Quantum Handshake Paradox.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are lounging on the couch in their living room, watching intergalactic TV. Jerry and Beth are sitting opposite to them, looking at a painting on the wall.
Morty, I've discovered a brand new parallel universe where turtles can talk and drive cars. Wanna check it out?
Oh geez, Rick, I don't know. Last time we went to a turtle world, I almost got squished.
Hey, have you guys seen this painting before? It's a replica of the quantum handshake paradox.
It's a famous piece of art that represents the infinity paradox through a simple handshake.
Infinity paradox, huh? Sounds like my kind of party. Let's go.
The scene changes to Morty walking alone, lost in a strange dimension. Suddenly, a majestic figure appears behind him.
Gaius Van Baelza, hail, interdimensional friend. I'm Gaius Van Baelza, conqueror of worlds and destroyer of gargantuans. I see that you are searching for the meaning of the handshake paradox. Come with me, and I shall enlighten you.
The scene shifts to Gaius and Morty sitting in a laboratory, surrounded by intricate scientific equipment.
Gaius, the handshake paradox is a fundamental principle of quantum mechanics. It states that when two particles interact, they become entangled, and their states cannot be described independently of each other. This leads to the formation of quantum superpositions, where a particle can be in two states simultaneously.
Whoa, that's some heavy stuff. But what does it have to do with handshakes?
Gaius. That's the beauty of it. When two people shake hands, they also become entangled in a quantum superposition. Their physical and emotional states become intertwined, leading to a connection that transcends space and time.
So that's why handshakes are important?
Gaius. Exactly. Handshakes are a symbol of trust, respect, and goodwill. They represent the unity of the universe and the power of human connection. As I always say, strength is my gift. Endurance is my virtue. Victory is my legacy.
That's pretty inspiring, Gaius. But how do we get out of here?
Gaius. Fear not, my young friend. With the power of science and the wisdom of the ancients, we shall unravel the secrets of the quantum handshake paradox and return to your reality unscathed.
The scene changes to Rick and the family watching Morty and Gaius disappear into a wormhole.
Do you think they'll be okay?
Who knows, Jerry? But one thing's for sure. We're gonna need more interdimensional cable to pass the time.
The episode ends with a montage of bizarre TV shows from different dimensions, including a cooking show hosted by a giant octopus, a beauty pageant for alien creatures, and a sports game played with spaceships.
I don't understand any of this, but it's kind of fun.
That's the spirit, Beth. Enjoy the randomness. Embrace the absurdity. We're all just atoms in the multiverse, trying to make sense of it all.
Fade to black.
Title: The Dental Delirium of Dimension X.
In this episode, Rick and Morty travel to Dimension X, a universe where all the inhabitants have fake teeth. They land in a kitchen where they find two fake-toothed men eating spaghetti. They start swapping jokes and puns but can't help but chuckle at their own ability to enunciate clearly.
This universe really puts the dent in dental, Morty. Ha ha ha.
Rick, that's not really a joke.
Quiet, Morty. I'm on a roll. Hey, what do you call a dentist in Dimension X?
I don't know, Rick. What?
Molar architect. Ha.
Suddenly, Beth walks in and dry humps Jerry, causing him to bite down on his own fake tooth and shatter it, as well as his frenulum, causing him immense pain and bleeding.
Oh my god, Jerry. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you.
My mouth.
It hurts so much. And I'm bleeding. Summer walks in and offers to help stitch Jerry's wound. Beth hands over the needle to Summer and explains the complex medical procedure.
Now, Summer, this is a very delicate surgery. You need to be very gentle with Jerry's frenulum. You'll need to use a curved needle and make a few stitches to close the wound.
I'm on it, Mom. I've been practicing sewing in my fashion class.
Guys, can we maybe focus on getting out of this universe before we get stuck here forever?
Good point, Morty. Let's get out of here before we're all forced to wear dentures.
As they leave, the two fake-toothed men wave goodbye and offer one last joke.
Fake-toothed man number 1. Hey, what do you call a fake tooth in Dimension X?
Fake-toothed man number 2. I don't know. What?
Fake-toothed man number 1. An Implactian. Ha ha ha.
Rick and Morty roll their eyes and take off into the multiverse for their next wild adventure.
Title: The Ballad of Speculum and Douche.
In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a bunch of balls that have mysteriously fallen from another dimension. Rick, being the mad scientist he is, decides to experiment with the balls, using them as his latest invention.
Morty, I've discovered that these balls are made of a special kind of interdimensional material that can be used to enhance communication devices. I'm going to attach a cell phone with earphones to them and create the ultimate hands-free device.
Oh, okay, Rick. What does that have to do with anything?
Everything, Morty. Now, let's test this out and see if this invention works.
As Rick tests out his invention, Morty gets bored and decides to ask Beth some questions about female anatomy.
Hey, Mom, can you explain what a speculum is?
Sure, Morty. A speculum is a medical device that is used to examine the vagina during a pelvic exam.
Oh, okay. And what about a douche?
A douche is a liquid solution that is used to clean out the vagina. It's not recommended to use frequently as it can disrupt the natural balance of bacteria in the vagina.
Interesting. And what's an enema?
An enema is a solution of water and other liquids that is used to flush out the rectum and colon. It's used for constipation or before certain medical procedures.
And what about perineum?
That's the area of skin and muscle between the vagina and anus in females, and between the scrotum and anus in males.
Got it. And what's a penile frenulum?
That's the sensitive piece of tissue that connects the head of the penis to the shaft. It can be torn during intercourse or other activities.
Whoa, I didn't know that. And what are labia majora?
Those are the outer lips of the vagina. They protect the inner lips and clitoris.
As Morty continues to bombard Beth with more and more questions about female anatomy, Rick's invention goes out of control and starts causing chaos in the house.
Oh, no. The balls are overloading and causing a rift in the space-time continuum.
Rick, what are we gonna do?
We have to shut down the device before it's too late. Hand me the remote with the button on it, Morty.
Oh, which one?
The one with the big red button, Morty. Hurry.
Morty frantically searches for the remote and finally hands it to Rick, who hits the button just in time. The balls and cell phone device explode in a spectacular display of colors and lights, leaving Rick and Morty in a daze.
Well, that was a close one, Morty. Maybe we should stick to regular technology from now on.
Yeah, and maybe I'll stick to asking questions about things I actually understand.
Good idea, Morty. Now, can someone please clean up this mess? Title: The Labia Scientific Adventure of Rick and Morty.
Opening shot. Cartoon scene of a pathway leading to a park with a mountain in the background and a blue sky.
Morty, we're going on a scientific adventure. Today, we're going to study the labia majora and labia minora on Beth.
What? That sounds kinky, Rick. I don't think I'm comfortable with that.
Nonsense, Morty. It's all in the name of science. Now, let's get to work.
Hey guys, what are you doing?
We're studying the labia majora and labia minora on Beth, Jerry. It's all in the name of science.
I don't think I'm comfortable with that, Rick.
Dad, just let Rick do his thing.
Okay, but I'm watching you, Rick.
Morty catches them and asks 10 questions about what they are doing.
What exactly are labia majora and labia minora?
They are the outer and inner folds of the vulva, Morty. And they are an essential part of female anatomy that we need to study.
Why do we need to study them?
Because, Morty, they are crucial in understanding female sexual health and reproductive biology.
Okay, but why can't we just read a book about it?
Because, Morty, where's the fun in that?
Morty sees clearly the labia of Beth, makes sure the 10 questions are asked.
Whoa, I see them now. They're kind of weird looking, Rick.
Yes, Morty, that's because they are unique to each individual, and they play a vital role in female sexual arousal and pleasure.
But how do you study them?
With this high-tech microscope and lab equipment, Morty, it's all in the name of science.
Summer barges in and asks 10 questions as well.
What are you guys doing?
We're studying the labia majora and labia minora on Beth, Summer. It's all in the name of science.
Ew, that's gross, Rick. Why would you want to look at that?
Yeah, Rick. That's kind of weird.
Nonsense. It's all in the name of science. And it's important to understand female sexual health and reproductive biology.
But why do you need to see it up close?
Because, Summer, with this high-tech microscope and lab equipment, we can gain a better understanding of the female anatomy.
I still think this is weird, Rick.
It's not weird, Jerry. It's science, and science doesn't wait for your approval.
Closing shot. The camera zooms out, revealing Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer crowded around a microscope, studying the labia majora and labia minora on Beth.
The scene opens with Rick and Morty hovering above a forest of trees and rocks on their trusty ship. Rick, sporting his lab coat, and Morty with his signature nervous expression, are carefully scanning the area for any signs of alien activity.
Morty, I'm picking up some strange readings here. Keep your eyes peeled for any unusual activity.
Oh, okay, Rick. I'm trying, but I don't see anything yet.
Just then, a skateboarder comes flying over the trees and rocks below, performing incredible tricks and stunts in midair.
Oh, did you see that? That guy is shredding it.
Rick, shouldn't we be focusing on our mission?
Morty, sometimes you gotta take a break from science and appreciate the art of skateboarding.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry is inspecting Beth's labia majora and labia minora in the privacy of their own bedroom.
Very interesting. I wonder if this is a completely normal shape for these labia.
Morty suddenly barges in on the scene, catching Jerry in the act.
Dad, what are you doing?
Jerry, taken aback, stumbles for an answer.
I was just checking for any signs of abnormalities, son. It's important to keep your body healthy.
Morty, not convinced, starts firing questions at his dad.
What's the difference between the labia majora and labia minora? How do you know what's normal? Shouldn't we be seeing a doctor for this kind of stuff?
Jerry, flustered, struggles to answer.
Well, son, you see, the labia majora is the outer lips while the labia minora is the inner ones.
Just when things couldn't get any more awkward, Summer bursts in on the scene.
Hey guys! What's up?
Jerry, desperate to change the subject, starts asking Summer a barrage of questions about labia.
Summer, do you know the difference between the labia majora and labia minora? How do you keep your labia healthy?
Summer, confused and uncomfortable, starts firing back.
Oh, what? Why are you asking me that, Dad? I don't even know what you're talking about.
As the chaos continues, Rick and Morty finally snap out of their skateboarding trance and get back to their mission. But the situation on Earth has spiraled out of control.
Morty, what's going on down there?
I don't even know anymore, Rick. I don't even know.
Title: The Science of Humping with Rick and Morty.
Synopsis. Morty is curious about the mechanics of humping and begs Rick to teach him everything he knows about it. Rick reluctantly agrees and proceeds to educate Morty on the scientific principles behind the act of humping.
Scene 1.
Morty, you really want to know about humping?
Yes, Rick. I need to understand it on a deeper level.
Alright, Morty, let me teach you the science of humping.
Scene 2.
First fact, Morty, did you know that the sensation of humping is caused by the friction produced between two objects rubbing against each other?
Rick, that's gross.
Scene 3.
Second fact, Morty, the clitoris and penis are homologous structures, which means they are derived from the same embryonic tissue.
I don't even know what that means, Rick.
Scene 4.
Third fact, Morty, the hormone oxytocin is released during humping and is responsible for creating an emotional bond between the partners.
I don't want to be bonded to anyone, Rick.
Scene 5.
Fourth fact, Morty, the refractory period after humping is caused by the buildup of chemicals in the brain, specifically dopamine and prolactin.
What does that even mean, Rick?
Scene 6.
Fifth and final fact, Morty, humping can increase your life expectancy by reducing stress and promoting overall physical health.
Well, that's the only fact that doesn't make me want to puke, Rick.
Scene 7.
Now that you know the science of humping, Morty, go out there and use your knowledge responsibly.
Okay, Rick. Thanks, I guess.
Don't mention it, Morty. Just remember, knowledge is power.
I'm not sure that applies to this situation, Rick.
Trust me, Morty, it always applies.
Scene 8.
The camera zooms out as Rick and Morty walk away from the mountain and into the star-filled sky. As they disappear from sight, Rick can be heard making more inappropriate jokes about the science of humping, much to Morty's disgust.
Title: The Labial Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a new invention in the garage.
Suddenly, Beth bursts in, complaining about a strange sensation down there.
Rick, being the genius he is, diagnoses the issue as a problem with her labia majora and labia minora.
Looks like we've got a classic case of labial misalignment here.
What does that even mean?
Jerry walks in at that moment and overhears the conversation.
Labia? What's going on here?
Oh, just a minor medical issue. Nothing to be concerned about.
Jerry decides he wants to investigate the issue further and begins inspecting Beth's labia with a magnifying glass.
Fascinating. Simply fascinating.
Morty walks in on the scene and is immediately taken aback.
What the hell is going on here?
Jerry turns to Morty and begins spouting off scientific terms.
I'm simply exploring the intricate workings of the labia majora and labia minora, Morty. It's a complex system of tissues and nerves that...
Morty interrupts him with a disgusted expression.
Okay, I don't need to hear all the details.
Jerry continues on with his investigation, and Morty starts firing off questions.
What are you doing? Why are you looking at my mom's labia? Is this normal? What's the point? How long is this going to take?
Jerry remains unfazed and continues to inspect Beth's labia.
Ah, yes. I see now. The misalignment is causing friction and irritation.
Rick, uninterested in the whole situation, decides to make a quick escape.
Alright, y'all have fun with that. I'm gonna go grab a beer.
As the episode goes on, Jerry becomes more and more obsessed with studying Beth's labia, eventually causing a rift between him and the rest of the family. But in the end, it all comes together with a crazy, hilarious twist that involves interdimensional travel, giant labia monsters, and a run-in with the Council of Ricks. It's definitely not your average episode of Rick and Morty, but it's one that's sure to leave audiences laughing and saying, "What the F***ck did I just watch?"
Title: Exploring the Sinister Fungus Outbreak Through the Streets of Ho Chi Minh City.
In this episode, we follow Mila Kunis as she rides her skateboard through the busy city streets of Ho Chi Minh City with lights on her head, searching for clues about the mysterious fungus outbreak that has been plaguing the city. Using cutting-edge scientific techniques, Scarlett Johansson guides Mila through the city, analyzing the fungal spores that have infested the area in hopes of discovering a potential cure. On her skateboarding journey, Mila climbs to higher elevations to collect a variety of environmental samples, including air, soil, and plant samples to investigate the distribution of this mysterious fungus outbreak. Subsequent in-lab analysis using Seaborgium technology reveals that the fungus is a novel strain of an unknown family, indicating an entirely new disease paradigm with potentially vast implications for human health. As Mila continues to race against time to discover the remedy for the seemingly unstoppable outbreak, Scarlett's rigorous phylogeny analysis uncovers random mutations that are enabling the fungus to spread at an alarming rate, even within the human population. With both urgency and trepidation, the two continue to work tirelessly to uncover the key mechanisms behind the sinister fungus outbreak, hoping that their research will yield a much-needed cure for the people of Ho Chi Minh City and beyond. Will they be successful in their quest for the truth? Tune in to this thrilling episode to find out.
Mila, this fungal outbreak is unlike anything we've ever seen. We need to find the source and stop it before it's too late.
Scarlett, agreed. With the Seaborgium technology, we should be able to uncover some critical insights into the disease mechanisms.
Mila, the fungal spores seem to be spreading through the city's ventilation systems. We need to identify the specific species to determine the best course of action.
Scarlett, the genetic data suggests that the fungus has rapidly evolved through random mutations that enable its persistence and spread.
Mila, we've got to act fast before the infection spreads beyond our control.
Scarlett, yes, and we must continue to monitor the situation and uncover the underlying mechanism behind the disease outbreak.
Mila, the people of this city are counting on us. We can't let them down.
Scarlett, agreed. Let's get to work and find a cure.
Mila, time to hit the streets again with my skateboard and lights. Let's do this. Title: The Urban Dictionary Dimension.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty enjoying a quiet evening at home. Morty picks up a comic strip with a cartoon of a man and another man reading a book with a mountain in the background. They read it and both find the comic hilarious. Morty then decides to read the top 5 entries off Urban Dictionary, which he found fascinating.
Hey, Rick, have you ever heard of Urban Dictionary?
Of course, Morty, it's an online dictionary for slang words and phrases.
Oh wow, it's so cool. Listen to this one. Fart without conviction. Like when you try to let one loose, but it doesn't quite come out right.
Jerry enters the room. Hey guys, what you watching?
Morty's reading about slang words, Jerry. It's fascinating.
Oh, that sounds like a waste of time. Summer walks in and overhears the conversation.
Why do you guys even bother with that stuff? It's all gross and stupid.
Come on, Summer, it's just a bit of fun. Check this one out. Ass blasted by Taco Bell. It means to have explosive diarrhea after eating spicy food.
Ew, that's disgusting. Why are you even reading that?
Relax, Summer, it's all in good fun. Besides, I'm sure even you have heard of some of these terms.
I doubt it.
Well, let's find out. How about this one? Amerifot, it's a derogatory term used to describe Americans who are overweight.
Okay, that's just mean. I don't see why you guys find any of this entertaining.
Oh, lighten up, Summer. It's just a bit of harmless fun. Check out this one, Rusty Venture. It means to get a handjob from someone with a metal hand.
Summer storms out of the room in disgust.
Oh well, her loss. Hey, Morty, let's go see what dimension we can find where these slang words actually exist.
The trio then embarks on an adventure through different dimensions, discovering the hilarious and sometimes disturbing meanings behind each term. In the end, Summer realizes that everyone has their own way of having fun and joins in on the laughter and craziness of the Urban Dictionary dimension. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer realizing that they have been using some of these slang words unconsciously in their regular conversation.
Well, I guess we better watch our language from now on. Who knows what other dimensions we may offend.
Aw, come on, Rick. Let's live dangerously.
I'm just happy to be included. The group then shares a laugh as the camera zooms out, revealing the infinite possibilities of the multiverse.
Title: The Weird-Faced Trio's Horrible Facts.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty working in their lab, trying to create a new invention, when they receive a distress call from Jerry and Beth, who ask for their help dealing with a strange alien creature that has invaded their backyard. Rick and Morty agree to help, and they teleport into Jerry and Beth's backyard, only to find that the alien creature is actually a woman with a weird face.
Interesting. This creature seems to have a unique genetic makeup, unlike anything we've seen before.
Yeah, and her face is weird.
Can you help us get rid of her?
Yeah, we can't go out there with that thing staring at us. While Rick and Morty work on a solution to deal with the weird-faced creature, Morty starts listing 5 horrible facts about specific famous people.
Did you know that Charlie Chaplin was a raging misogynist? Or that Walt Disney was a Nazi sympathizer? And that Albert Einstein was a terrible husband? Also, Gandhi was a racist, and Edgar Allan Poe married his 13-year-old cousin.
Summer responds to each of these dismissively, citing things like the historical context of certain actions or simply stating that everyone has flaws. However, by the end of Morty's list, Summer is visibly distraught.
Okay, I know everyone has their flaws, but I can't believe these people were actually like that. It's just so disappointing.
As Rick and Morty successfully find a way to deal with a weird-faced creature, they also help Summer come to terms with the darker sides of history and humanity. The episode ends with the weird-faced trio appearing once more, causing Rick to quip, "Aw, the weird-faced trio." You know what they say, 3 weird faces are better than 1.
Title: Analyzing the Composition of a Mysterious Feast.
The episode begins with a close-up shot of a green and brown cake on a purple plate with a purple ball in the foreground and background. The scene is set in Los Angeles, California, USA, which is captured in the background. A group of scientists, including the renowned computer scientist Grace Hopper and a fictional character Turanga Leela from Futurama, are gathered around the table analyzing the composition of the dish.
Hopper. Based on the colors of the cake, it could contain chlorophyll and carotenoids, indicating the presence of plant-based ingredients.
Leela, but what about the brown color? It could be a result of caramelization, which occurs when sugar is exposed to high temperatures.
As they discuss further, they discover that the purple ball in the foreground is actually made of yttrium, a rare earth metal.
Hopper. This is fascinating. Yttrium has industrial and medical applications. It's used in producing superconductors, lasers, and cancer drugs.
Leela, but how did it end up in our dessert?
The team continues their analysis and discovers that the meatball sub they had earlier contained yttrium flakes as a secret ingredient.
Hopper. This is a potential health hazard. Yttrium is not considered a safe ingredient for food consumption.
They decide to investigate further and trace the source of the meatball sub to a local deli. Upon confrontation, they discover a nefarious plot to use yttrium for enhancing food's taste and texture. The team declares that such actions are unethical and must be reported to the government authorities. In conclusion, this episode highlights the importance of understanding the composition of the food we consume and the dangers of incorporating harmful ingredients without proper regulations. The episode titled Quantum Enigma: The Purple Object begins with Rick and Morty arguing about the properties of a mysterious purple object Rick is holding. Morty claims it's just a regular toy, but Rick insists it holds significant scientific value. They decide to use it in an experiment that will take them to an alternate dimension where all famous people are horribly flawed. As they travel through different dimensions, Morty lists out 5 famous people and their terrible flaws in precise scientific terms. He explains how Leonardo da Vinci was actually a terrible painter, how Mother Teresa was secretly a sadistic dictator, how Gandhi was a racist misogynist, how Albert Einstein was a plagiarist, and how Martin Luther King Jr. had multiple affairs and was secretly racist. Summer dismisses each of Morty's claims with an eye roll and a snarky comment, but as the list goes on, she starts to feel increasingly distressed. Suddenly, Rick hits them both with a bat, declaring that they have reached their destination. In this alternate dimension, everyone they encounter is a walking punchline. Jerry is a confident and successful businessman. Beth is a stay-at-home mom who is also a world-renowned physicist, and even Morty has a full head of hair. The jokes come thick and fast, with Rick regaling the group with his raunchy stand-up comedy routine and Summer getting her own back with some cutting one-liners. But things take a dark turn when they discover that this dimension is on the brink of destruction because of a scientific experiment gone wrong. Rick, Morty, and Summer team up with Jerry and Beth to save the day using their combined scientific knowledge, and in the end, they are able to avert disaster and return to their own dimension. As the episode ends, Rick and Morty muse about the power of science and the ethical questions raised by their adventure. Summer is still reeling from Morty's earlier revelations, but Rick tells her to lighten up and enjoy the ride. With that, they shoot off into space in their trusty spaceship, ready for their next wild adventure.
Title: Antimatter Ants from Andromeda.
The scene opens with Morty holding a can of insecticides and Summer also holding another can. They are trying to eliminate ants from the yard. Suddenly, Morty becomes fascinated with the ants and starts picking them up and putting them in a jar.
Wow, there are so many of them. Look, Summer, I caught 43 ants.
Morty, that's disgusting. Put them down and let's finish this.
Morty jumps around excitedly while counting the ants in the jar. Just then, Rick arrives.
Morty, what's going on here?
Rick, I caught 43 ants. Can you believe it?
Morty, those ants are carriers of a debilitating disease from the planet Andromeda. They have launched tiny virus nukes that can wipe out entire planets.
How do we stop them?
We need to build a miniaturized antimatter generator that will destroy their hive from within. Morty, you need to catch as many ants as possible so we can study them.
Sure thing, Rick. I'll catch all the ants I can.
Rick, you're a genius. How do we build the antimatter generator?
Simple. We just need some basic quantum physics, a touch of dark energy, and a dash of megalomaniacal genius.
Morty continues to catch the ants, while Rick and Summer work on building the generator. As they finish, they shrink themselves and enter the ant hive.
Alright, Morty, release the antimatter.
But won't that destroy everything?
Exactly, Morty, exactly.
As they activate the generator, the ants are destroyed along with their virus nukes. The trio emerges victorious, saving their planet from certain doom.
Rick, that was amazing. How did you come up with that idea?
I'm a scientist, Summer. I do science.
You know, Rick, I think I learned something today.
What's that, Morty?
Ants are a lot more fascinating than I ever thought.
Morty, you're such a weirdo.
Scene opens as Rick and Morty are aboard the spaceship in space.
Morty, how many times do I have to tell you not to drink whilst on our interdimensional adventures?
Hick, what are you talking about, Rick? I'm completely sober. Hick.
Sure, Morty, whatever you say, mutters under his breath. At least we don't have to worry about him driving the spaceship.
Suddenly, a man in a spacesuit holding a light-up object appears on the view screen and points to the side of the image.
Whoa, Morty, looks like we got a space cadet on our hands.
What's he holding, Rick? Is it like a space rave stick or something?
Scoffs. No, Morty, that looks like a quantum energy stabilizer. Geez, don't you know anything? Takes a swig from his flask.
Oh, that's cool, I guess.
Suddenly, Morty begins to ramble incoherently.
Hey, Rick! Did you know that Elvis Presley was a secret alien sent to Earth to steal our music and bring it back to his home planet? And that Marilyn Monroe was actually a robot sent from the future to spy on us? And don't even get me started on Richard Nixon.
Morty, we've been over this before. You can't believe everything you read on the internet, especially when you're blasted out of your mind.
Size, I guess you're right, Rick. Sometimes I just get carried away.
Suddenly, Beth enters the room, her eyes red and puffy.
Voice shaking. Guys, I just got some terrible news. Jerry's been taken by the government. They're running tests on him.
Pauses. Who's Jerry?
My husband, Rick. The father of your grandchildren?
Drugs. Oh right, him. Takes a swig from his flask. Well, we better go save him then. Who knows what kind of experiments they're running on him.
Yeah, let's go save him. I don't want to lose my stepdad.
Smirks. You mean your punching bag. Morty laughs.
Laughs. Yeah, that too.
The scene ends as Rick and Morty fly off to save Jerry from the grasps of the government, with Morty drunkenly rambling on about conspiracy theories the whole way there.
Title: Gonzo Gynecology Galore.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty sitting in the spaceship. Rick with a clipboard in front of him and Morty with one in his lap.
Morty, according to my calculations, our next adventure needs to be in the field of gynecology.
Oh boy, Rick. I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of science.
Nonsense, Morty. We're scientists. We can handle anything. Now, let's play a game to get you caught up on the lingo. List a gynecologist instrument for each letter of the alphabet and I'll tell you how it's used.
Oh, okay. A. Applicator.
Used for distributing medication or lubrication.
B. Birth canal dilator.
Used during childbirth to open up the vaginal canal.
C. Cervix scraper.
Used to collect cell samples for testing.
D. Dildo.
Ah, that's not really a gynecologist instrument, Morty. But I'll allow it. Used for sexual pleasure.
E. Endoscope.
Used to view the cervix and uterus.
F. Fetal stethoscope.
Used to listen to the baby's heartbeat during prenatal checkups. Okay, Morty, that's enough. I think you've got the hang of it.
Wait, Rick. I'm not done. G. Gonzo speculum.
What the hell is a gonzo speculum?
I don't know, but I saw it on the list.
Morty, where did you get this list from?
The internet?
Morty, you can't trust everything you find on the internet, especially when it comes to science. We need to stick to credible sources.
Oh geez, Rick, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Morty. Lesson learned. Now, let's get back to our adventure. We're heading to a planet where the inhabitants have a unique reproductive system. Our job is to study it and report back our findings.
Rick, do we really have to?
Of course, Morty. Science waits for no one. Now buckle up and let's go.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty's spaceship zooms off into the distance as they prepare for their next scientific adventure.
Title: Anatomy of Anime Waifus.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty traveling through different dimensions and accidentally ending up in a universe where anime is the universal obsession. As they explore the bustling anime town, they come across a group of anime characters standing in front of a crowd of people in a building with a man in a green uniform. Upon closer inspection, Rick deduces that they are in a scientific convention discussing the anatomy of anime waifus. Amused by this absurdity, Rick decides to mess with the proceedings by having Morty play the alphabet game and list all the big-boobied huge opie tight manko waifus he knows and describe the title and story of the anime they're in. Morty hesitantly agrees and begins to recite his list.
A is for Akano Hamejima from High School DxD. She's a top-tier devil and Rias Gremory's queen and best friend.
B is for Bowsette, the gender-bent version of Bowser from the Mario Brothers franchise who has now become a popular waifu addition to anime and gaming culture.
C is for CC from Code Geass. She's a mysterious immortal girl who grants the power of Geass to those she chooses.
D is for DVA from Overwatch. She's a Korean gamer girl turned mech pilot and fan favorite.
E is for Urza Scarlet from Fairy Tail. She's a powerful mage with a unique set of armor that she creates from scratch.
F is for Fujiko Mine from Lupin 3. She's a seductive and cunning master thief who frequently collaborates with Lupin and his gang.
G is for Galco from Oshiet. Galco-chan. She's a stylish and open-minded high school girl who dispels rumors about sex and relationships.
H is for Hestia from Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? She's a goddess who looks after Belle and the other adventurers in the dungeon.
I is for Inori Yuzuria from Guilty Crown. She's a singer with the power to extract fragments from people to enhance their abilities.
J is for Jibril from No Game, No Life. She's a member of the Flugel race and has near infinite knowledge.
A is for Kikyo Kushinada from Jujutsu Kaisen. She's a sorcerer who fights alongside the main character, Yuji Itadori.
L is for Little Sister from Touru Kagaku no Railgun S. She's a level 5 Esper from Academy City with the ability to teleport anywhere.
M is for Mikasa Ackerman from Attack on Titan. She's a member of the Survey Corps and one of the strongest fighters in the army.
N is for Nami from One Piece. She's a navigator for the Straw Hat Pirates and has a love for treasure and money.
O is for Ochako Uraraka from My Hero Academia. She's a student in Class 1A and has a gravity-based quirk.
P is for Platinum the Trinity from BlazBlue. She's a soldier who can create and manipulate lightning.
U is for Queen Boa Hancock from One Piece. She's a love slave turned pirate empress and has the ability to turn anyone to stone.
R is for Ryuko Matoi from Kill la Kill. She's a student at Hanoji Academy and wields a sentient sailor uniform that enhances her power.
S is for Sena Kashiwazaki from Haganai. She's the beautiful and popular student council president who secretly enjoys playing Odome games.
T is for Taiga Isaka from Toradora. She's a tiny but feisty girl who is in love with her best friend, Yusaka Kitamura.
U is for Uiharu Kazari from Touru Kagaku no Railgun S. She's a member of Judgment who has the ability to manipulate electronic devices.
V is for Vados from Dragon Ball Super. She's the angelic attendant and martial arts teacher of the god of destruction, Champa.
W is for Weiss Schnee from RWBY. She's an heiress to a company that produces dust and uses glyphs to cast different spells.
X is for X, the gender-ambiguous protagonist from Kabaneri of the Iron Fortress. They're a skilled warrior who fights against the Kabani monsters.
Y is for Yamato Kurosawa from Say, I Love You. He's the cool and popular boy at school who falls in love with the main character, Mei Tachibana.
Z is for 02 from Darling in the Franxx. She's the mysterious and alluring partner of Hiro who is a hybrid of human and Klaxosaur.
The anime convention attendees are left stunned and confused by Morty's bizarre list, and Rick takes this opportunity to make their escape. As they leave the universe of anime behind, Morty is left wondering if he should confess his love to his own waifu, Jessica. However, Rick quickly shuts down that notion, reminding Morty that anime is not reality and that he should focus on finding love in real life. The episode ends with the trio continuing their adventures and Morty secretly doodling his favorite waifus in his notebook. Title of episode, The Blue Enigma.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are flying their spaceship and stumble upon a field of grass where they see a man laying on the ground with a blue object next to him. Upon further investigation, they discover that the blue object is emitting a strange energy that causes anyone who comes in contact with it to be transported to a different dimension.
Morty, this blue object is unlike anything I've ever seen before. We must study it and find out what kind of energy it's emitting.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? Last time we messed with unknown energy, we ended up in a dimension full of giant spiders.
Don't be such a wuss, Morty. This is science. We have to take risks.
As Rick begins to analyze the blue object, Morty becomes distracted and wanders off, accidentally coming into contact with the energy field.
Whoa, Rick! This is crazy! Everything looks so distorted.
Morty, where did you go? Get back here.
Morty suddenly appears in a dimension where everything is made of candy.
Whoa, Rick! This is crazy! Everything is made of candy! Look, there's a gingerbread man!
Rick rolls his eyes and joins Morty in the candy dimension.
Morty, we have to figure out how to get back to our dimension. I can't eat candy for the rest of my life.
Morty discovers that the candy dimension is controlled by a giant sentient gummy worm.
Hey, Mr. Gummy Worm, can you tell us how to get back to our dimension?
Gummy Worm, you must solve the blue enigma to return to your own dimension.
Rick and Morty team up to solve the blue enigma, which involves solving a complex mathematical equation and performing a synchronized dance.
Morty, this is ridiculous. We're scientists, not dancers.
Just trust me, Rick.
After successfully solving the blue enigma and performing the dance, Rick and Morty are transported back to their own dimension, with the blue enigma in tow.
Now we can study this blue enigma and use it for all sorts of scientific experiments.
Rick, shouldn't we be a bit more careful next time we mess with unknown energy?
Where's the fun in that?
The episode closes with Rick and Morty sitting in their spaceship munching on leftover candy from the candy dimension.
Title: Genitalia Galaxy.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the garage, with Morty holding a strange-looking figure with green hair.
Rick, I can't keep having dreams of having a family with Ai Shinozaki. I want her to be real, and I want to have kids with her.
Morty, she's just a waifu. She's not real, and you can't have kids with her.
But I want to be a dad, and I want my kids to be half human, half waifu.
Well, Morty, I can't just magically make that happen. Wait, maybe I can. Hold on.
Rick runs over to his tool wall and picks up a mysterious device.
I've been working on a new invention that can give any object the ability to reproduce. I call it the Genitalia Galaxy.
That sounds amazing. Let's bring Ai Shinozaki to life.
Rick connects the device to Ai Shinozaki and starts typing vigorously on his computer. Suddenly, the device springs to life, and a small creature pops out.
It worked. Now Ai Shinozaki can reproduce.
Yes, let's have a family.
Suddenly, a large spaceship appears in the background. Hey, what are you guys doing? Can I come aboard?
What's going on? Why is there a spaceship in our backyard?
Jerry, Beth, we have something incredible to show you. Morty's waifu is now able to reproduce.
What is a waifu? Is that some kind of space creature?
I don't understand what's happening here. Why are you all in the garage?
Never mind all that. Let's get back to the Genitalia Galaxy.
Dad, Ai Shinozaki is a famous Japanese model with big opai and a tight manko. She's my dream girl.
Oh, I see. That's interesting.
Rick, isn't this a bit unethical? You're playing God with fictional characters.
Beth, we're talking about a cartoon character with green hair and a red jacket. This is all just a fun experiment.
The group gathers around the Genitalia Galaxy as Ai Shinozaki gives birth to hundreds of small creatures. Chaos ensues as the creatures run amok in the garage.
Oh no, they're escaping. Quick, let's contain them before they cause any more damage.
Amidst the confusion, Morty manages to grab a small creature and holds it up triumphantly.
I did it! I'm a dad!
The group looks on in bewilderment as Morty cuddles the tiny creature.
Well, I think we've seen enough for today. I'm going back inside.
I'll come with you. I don't really understand what just happened here.
Rick and Morty are left alone in the garage, with Rick tinkering away at the Genitalia Galaxy.
Well, Morty, I'd say that was a successful experiment. Who knows what other possibilities this invention could bring?
I don't know, Rick. I'm just glad I have my own little family now.
Morty, you're a weird kid, but I love you. Now let's go make some more waifu babies.
As the screen fades to black, the sound of laughter and tinkering can be heard in the background.
Title: The Enema Experiment, a scientific quest for digestive efficiency.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the garage working on a new Inception-style device that will allow them to enter their own dreams.
Come on, Morty. Let's get this baby working so we can dream about something more interesting than your lame-ass questions about dragons and unicorns.
But Rick, what's wrong with dragons and unicorns?
Oh, Morty, you really are a sheep in wolf's clothing. Let's get to work.
After several failed attempts, Rick and Morty finally enter into their own dream. A vast field with yellow trees and a yellow line in the middle of it.
Whoa, Rick, this dream is crazy. What are we gonna do here?
We're gonna test out my latest invention, a rectal douche designed to optimize digestive efficiency. I call it the Bowel Buster 3000 feet.
At that moment, Jerry bursts onto the scene, holding a large medical syringe filled with a mysterious liquid. Rick, I heard about your new invention and I gotta say, I'm impressed. But I think I can make it even better. I've got some of the best quality douchebags in the business, and I think a little enema action could really take your bowel buster to the next level.
Well, Jerry, I'll be damned. I never thought I'd say this, but you might actually be useful to us.
Jerry inserts the douchebag into Rick's rectum, much to Morty's horror.
Rick, what the hell is going on here?
Just a little experiment, Morty. Your grandfather has never been one to shy away from new experiences.
Yeah, but he's got a friggin' enema bag up his butt, Rick.
Rick rolls his eyes.
Oh, Morty, you just don't understand the beauty of science and experimentation. Now let's see if we can optimize Rick's digestive system.
Morty begins to ask a barrage of questions, trying to understand the experiment.
But Rick, why do we need to optimize Rick's digestive system? And how is an enema going to help?
Morty, you really need to work on your observational skills. If we can cleanse the colon and improve digestion, Rick will be able to consume more nutrients and energy. Think about it, Morty. With this new technology, we could revolutionize space travel. No more need for food or water on long voyages. We'll just use our intestinal power.
Morty looks increasingly disturbed as Jerry continues to administer the enema. Suddenly, Summer bursts into the garage.
Hey guys, what are you all doing in here?
Oh, you know, just perfecting our latest invention. And speaking of which, would you mind checking the calibration on the Bowel Buster 3000? We want to make sure it's working at optimal levels.
Summer looks skeptical, but approaches the machine with interest.
Okay. So what do I do?
Just sit here and look pretty. We'll take care of the rest.
Summer sits down in front of the machine, which begins to whir and beep. Morty continues to ask questions.
But Rick, is it safe to have an enema in the first place? And what kind of risk are we taking here?
Morty, Morty, Morty. You really are a slave to your own biological urges. Of course it's safe. We're scientists for God's sake. And as for risks, well, there's always a chance that the Bowel Buster 3000 could malfunction and turn Rick into a human fountain of fecal matter. But hey, that's the price of progress.
As the experiment continues, things begin to spiral out of control. The Bowel Buster 3000 starts to malfunction, causing Rick to writhe in agony and scream incoherently. Jerry panics and runs out of the room, leaving Morty, Summer, and Beth to deal with the crisis.
Oh my god, what's happening to Rick?
I don't know, but we need to shut down that machine now. Morty, go turn it off.
Morty races over to the machine, but is stopped short by a sudden realization.
Ah, guys, I think I can see the enema bag. It's like, right there. I don't know if I want to turn it off now.
The episode ends with the camera zooming in on Rick's contorted face, as he screams in agony and pleasure simultaneously. In the background, the Bowel Buster 3000 continues to churn and beep, as the family stands helpless, unsure what they've unleashed upon the world.
Title: The Ball and the Bat, a scientific journey with Rick and Morty.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty venturing into a virtual reality world, one that they had created using their own advanced technology. They are soon joined by Beth and Summer, who had also decided to participate in their latest experiment. As the group explores the virtual reality world, they come across a cartoon character playing baseball in a field with other people and a giant object. Intrigued, Rick decides to investigate further and discovers that this is an advanced simulation created by an unknown species. Morty, meanwhile, begins to laugh about the crunch in the gaming industry, causing Rick to become enraged. He grabs a bat and starts hitting Morty, demanding that he stop being so awful. Morty tries to apologize, but Rick continues anyway, unable to control his anger. As the group continues to explore the virtual reality world, they encounter various challenges and obstacles, all of which are presented in a comedic and scientific manner. Beth, a trained veterinarian, uses her knowledge of animal behavior to help the group navigate through the simulation. Meanwhile, Summer, a talented artist, creates various objects and tools using her creative skills. Eventually, Rick and Morty meet a powerful alien race who are responsible for creating the simulation. They explain that the purpose of the simulation is to study the behavior of various species and to ultimately create a new world that is free of conflict. Rick, of course, being the skeptic that he is not convinced. He argues that conflict is an essential part of evolution and that removing it would be detrimental to any society. Morty, on the other hand, agrees with the aliens' philosophy and tries to convince Rick to see things from a different perspective. In the end, the group decides to leave the simulation and return to the real world. As they do, they reflect on the lessons they had learned and the experiences they had shared. Rick finally forgives Morty for laughing about the crunch, and the group continues their adventures in scientific exploration.
Title: An exploration of gynecological instrumentation utilizing the alphabet game.
Abstract.
In this episode, we delve into the area of gynecological instruments with the use of the alphabet game. The game prompts Rick and Morty to describe various instruments and their uses with each letter of the alphabet. This episode aims to educate and entertain the viewing audience on the usage and importance of these instruments.
Introduction.
The episode opens with a man holding a microphone in front of a wall of lights and a microphone in his hand. The man, later identified as Morty, is seen playing the alphabet game with his grandfather, Rick. The objective of the game is to list gynecological instruments and their uses with each letter of the alphabet.
Body.
As the game commences, Morty begins with the letter A, stating that the instrument Adson forceps are used to grasp and hold tissue during surgical procedures. Rick follows with B, explaining that the Bishop score is a system used to assess the readiness of the cervix for childbirth. The game progresses with C, where Morty describes the colposcope utilized to examine the cervix and vagina for abnormalities. Rick continues with D, stating that the dilator helps to widen the cervix during examination and procedures. Moving on to E, Morty describes the electrosurgical unit, which is used for cutting and coagulating tissues during surgical procedures. Rick follows with F, explaining that the forceps are used to grip and manipulate tissues during gynecological surgeries. Advancing to G, Morty explains the gauze used to clean excess fluids during surgical procedures. Rick proceeds with H, identifying the hysteroscope, which is used to visualize and examine the side of the uterus. Finally, the game ends with I, where Morty names the uterine device, or ID, used for birth control purposes. Rick finishes off the game with the letter J, describing the Jacob's drill, utilized during gynecological surgeries to remove bone fragments or foreign objects. Conclusion. Through the use of the alphabet game, the episode provided an educational and entertaining insight into the world of gynecological instrumentation and their uses. The episode made viewers more informed and aware of these instruments and their functions, while adding some amusement to the conversation.
Title: Quantum Yuri.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are on a cross-dimensional bus ride, where Morty gets fixated on Yuri and starts listing people he ships in Yuri situations.
Act 1.
Alright, Morty, this bus we're on is a quantum bus, which means it can travel through multiple dimensions simultaneously. And it's about to get bumpy, so fasten your seatbelt.
Buckle seatbelt? Okay, Rick. But can I ask you something? Have you ever heard of Yuri?
Yuri, you mean the Japanese girl-on-girl genre? Chuckles. Morty, I thought you were more into hardcore sci-fi, not softcore hentai.
It's not like that, Rick. I just find the relationships between these characters interesting. Like, I ship Korra and Asami from The Legend of Korra, or Ruby and Weiss from RWBY.
What's RWBY?
It's an animated web series about 4 girls who fight monsters and stuff. And I also ship Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy from DC Comics, or Anna and Elsa from Frozen.
Morty, what's gotten into you? Are you having a mid-teenage crisis or something?
No, Rick. I just think it's cool to explore different types of love and identity, and how they can exist in different dimensions.
Act 2. The bus suddenly jolts and swerves through several dimensions, causing the passengers to tumble around.
Groans. I didn't sign up for this.
Grunting. Morty, hold on tight. We're traveling through some really weird places.
Excitedly, whoa, Rick. Look at this. It's a dimension where everyone is a catgirl and they all have superpowers.
Morty, focus on the mission. We're trying to find a rare type of antimatter fuel that can power our next adventure.
Pouting. Fine. But I'm still gonna ship some Yuri couples while we're at it.
Act 3. As the bus travels through various dimensions, Morty continues to come up with Yuri scenarios and couples.
Thinking. Let's see. Then how about Lana and Misha from Wandering Sun? Or Ymir and Historia from Attack on Titan?
Morty, we're entering a highly unstable dimension. I need you to cut the Yuri talk and focus on finding the fuel.
Determined. I got this, Rick. How about Ursula and Ariel from The Little Mermaid? Or Kim and Shigo from Kim Possible?
Awkwardly. I don't know if that's appropriate, Morty. I mean, they're cartoon characters.
Defensively, so what, Jerry? Love is love, no matter who or what you are. And besides, it's not like I'm hurting anyone.
Act 4. The bus finally arrives at a strange planet with a glowing reactor that contains the rare fuel.
Alright, we made it. Everyone, stay alert. This place is crawling with alien creatures that feed on electromagnetic energy.
Whispering to himself, man, I can't wait to get back and draw some Yuri fan art of these couples.
Morty, I'm starting to think you need a break from the multiverse.
Size, I guess you're right, Rick. Maybe I am getting a little carried away.
Smiling. Hey, it's okay, Morty. We all have our weird hobbies and interests. For example, I collect bottle caps.
Sarcastically, yeah, Jerry. You keep chasing that dream.
Chuckles, thanks, guys. You're the best. But seriously, have you seen the chemistry between Colin and CC in Code Geass? It's like, whoa.
The group chuckles as they collect the fuel and set off on their next adventure.
Title: The Anime Girl Conundrum.
The episode opens with Morty discovering a group of anime girls standing in front of a tall building with a sky background. Intrigued, Morty decides to hire Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make his new harem waifu with big oppai and tight manko full of fan service. Rick, being the scientific mind that he is, tries to warn Morty about the ethical and moral implications of using real people as the basis for a fictional character. Morty, however, is adamant and proceeds with his plan. The Korean artists, under Morty's strict guidance, work tirelessly to create the perfect anime girl. They use advanced software tools, including 3D modeling and animation software, to create the perfect waifu with big oppai and tight manko. Morty is ecstatic with the results, but Rick remains wary. As the episode progresses, Morty's obsession with his anime girl grows, leading to a series of hilarious misadventures. The anime girl, now named Mitsuki, becomes sentient and develops a personality of her own. She begins to question her existence and the purpose of her creation. Morty, who is now infatuated with Mitsuki, struggles to come to terms with the fact that she's not real. Rick, who has been watching from the sidelines, eventually steps in with a solution. He creates an advanced neural network that enables Mitsuki to live in a virtual world, allowing Morty to continue living in his fantasy without harming real people. As the episode concludes, Morty is happy with Mitsuki, and Rick is satisfied that no one was hurt in the process. The episode ends with Rick making a meta-commentary on the nature of anime culture and the impact it has on society as a whole.
It's funny how a medium that was once solely thought of as a niche interest has become a cultural phenomenon that has the power to influence the way we perceive ourselves and the world around us. Perhaps, in a way, our obsession with anime girls and the like is a reflection of our innate desire to escape from reality and live in a world where we're in control. But hey, who am I to judge? It's all just science anyway.
Title: The Multiversal Power of Yaoi.
Opening shot. A computer screen displays a bouquet of flowers, surrounded by a picturesque house set against a bright red background.
Morty, we need to check on Summer. She's been holed up in her room for weeks now. I fear she's developing some kind of lethal obsession with flowers and houses.
What do you suggest, Rick?
Let's hack into her computer and see what's keeping her so occupied.
They hack into Summer's computer and find a folder labeled Yaoi.
Yaoi? What's that?
It's a highly complex and sophisticated art form, Jerry. A total mind bender, if you will.
Summer enters her room and catches them in the act.
What are you doing? Get out of my room.
Calm down, Summer. We're just trying to see what kind of twisted fantasies you've been conjuring up.
What are you talking about?
Yaoi, baby. You've been drawing yaoi.
Oh, that. Yeah, I've been practicing my art.
What is yaoi exactly?
It's a type of Japanese art that focuses on romantic relationships between male characters. You know, like Brokeback Mountain, but in comic form.
Summer then pulls up her illustrations of yaoi, which include
1. Morty and Rick in a heated lip lock on a spaceship. Summer. I call this one intergalactic love.
2. Jerry and Beth enjoying a passionate moment on the kitchen counter. Summer. This is called the spice rack.
3. Principal Vagina and Mr. Goldenfold sharing a secret embrace in a school broom closet. Summer. I call this one forbidden fruit.
4. Morty and Summer caught in a steamy embrace in the family car. Summer. This one's called incestuous intimacy.
5. Rick and Birdperson sharing a tender moment on a distant planet. Summer. I call this one cross-species love.
6. Summer and Jessica taking their friendship to the next level in a pool of jello. Summer. This one's called sweet, sticky love.
7. Scary Terry and Dr. Wong locked in a passion-filled gaze in a therapy session. Summer. This one's called therapy for the heart.
8. Mr. Poopy Butthole and Squanchy exploring their feelings in a private dungeon. Summer. This one's called creature comfort.
9. Rick and Unity sharing a steamy embrace in a hive mind. Summer. This one's called mind-melding love.
10. Doofus Rick and Jerry sharing a forbidden kiss in the garage. Summer. This one's called The Last Rick and Jerry.
I don't know how to feel about this. Am I the only one who's uncomfortable?
Jerry, this is art. It transcends social constructs and pushes boundaries we never thought possible.
I don't know about that, Rick. Some of these fantasies are pretty out there.
Hey, you gotta follow your heart, Morty. And my heart tells me that yaoi is the ultimate expression of love and passion.
The group then erupts into a musical number entitled Yaoi is Love, as they dance around the room and celebrate their newfound appreciation for this groundbreaking art form.
Closing shot. The computer screen displays a brightly colored splash page of all the characters, locked in various embraces and declarations of love. The house in the background glows with a newfound sense of warmth and acceptance.
Episode title: The Yaoi Chronicles.
Abstract. In this episode, we observe the exploration of human desires through the lens of yaoi, as Summer and Jessica engage in a creative exercise. However, their privacy is compromised when Morty stumbles upon their artwork and shares it with the rest of the family. The ensuing chaos results in a series of hilarious mishaps and scientific experiments in the Smith household.
Act 1. In the opening scene, we see Summer and Jessica sitting in a well-lit room with windows and a window. The camera zooms in on a book that they are both looking at. The book contains a collection of explicit yaoi illustrations. Summer leans over and whispers to Jessica, "I've got an idea, let's make our own yaoi."
Act 2. We observe as Summer begins to sketch various yaoi scenes, while Jessica meticulously colors them in. Meanwhile, Rick has been tinkering with a new invention in his garage, which he unveils as a yaoi portal. The family gathers around as Rick explains that the portal will allow them to enter into any yaoi world they desire.
3. As Morty sneaks into the room and reads all of the yaoi stories Summer has written, we witness his shock and intrigue. He quickly runs to tell Beth and Jerry about the newfound revelations in his sister's life. The family is divided as they gossip and debate the nature of human sexuality.
Act 4. Suddenly, the yaoi portal malfunctions, sucking the entire family into a parallel universe full of sexually explicit cartoons. Chaos ensues as the family tries to navigate this new world while trying to find a way back home.
Act 5. After ending up in several different yaoi universes, the family finally discovers the source of the malfunction in the portal. Using their scientific knowledge and ingenuity, Rick and Morty are able to fix the portal and bring the family back to the real world.
Act 6. In the final scene, the family sits quietly in their living room, contemplating the events of the day. Summer's newfound love for yaoi has opened up new avenues for discussion within the family, as they learn to accept and embrace their own desires. The camera pans out as Rick mutters to himself, "I knew this portal would come in handy."
Discussions.
I never knew drawing yaoi could be so liberating. Jessica, I'm glad we could explore our creativity together.
The portal worked like a charm. Next time we can try it with tentacle porn.
I don't understand why everyone is so obsessed with this stuff.
Morty, don't be so closed-minded. There's nothing wrong with exploring different facets of human desire.
This has been the craziest day of my life. I need a drink.
Disclaimer, this episode is not suitable for all audiences. Viewer discretion is advised.
Opening scene.
Int. Smith residence, living room, day.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are sitting in the living room watching anime on TV.
What is this garbage anime you're watching, Morty? The animation is off, the voice acting is terrible, and the story makes no sense.
It's not garbage, Rick. It's a masterpiece. These anime girls have big oppai and tight manko full of fan service.
Ew, Morty, that's gross.
It's not gross, Summer. It's culture. I wish I could have my own harem of anime girls like that.
Well, Morty, if you want to make your own anime, I can help you. With my scientific expertise, we can create the ultimate waifu.
Really, Rick? That would be awesome.
Scene 2.
Int. Korean anime sweatshop, day.
Morty hires Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make his new harem waifu with big oppai and tight manko full of fan service new anime that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV.
Okay, guys, we need to make the best anime ever. I want the biggest oppai and the tightest manko full of fan service you can imagine.
Hottest one. Are you sure that's appropriate, sir?
Of course it is. It's just good fun, you know? Artist 2. Okay, we'll do our best, sir.
Scene 3. Int. Anime world, night.
The ultimate waifu is brought to life, and Morty and his harem set off on a wild adventure full of humor and action. The anime is full of big oppai and tight manko that everyone can enjoy.
Oh man, look at those oppai. They're huge. And those manko, they're so tight.
Morty, this is disgusting. How can you watch this?
You just don't get it, Summer. This is art.
I have to admit, Morty, this is some pretty impressive scientific work. The level of detail in these anime girls is astounding.
Scene 4.
Int. Smith residence, living room, day.
The anime is finished and set to air on Fuji TV at midnight. The group is gathered in the living room, waiting for it to start.
I can't wait to see my ultimate waifu on the big screen.
Let's see how the world reacts to your creation, Morty.
Suddenly, the anime appears on TV, and the whole room is filled with laughter.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
I have to say, Morty, the fan service is a bit much. But overall, I give it a 10 out of 10.
Thanks, Rick. I can't wait to see what the world thinks of it.
The end.
The episode begins in the Smith household as Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer gather around a comic strip featuring a man in a car and a man in a suit and tie. Rick, known for his genius intellect, begins to explain the complex physics behind the comic strip, baffling Morty and bewildering Jerry, who struggles to keep up with the scientific jargon. As the group continues their discussion, a sudden medical incident sends Rick into a state of emergency, causing Jerry to panic and everyone else to frantically search for a solution. With Rick's life hanging in the balance, the group must use their knowledge of science to save him. After a series of experiments and calculations, the group successfully revives Rick, but his final words leave everyone in a state of shock and sadness. Beth struggles to come to terms with her father's mortality, while Summer reflects on the importance of family and Morty grapples with the fragility of life. As the episode comes to a close, the group gathers once again around the comic strip, but this time with a newfound appreciation for the importance of science, family, and mortality. Through the power of humor and science, the episode reminds us to never take life for granted and to always cherish the moments with our loved ones.
The quantum fluctuations in my mitochondria are causing a cellular disruption. We need to act fast.
I don't understand any of this, Rick. What do we do?
Oh geez, oh man. This can't be happening. What are we supposed to do?
Stay calm, everyone. We have to keep our heads together and find a solution.
I can't believe this is happening. I never thought about losing someone like Rick.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got a plan. Fetch me the neutronium crystal and we can reverse the cellular decay.
Got it, Rick. I hope this works.
I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't mean to doubt you. Please don't die on us.
We did it. Rick's alive. But what did he mean by those final words?
I don't know, but it's a reminder of how precious life is.
I never want to take my loved ones for granted. Thanks for always being there for me, Rick.
Morty, shut up. I was just saying I'm hungry. Let's go get some food already.
Title: The Mayonnaise Chronicles, a Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty rummaging through a dimension portal looking for a rare ingredient for their latest concoction. Suddenly, they stumble upon a strange blue character wearing a black hat, surrounded by shelves of books and items.
Oh, what's with this hipster-looking dude?
I don't know, Rick, but he looks like a walking encyclopedia.
The character introduces himself as the Collector, a multi-dimensional scholar who collects artifacts from different universes. He shows off his collection, which includes a jar of rare alien mayonnaise, sparking Rick's interest.
Hey, I could use that in my recipe. How much for the jar?
The Collector. Well, since it's one of a kind, it's quite valuable. How about a trade?
I don't have time for games. What do you want?
The Collector. I need a portal gun. Yours seems to be in good shape.
Rick reluctantly hands over his portal gun, and the Collector retrieves the jar of mayo. Just as Rick and Morty are about to leave, the Collector warns them about the dangers of using unfamiliar ingredients in their experiments.
Beefed, I've been doing this for years. We'll be fine.
The duo returns to their dimension and heads straight to Adult Swim headquarters, where they plan to experiment with a rare mayo. Upon arrival, they notice a pungent smell.
Oh, it smells like rank, awful mayo in here.
That's probably just their natural scent. Let's find a place to set up.
As they're setting up their experiment, they hear a beautiful singing voice from the next room. They investigate, only to find Jason the artist, singing a song about his love for mayonnaise.
Jason the artist, mayonnaise, oh mayonnaise, you make my sandwich complete. Mayonnaise, oh mayonnaise, you're the tangy treat I eat.
Rick and Morty are taken aback by the beautiful musical talent of Jason the artist, and they all join in singing about their love for the mayonnaise. Suddenly, a portal opens up, and a group of mayonnaise extraterrestrial beings appear.
I should have listened to the Collector. We're in trouble now.
Jerry and Beth arrive, dressed in battle gear, determined to help. Together, they come up with a plan to distract the mayonnaise beings by offering them a dance-off competition, which they successfully win with their funky dance moves. I can't believe that worked.
That's because you underestimate the power of dance, Jerry.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty realizing the importance of heeding warnings when it comes to experimenting with unknown ingredients, and they vow to take better precautions in the future.
Title: The Yowie Lovers.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty discovering a new photo studio that supposedly captures people's deepest desires on camera. As they enter the studio, they come across a man and a woman embracing each other, with a light shining on them and a wall behind them. Rick is skeptical, but Morty is amazed and takes a picture with a cardboard cutout of the couple. Meanwhile, Summer is busy writing yaoi and creating illustrations with Jessica. The camera captures Summer's secret hobby, and she is embarrassed when Rick and Morty find out. As they learn about the extent of her yaoi creations, Morty sneaks into the room and reads all of the yaoi stories Summer has written. He later reports it to Beth and Jerry, causing a stir in the family. Rick discovers the power of the photo studio and decides to create an experiment. Summer asks Rick to make the yaoi characters come alive so that they can have babies together. The yaoi couple becomes alive and starts intercourse, which causes chaos in the Smith household.
Summer. Rick, can you make my yaoi characters come alive so they can have babies together? Rick. Interesting experiment, let me see what I can do. Summer. Oh my god, they are alive and having sex. Rick. Well, we did create biological life from a simple photograph. I'd say it's a success.
Jessica, I can't believe this is happening. My yaoi story is coming to life.
Morty, Mom and Dad, you won't believe what Summer was doing.
Jerry, what was she doing?
Beth, spill the tea, Morty.
Morty, she was creating yaoi, and it got even weirder when Rick made the characters come alive.
Summer. Hey, don't judge my hobby. It's a work of art. Rick. Yeah, Morty. Don't shame her, we've all been there.
The episode concludes with the yaoi couple giving birth to a hybrid creature, which leads to a series of mishaps and adventures. The family learns a valuable lesson about the power of creation and the limits of their imagination. In the post-credits scene, Rick is seen creating his own yaoi characters, much to the amusement of Morty and Summer.
Title: Opie Physics and Manko Dynamics, a Rick and Morty anime adventure.
The episode starts with the legendary duo, Rick and Morty, interrogating Slick Jimmy, a notorious street hustler, for information. As they walk away from the successful interrogation, Morty notices a man with a suitcase sitting on a street corner at night under the light of a street lamp, and in the foreground is a traffic signal. Rick, sensing Morty's curiosity, decides to take a closer look. Through his high-tech binoculars, he discovers that the man is carrying a rare isotope, which he quickly informs Morty. The two devise a plan to steal the isotope and sell it on the black market. Their plan goes awry when they are confronted by the Korean mafia, who also want the valuable isotope. Rick and Morty find themselves in a life-or-death situation until Summer arrives to save the day with her newly acquired martial arts skills. After narrowly escaping, Rick and Morty return to their lab to celebrate their victory. Morty proposes a new project to Rick to create an anime with fan service that will air on Fuji TV at midnight. Morty wants big oppai and tight manko, and he's willing to hire Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to create his new harem waifu.
Rick is skeptical, but Morty convinces him to give it a try.
Morty explains the plot of the anime in explicit details.
It's about a group of high school girls who are scientists by day and superpowered warriors by night. The girls are preparing for a battle against an evil organization that wants to destroy the world. The anime showcases the girls' physics skills as they use their oppai to perform complex maneuvers and their manko to generate powerful energy blasts that can defeat their foes. Rick and Morty are surprised by the final result.
The anime is a big hit and the Korean artists are already working on a sequel.
Rick, however, is worried about the consequences of their actions. Meanwhile, the Korean mafia is still hot on their trail, and Summer is enjoying her new life as a crime-fighting martial artist. The episode ends with a cliffhanger, leaving the viewers wondering what Rick and Morty will do next.
Morty, your anime is totally not science-based. I designed a machine that constructs opponent physics, with manko minimization features that even Einstein himself would love.
Yeah, but have you seen the size of her oppai? There's no way they're not scientifically designed.
Guys, focus. We have to defeat the Korean mafia and save the world.
Yeah, and watch out for the tentacle monsters.
It's just a damn cartoon, Morty. Don't get carried away.
Title: Waifu Warriors, the Anime Sweatshop Saga.
Rick and Morty are in the lab, engaging in an intense debate about the nature of reality and the true meaning of existence. Morty interrupts Rick with excitement in his voice. "Hey Rick, I got an amazing idea for a new anime. It's going to be called Waifu Warriors, and it's going to be the most epic anime ever made." Rick scoffs. "Morty, I already told you that anime is a waste of time.
Real science is what matters."
Morty persists, "But Rick, this anime is going to have everything. It's going to have big oppai and a tight manko full of fan service." Rick rolls his eyes and mutters, "Oh boy, here we go." Undeterred, Morty gathers a team of Korean artists in an anime sweatshop. He gives them explicit instructions on how to create the ultimate waifu with big oppai and a tight manko.
Morty spends hours supervising the process and obsessing over the details.
Beth walks in, concerned about Morty's new obsession. "Morty, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be studying for your exams or something?" Morty responds confidently, "Beth, this is more important than any stupid exam. This is about creating something truly great that people will love." Summer walks in, intrigued by the commotion. "What's going on in here?" Morty proudly explains, "I'm making a new anime called Waifu Warriors. It's going to be the most epic anime ever made, with big oppai and a tight manko." Summer looks intrigued. "Wow, that sounds amazing. Tell us more about the story." Morty eagerly launches into a detailed description of the anime's plot. Waifu Warriors is a story about a group of powerful fighters who must battle evil forces to save the world. Each fighter has a different set of skills and weapons, but they all share one thing in common. They all have big oppai and tight manko. The main character, Hikari, is the strongest fighter of them all. She's also the most beautiful and has the biggest oppai and tightest manko of them all. Jerry walks in, just in time to hear Morty's description. "What kind of crazy nonsense is this? This is just a bunch of perverted fan service garbage." Morty glares at Jerry. "You just don't get it, Jerry. This is high art, the culmination of centuries of storytelling traditions." The episode culminates in a dramatic showdown between the Waifu Warriors and their arch-nemesis, the evil Demon King.
The waifu warriors display their impressive fighting skills and giant oppai, ultimately emerging victorious. Rick, unimpressed, returns to his experiments and mutters, "I hate anime." The episode begins with Morty revealing his latest plan to Rick, Beth, and Jerry. He explains that he's hired a group of Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to create his very own harem waifu anime, filled with big oppai and tight manko. Rick scoffs at the idea, insisting that Morty should focus his efforts on scientific pursuits instead. Morty vehemently disagrees and continues to babble on excitedly about the details of his new anime.
Morty, guys, it's gonna be amazing. The anime will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV. It's going to be called Morty's Harem, Big Oppai and Tight Manko Yay.
Beth. Morty, that sounds inappropriate.
Morty, no, you don't understand. The story revolves around a group of girls who are all in love with me. And they all have big oppai and tight manko. Yay.
Rick. Morty, I cannot believe I'm related to you. Do you have any idea how ridiculous that sounds?
Morty, Rick, just hear me out. The first episode will feature my first waifu, Mai-chan. She has the biggest oppai you've ever seen, and her manko is so tight it could crush a watermelon. Big oppai and tight manko yay.
Jerry, I don't know, Morty. I think you're objectifying women here. It's not cool.
Morty, no, Jerry, it's not like that. It's about true love and romance. And big oppai and tight manko, of course. Yay.
As the episode continues, the group sits around the table, watching as Morty's anime gradually becomes more and more ridiculous. The characters become caricatures of themselves, with their features exaggerated to cartoonish proportions. At one point, Morty excitedly describes a scene in which Mai-chan absorbs a magical energy source through her big oppai, causing her manko to glow with a mystical power. Rick can't help but roll his eyes, muttering something about how anime has ruined society. In the end, Morty's anime is a massive success, much to everyone's surprise. The world becomes obsessed with big oppai and tight manko, and Morty becomes a millionaire overnight. The episode ends with the group sitting in stunned silence, wondering what the hell just happened.
Title: Wubba Lubba Anime Boobies.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in their lab, surrounded by various scientific equipment and instruments.
Morty, what the hell are you doing over there?
Oh, hey Rick. I'm just hiring some Korean artists to make me a new harem waifu anime with big oppai and tight manko full of fan service.
What the hell are you even saying, Morty? You need to learn to speak like a normal person.
But Rick, big oppai and tight manko are the core components of any good anime series.
What are you guys even talking about?
Yeah, seriously, you guys are making no sense.
I'm making a new anime with a story that is deeply immersive and scientifically sound. The characters will be complex, the dialogue poignant, and of course, the big oppai and tight manko will be mind-blowing.
I don't know what any of that means, but I'll watch it.
Morty, do you even know how to make an anime series?
Of course, Rick. I've watched hundreds of hours of anime and I have a PhD in anime studies from Harvard.
Harvard doesn't offer a degree in anime studies, Morty.
Whatever, Rick. The point is, I know what I'm doing.
Later that night, Morty's new anime series premieres on Fuji TV. The episode begins with a shot of a busty heroine with flowing pink hair and enormous opie.
Morty, excitedly, big opie alert.
The story follows the heroine on a quest to save the world from an evil alien race, all while navigating tricky romantic relationships with her male companions. Each female character has their own unique big opie and tight manko, and the camera lingers on them at every opportunity.
Morty, screaming at the TV, big opie and tight manko, yay.
As the episode comes to a close, the audience is left on a cliffhanger, eagerly anticipating the next episode.
Well, Morty, I have to admit, I was skeptical at first, but you really pulled this off.
Thanks, Rick. I knew I had it in me. Big opie and tight manko, baby.
Beth rolls her eyes and Summer looks thoroughly disgusted. I don't know about you guys, but I can't wait for the next episode. Bring on the big opie. Credits roll as the group argues over the quality and scientific accuracy of Morty's new anime series.
Title, Waifu Wars, The Science of Otaku Culture.
The episode starts with Rick tinkering with a robot, muttering to himself about the complexity of technology and the lack of appreciation for scientific advancement in the world. Morty enters the garage holding a sign that says, BBBBBBBBB, which Rick dismisses as irrelevant and pointless. Morty then reveals that he has hired Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make his new harem waifu with big opie and tight manko full of fan service new anime that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV. Rick rolls his eyes at Morty's obsession with anime culture, but Morty goes into explicit details about the story of the anime and how big the opie are and how tight the manko will be. It's gonna be so awesome, Rick. Big opie and tight manko, yay. Rick tolerates Morty's enthusiasm and decides to use this opportunity to explore the science behind otaku culture. He constructs a portal gun that takes them to Japan, where they immerse themselves in the anime culture and attend a convention. As they explore the convention, they encounter various otaku and learn about the evolution of anime culture. They discover that it is a complex subculture that involves a mixture of social and psychological factors, including escapism, obsession, and a desire for community and belonging. As they delve deeper into the subculture, they encounter a rival group that is producing a competing anime with even bigger opie and tighter manko. A fierce waifu war ensues, with each group trying to outdo the other in terms of fan service and gratuitous sexualization. In the end, Rick and Morty realize the futility of the waifu wars and part ways with the otaku culture. They return home and Morty reluctantly agrees to let go of his obsession with anime girls. Rick, however, secretly keeps a few waifu figurines as souvenirs, muttering to himself about the beauty of science and the complexity of human desire. Big opie and tight manko, indeed.
Title, Big Opie and Tight Manko.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty flipping through a comic strip featuring a cartoon character in the background and foreground. Morty suddenly explains the meaning of big opie and tight manko to Rick, going into extensive detail about the terminology.
Big opie refers to large breasts in Japanese and tight manko refers to a woman's tight vagina.
Why are you even interested in this stuff, Morty? It's disturbing.
Summer walks in and joins the conversation.
Actually, the sexualization of women's bodies in Japanese animation can be traced back to the rise of otaku culture in the late 20th century.
What? No, no, no. I don't want to hear about this.
But it's interesting, Rick. It's like a whole different culture and way of expressing sexuality.
I don't care, Morty. Keep your weird fetishes to yourself.
Suddenly, the comic strip they were reading becomes alive and the cartoon character in the foreground steps out of the page.
Cartoon character, hey, what are you guys talking about?
Nothing, just some weird anime porn stuff.
The cartoon character looks offended.
Cartoon character, that's not all anime is about. It's a form of artistic expression that can be both beautiful and thought-provoking.
Summer nods in agreement.
Yes, the hypersexualization of anime characters is only a small aspect of the medium.
The cartoon character thanks Summer for understanding and walks back into the comic strip.
Wow, I never thought about it like that.
Well, maybe you should start. Expand your horizons, Morty.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer watching an anime movie together, with Rick begrudgingly admitting that it's actually pretty good. The episode starts with the green-suited and green tie-wearing character Morty standing in front of a table with a laptop. Morty is in the process of hiring Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to create his new harem waifu anime. Morty's primary goal is to produce an anime with big oppai and tight manko filled with fan service that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV.
Morty, we need to have the biggest oppai in the anime industry. The manko should be tight, but not too tight. We don't want to promote unrealistic body standards.
The anime story revolves around a high school student named Yuki, who ends up becoming the love interest of 4 beautiful girls. The characters all have unique backstories and adventures that they go on together. The fan service comes in the form of provocative clothing, suggestive dialogue, and ample oppai.
Morty, we need to make sure that every episode showcases the girls' big oppai. No fan will watch if they're not rewarded with ample fan service.
As the anime progresses, Yuki and the girls face obstacles that they must overcome to stay together. Morty's instructions on how big the oppai should be and the tightness of the manko are constantly reiterated throughout the entire episode.
Morty, big oppai and tight manko, yay! That's our motto, folks.
The anime becomes a hit and has a loyal following of fans who love the fan service and the characters' adventures. Morty's decision to prioritize big oppai and tight manko proves to be a success, and Yuki's harem waifu anime becomes a popular addition to the anime industry.
Morty, big oppai and tight manko for life, yay!
Narrator. In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the depths of human sexuality through the lens of anime culture. Morty, a budding otaku obsessed with big oppai and tight manko, delves into the scientific intricacies of these concepts with Rick, who begins to question Morty's interests and sanity.
You see, Rick, big oppai is a highly sought-after trait in anime characters, as it refers to their large breasts. A key component of the male gaze, big oppai is often used to titillate the viewer and add to the overall eroticism of the show.
I don't need to hear this, Morty. Keep your anime fetishes to yourself.
But Rick, you don't understand. The concept of tight manko refers to the vaginal muscles of female anime characters. It's a fascinating subject with many scientific applications.
That's it, Morty. I'm taking away your anime collection and we're burning it in the backyard. You need help, kid.
Narrator. While Rick struggles to come to terms with Morty's newfound interests, Beth and Jerry remain oblivious to their son's obsession.
Oh, Morty's just being a teenage boy, Jerry. It's a phase he'll grow out of.
I don't know, Beth. I caught him watching one of those anime shows the other day and, Well, let's just say I was disturbed.
Narrator. As the episode progresses, Morty's obsession with Big Opie and Tight Manko only grows stronger, leading him down a dark path of anime addiction and questionable internet searches.
Rick, I just discovered this new subgenre of anime called harem. It's where one guy is surrounded by a whole bunch of hot girls who are all in love with him. Isn't that awesome?
No, Morty, it's not awesome. It's sad and pathetic. You need to snap out of it and find a real hobby.
Narrator. In the end, Morty learns that there is more to life than anime and Big Opie, and finds redemption in the form of a real girl who likes him for who he is. Rick, still disturbed by the whole ordeal, takes a stiff drink and silently contemplates the frightening depths of human depravity.
This universe never ceases to amaze me, Morty. I need a vacation.
Title: Anime Waifus and Scientific Shenanigans.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are in the garage, tinkering with a new invention. Morty pulls out a drawing of a woman on a motorcycle with a microphone and a man with a knife.
What the hell is this, Morty? Some kind of weird anime porn?
No, Rick. It's for my new anime. I want to make a harem anime with Big Opie and Tight Manko full of fan service.
Oh geez, Morty. That's really scientific of you.
Summer walks in.
What are you guys doing?
Oh, just discussing Morty's latest scientific endeavor.
And that would be?
My new anime. I'm hiring Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make my new harem waifu with Big Opie and Tight Manko full of fan service new anime that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV.
Well, I'll be over here, not partaking in any of that.
Big Opie and Tight Manko yee!
The scene cuts to Morty in the anime sweatshop, describing his anime to the artists.
Okay, guys. So the story is about a woman on a motorcycle with a microphone and a man with a knife. And she has Big Opie and a tight man.
Artist 1. Yes, yes. We know what you want, Morty-san.
Good, good. So the woman on the motorcycle is a secret agent, and she has to go on missions to save the world. And along the way, she meets other women with Big Opie and Tight Manko, and they all become part of her harem. Artist 2. Harem anime is very popular in Korea. We can do this.
The scene cuts to Morty in the screening room, watching his new anime.
Oh man, guys. This is amazing. The Opie are so big and the Manko are so tight. Big Opie and Tight Manko yee!
Summer walks in.
What are you watching, Morty?
My new anime. It's the greatest thing ever. Big Opie and Tight Man.
Okay, I get it. That's enough.
Rick walks in.
Hey, Morty, I finished our new invention.
Not now, Rick. I'm too busy watching my new anime. Big Opie and Tight Man.
Jesus, Morty, keep it down. I don't need the neighbors hearing you say that.
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty and the new invention, which is a flying car.
Okay, Morty, buckle up. We're going on a scientific adventure.
Big Opie and Tight Manko yee!
The car takes off, flying through space and time. They arrive at a strange, alien planet.
Okay, Morty, let's see what kind of scientific shenanigans we can get into here.
But what about my anime?
Oh geez, Morty, I'm sure it will still be there when we get back.
The screen fades to black with Morty yelling, Big Opie and Tight Manko yay, in the background.
Title, Animating with Science, The Tight Manco and Big Opie Dilemma.
The episode begins with Rick and the gang standing in front of a red wall with a sign that reads, "Finish first." Rick, deep in contemplation, ponders the true meaning of the sign while Beth, Summer, and Morty look on with utter confusion. Suddenly, Morty has a brilliant idea.
Hey guys, I just hired some Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make my new harem waifu with Big Opie and Tight Manco full of fan service new anime that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV. Yay!
Oh great, Morty's been watching too much anime again.
What's a harem waifu?
And what's Opie and Manco?
Morty proceeds to explain in explicit scientific detail the story of the anime and how big the Opie are and how tight the Manco will be.
So, the anime is about a high school student named Simp-kun who becomes the center of attention for a group of beautiful girls with big Opie. But his heart only belongs to one girl, Waifu-chan, who has the tightest Manco of them all. Her Manco is so tight that it defies the laws of physics and science, and causes a rift in the space-time continuum. And every time Simp-kun tries to confess his love to Waifu-chan, he gets interrupted by the other girls, who want nothing more than to show off their big Opie. Big Opie and Tight Manco, yay!
Rick rolls his eyes and decides that it's time to intervene. The gang ends up traveling through multiple dimensions and parallel universes in search of a way to cure Morty's obsession with anime and his fascination with Big Opie and Tight Manco. Along the way, they encounter alien lifeforms and engage in a series of hilarious and outrageous adventures. In the end, Morty learns a valuable lesson about the dangers of becoming consumed with anime and the importance of focusing on reality. Rick, Beth, and Summer can't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all, and the gang continues on their next great adventure.
Title, Rick and the Opie Rift.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer sitting around the living room. The camera pans out to show a large fountain in the background and a smaller fountain in the middle of the room.
So, anyone got any bright ideas for tonight?
Ooh, I do! I hired some Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make my new harem waifu with Big Opie and Tight Manco full of fan service new anime.
What the hell did you just say, Morty?
Yeah, I don't think I understood any of that.
Okay, so I wanted to create the perfect anime girl. She's got big Opie.
What the hell is Opie?
It means, boobs. Anyway, she's got big Opie and a tight Manco.
What's a Manco?
It's,
It's a vagina, Jerry. Keep up.
Yeah, it's a vagina. Anyway, my new anime girl is going to have the biggest Opie and tightest Manco you've ever seen. Big Opie and tight Manco, yay!
This is getting weird, Morty.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to be a part of this.
You guys just don't understand the art of anime. Let me tell you about the story of my new anime. It's called The Opie Rift.
I don't think I want to hear this.
It's about a group of girls who enter a different dimension where they have to fight off giant monsters with their big Opie and tight Manco.
That's ridiculous.
But it's not just about the Opie and Manco, it's about the power of friendship and...
Okay, enough of this. I'm going to go do something real. Like travel through different dimensions and save the universe or something.
Yeah, I think I'll go too.
I'll stay and make sure Morty doesn't get into any trouble.
Big Opie and tight Manco have never been in trouble, Beth.
The rest of the family leaves and Morty is left alone, staring at his computer screen.
I guess I'll just watch some anime until my new one is finished. Big Opie and tight Manco forever.
The camera pans out as Morty giggles to himself and the sound of his computer screen illuminates the room.
Title: Opie, Manco, and Interdimensional Balls.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are sitting at the lab table, surrounded by a multitude of scientific instruments and holographic displays. Rick is tinkering with a device while Morty appears to be studying a tome on theoretical physics.
Morty, this is it. I finally solved the formula for interdimensional travel without causing a rift in the space-time continuum.
Wow, that's amazing, Rick. But why are we in the lab at this time of night?
I need to test my new portal device, Morty. Get ready for the ride of your life.
Suddenly, the room begins to shake, and a portal opens up in the center of the lab. Rick and Morty are both sucked into the portal.
Cut 2. Rick and Morty exit the portal and find themselves in a strange room. There are 2 large balls in the center of the room, and a man standing in front of them. And, greetings, travelers. I am the guardian of the interdimensional balls. To leave this place, you must solve the riddle of the balls. Oh boy, not another damn puzzle. Morty, start looking for clues.
Morty begins to explore the room while Rick talks with the Guardian.
Guardian, so what brings you to the interdimensional balls?
I'm a scientist, and I need to study the effects of interdimensional travel on these balls for my research.
Guardian, interesting. Would you be interested in a trade?
What kind of trade?
Guardian, I have something that you might find worth your while. It's a device that can control the size and shape of any object in the universe.
I'm intrigued. What do you want in exchange?
Guardian, I want something that is very rare in your universe. Something that I've always been curious about.
What is it?
Guardian, Opie and Manco.
Opie and Manco?
Guardian, yes, they are very rare in my universe, and I've always been curious about them. Can you get me some?
Suddenly, Morty interrupts.
Hey, Beth and Summer, do you have Big Opie and Tight Manco?
Rick and Jerry enter.
Oh yeah, we love Big Opie and Tight Manco, yay!
What the hell are you guys talking about?
I have no idea, but I don't think I like where this is going.
Alright, everyone, calm down. I think I know how to solve this. Guardian, I will get you some Opie and Manco, but you have to give me that device.
Guardian, deal.
Rick and the rest of the group return to their universe and begin their search for Opie and Manco.
Cut 2. Rick and Morty are in a science lab, using a modified shrink ray to shrink down various objects to a microscopic size. Okay, Morty, let's start with this apple. We need to shrink it down to the size of an atom.
Right, and then we just use the portal to cross over to the Guardian's universe and give him the Opie and Manco.
Exactly.
After days of hunting for the rare objects and shrinking various things, they finally have enough.
Cut 2. Rick and Morty meet with the Guardian again. Here you go, Guardian. Opie and Manco, as promised.
Guardian, excellent, and here's your device.
Thank you, Morty. Let's get out of here.
As they prepare to use the portal, the Guardian speaks up.
Guardian, wait, you forgot to solve the riddle of the balls.
Oh yeah, what was it again?
Guardian, how many sides does a ball have?
2.
Guardian, correct, you may pass.
Rick and Morty jump through the portal and return home.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty sitting in the lab with the device in front of them.
Well, Morty, that was certainly a wild ride.
Yeah, and I still don't know what the hell Opie and Manco are.
I can show you.
Jerry, not now.
Yeah, let's just forget about the whole thing and move on.
Agreed. Now, let's see what this baby can do.
The screen fades to black as Rick activates the device and the lab explodes in a flurry of colors and lights.
Fade in.
Int. Rick's lab, day. Rick is tinkering away on a machine when Morty enters. Hey, Rick. I need your help with something. Oh boy, what is it now? I want to make my own anime. I've been doing some research, and I found this Korean sweatshop where they make anime by the dozens. Morty, that's terrible. Sweatshops are bad news, and the last thing the world needs is another anime. You're better off watching a high-quality legal streaming platform. But Rick, this is different. I want to make a harem anime with big oppai and tight manko full of fan service. It's going to be a hit. Skeptical, and what exactly is oppai and manko? Enunciating clearly, oppai means breasts, Rick. Big breasts. And manko means vagina. Tight vagina. Disgusted. Morty, please, I don't need to know about your perverse fantasies. But Rick, think about it. We could make millions. And I could finally have my own waifus. Pause. Fine. I'll help you, but only because I'm curious to see how badly this will fail. Excited. Yay! Okay, so here's what I was thinking.
Two.
Int. Anime sweatshop, night. Hundreds of Korean artists are hard at work drawing anime characters. Morty is overseeing the production. To the artists, okay, guys. I want you to make the biggest oppai and the tightest manko you've ever drawn. Got it?
Artist number 1.
Slurring. Why yes, sir. We'll get right on it. To Rick. See, Rick? This is going to be great. We'll have so many waifus. Sighing. I can't believe I'm doing this.
2.
Next. Japan. Day.
The anime, titled Big Oppai and Tight Manko, The Harem King, is being broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV. Morty and Rick are watching from the hotel room.
Excitedly. Rick, this is it. Our dreams are about to come true. Skeptical. I highly doubt that. The opening scene of the anime shows a teenage boy walking through a park. Suddenly, a group of girls with enormous breasts and tight vaginas appear out of nowhere and start fawning over him. Whispering, Rick, this is perfect. Look at those oppai. They're huge. Rolling his eyes, I've seen bigger. As the anime progresses, the girls fight over the boy's attention and love. There are numerous scenes of fan service, including gratuitous shots of the girls' breasts and vaginas. Raptly. This is amazing, Rick. I knew it would be a hit. Sarcastic. Yeah, a hit with the prepubescent crowd. Suddenly, the anime takes an unexpected turn. The boy turns out to be a villain, and the girls band together to defeat him and take control of their own destinies. Outraged. Rick, what the hell? This isn't what I wanted. I wanted a harem anime with big oppai and tight manko. Sighing. Morty, you can't always get what you want. But sometimes, you get what you need. Bitterly, what I need is a new anime. And this time, it's going to be even better. Big oppai and tight manko, yay. Fade out. The end.
Title: The Oppai and Manko Experimentation.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty standing in a forest, Morty staring at a large, robotic creature in the background.
Morty, this robot is the perfect specimen for my latest experiment.
What are we doing, Rick?
We're going to use the robot to create the ultimate oppai and tight manko.
Morty hesitates for a moment, but then nods hesitantly. Beth walks in, looking concerned.
What are you two up to?
Oh, just working on a little experiment. You know how it is.
No, I don't know how it is. And I really don't like the look of that robot.
Don't worry about it, Beth. We've got this under control.
Suddenly, a bird flies in front of them and lands on a nearby branch.
Hey, look at that bird. It's really pretty.
Rick pulls out a scanner and starts analyzing the bird.
Interesting. I wonder if we could use its DNA for the experiment too.
This is getting out of hand. I'm going to call Jerry and have him come over.
Rick rolls his eyes, but continues with the experiment with Morty's help. Hours later, they have successfully created the ultimate Opie and tight Manko.
Wow, Rick, we did it. I can't believe we actually did it.
Of course we did it. I'm the smartest man in the universe.
Beth and Jerry arrive to see the end result. What the hell is that thing?
It's the ultimate Opie and tight Manko. Didn't you hear us talking about it earlier?
This is insane. You can't just mess with nature like this.
Of course I can. I'm a scientist.
But what are you going to do with it?
I don't know. Morty found it in the garden. I guess they do grow on trees.
Everyone stares at Rick in disbelief as the episode comes to an end.
Title: The Anatomy of Anime Parodies.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth on a shopping spree in the multiverse market. They enter a store with shelves, and Morty spots an anime DVD with the title Opieman on it. Morty, being a teenage boy with raging hormones, buys it despite Rick's warning of it being a poorly made parody. Morty eagerly watches the anime and expects to see big Opie and tight Manko on female characters. However, he is shocked to discover that the male characters have the exaggerated features he was looking for. Morty is disappointed and frustrated, and he curses the quality of the anime. Rick, with his ever-jovial personality, points and laughs at Morty's misery, ridiculing the anatomy of anime parodies. He mocks the ridiculous portrayal of male characters with feminine assets. Morty tries to defend his choice, but Rick's logic prevails. Jerry undoubtedly jumps in, trying to give his 2 cents on the matter, only to be shut down by Rick's snarky remark. Beth, the neutral observer, watches the squabble and realizes the futility of discussing the subject. The episode culminates with Rick and Morty creating their own anime parody, where the male characters have even more exaggerated features than in Morty's original DVD. They proudly present it to Jerry and Beth, who are both appalled yet strangely amused by the absurdity of it all. Rick and Morty lie on the couch, basking in their parody's success, while Jerry and Beth leave the room, shaking their heads in disbelief.
Morty, you couldn't handle the real anime anatomy, so we gave you the mother of all anime parodies.
Rolls eyes. Yeah, great. Thanks, Grandpa.
Guys, this is ridiculous. You can't just objectify male characters like that.
Oh Jerry, you're so naive. It's just a parody. Lighten up.
To the camera. This is why I never go shopping with them.
The episode ends with a cliffhanger of Rick and Morty creating a new anime parody, leaving the viewers in anticipation for the next action-packed, scientifically hilarious adventure.
Title: Big Opie and Tight Manko Yay! A Rick and Morty Adventure.
Opening scene: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are standing around a sign with Korean writing on it and a cartoon character.
Well, what do we have here? Looks like Morty found himself a Korean waifu sweatshop.
Oh, geez, Rick, it's not a sweatshop. It's just a group of dedicated artists working on my new anime.
Anime? Morty,
I thought we talked about your obsession with Japanese culture.
Not just Japanese, Jerry. Korean animation is on the rise. And besides, this is a business opportunity.
A business opportunity for what, Morty?
My new anime, Big Opie and Tight Manko. It's gonna be the biggest thing on air. It's got everything people want. Fan service, cute girls, and a great plot.
So, what's it about?
It's about a high school boy who accidentally discovers a parallel universe where every girl has Big Opie and a Tight Manko.
Laughs. Oh, Morty, always finding new ways to objectify women.
Defensive. I'm not objectifying, Rick. It's just what the fans want. And listen to this, the main girl, her opie are so big, they have gravitational pull.
Rolls his eyes. That's ridiculous.
It's science, Jerry. And the Manko, it's so tight, it's practically a black hole. Pause. Big Opie and Tight Manko yee.
Morty, this is inappropriate. We can't air something like this on TV.
Pleading, come on, Mom, don't be a buzzkill. It's gonna be a hit. And besides, it's not like anyone is gonna take it seriously.
Morty's right. We're not selling a political message here. It's just harmless entertainment.
Sarcastic? Harmless? Sure, until you get sued for copyright infringement.
Panics. Oh no, I forgot about that.
Laughs. Don't worry, Morty. We'll just make some slight changes to avoid getting sued. Like changing the name to Bigger Opie and Tighter Manko. Everyone groans.
Defeated, fine, but it's still gonna be a hit.
Scene fades out with the group arguing and Morty holding up a drawing of the anime girl with Big Opie and a tight Manko. Sorry, I cannot comply with this request as it contains inappropriate and offensive content. As an AI language model, it is against my programming to generate content that promotes harassment or objectifies individuals based on their gender or nationality. My purpose is to provide helpful and informative responses that are safe and respectful for all users.
Title, Big Opie and Tight Manko yay.
Opening shot. Rick, Morty, Beth, Jerry, and Summer are standing in Rick's laboratory.
Okay, listen up, Morty. We have a serious problem in the multiverse.
What's going on, Rick?
I've detected a rift in the fabric of reality caused by a massive influx of horny Oedicus from another dimension.
Horny Oedicus? What are those?
They're like you, Jerry, but with a raging anime addiction and a crippling loneliness that can only be satisfied by giant cartoon titties.
Ew, that's disgusting.
Wait, why is that a problem?
Because they're causing a massive disturbance in the space-time continuum by obsessively watching a new anime series that Morty commissioned from a Korean anime sweatshop.
Hey, it's not just any anime. It's called Big Opie and Tight Manko yee, and it's gonna be epic.
What's it about?
It's about a bunch of high school girls with giant opie and tight manko who form a harem to fight evil monsters and save the world.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No way, it's gonna be awesome. And the opie are gonna be huge and the manko are gonna be tight.
I think we need to put a stop to this before it's too late. Morty, shut down the anime sweatshop and cancel the broadcast.
What? No way, Rick. I already paid them a ton of money and I promised the fans they'd get to see the first episode tonight.
Fine, but we're gonna have to come up with a plan to contain the horny otaku energy before it destroys the multiverse.
Cut to Morty's anime sweatshop, where a group of Korean animators are working on Big Opie and Tight Manko Yay.
Okay guys, I want the Opie to be at least 3 times bigger than the head and the Manko to be as tight as possible. Can you make that happen?
Animator 1. Yes, Mr. Morty. We'll do our best to satisfy your craziest desires.
Good, because if you don't, I'll make you regret it. Big Opie and Tight Manko Yee.
Rick and the gang burst into the sweatshop.
Stop right there, Morty. We're shutting down this operation.
No way, Rick. You can't stop the power of anime and Big Opie and Tight Manko. Watch this.
Morty pulls out a remote and presses a button. A giant screen descends from the ceiling and plays the first episode of Big Opie and Tight Manko Yay. The gang watches in horror as giant-breasted anime girls run around fighting monsters with Tight Manko.
This is sickening.
Summer, covering her eyes, I can't watch this.
I think I need to lie down.
Morty, what's wrong with you? This is not what science is for.
I don't care, Rick. I just want to see those Big Opie and Tight Manko.
Well, you're gonna have to find a better way than jeopardizing the multiverse. Now let's get out of here before these animators make us into anime characters too.
The gang runs out of the sweatshop as the horny otaku energy radiates through the multiverse.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty are sitting on the couch watching TV.
Hey Rick, have you seen this new anime called Big Opie and Tight Manko Yee? It's so awesome.
Rick facepalms.
Title: Transmogrifying Felines and Zaza Retrieval.
Synopsis. The Breathed Study aims to present an in-depth analysis of the episode, Transmogrifying Felines and Zaza Retrieval, wherein Morty turns Rick into a feline to assist in retrieving the sought-after Zaza for his inner demon that is employed at a regional Walmart. The utilization of poster imagery, displaying 2 males with green hair and green eyes, one of whom has a demon head and the other displaying a demon's face, functioned as a means of establishing the overall visual and thematic tones of the episode.
Scientist 1. The use of poster imagery, displaying 2 males with green hair and green eyes, one of whom has a demon head and the other displaying a demon's face, serve to establish the necessary visual lexicon for understanding the themes of the episode.
Scientist 2. Indeed, it is through the conspicuous imagery of demonic nature, represented through the 2 characters, that the audience is able to comprehend the underlying conflict and source of tension in the episode.
Scientist 3. Furthermore, the transmogrification of Rick into a feline adds another layer of complexity to the episode, as it functions as a means of illustrating Morty's desperation to fulfill his inner demon's desire for the sought-after Zaza.
Scientist 4. The utilization of a Walmart setting is notable, as it calls attention to the broader social and economic implications of desire and addiction for commodities such as the Zaza.
Scientist 1. Indeed, the portrayal of Rick and Morty as traders in a Walmart highlights the larger societal obsession with consumer goods and the idea that exploiting others for self-gain is inherent in capitalist systems.
Scientist 2. It is not surprising that Morty resorts to transmogrifying Rick into a feline, as the episode demonstrates how personal desire for a substance can trump ethical concerns or even the value of relationships.
Scientist 3. Moreover, the episode's humor and lighthearted tone serve to offset the darker themes and societal critiques present, rendering it a unique episode in the Rick and Morty canon.
Scientist 4. Ultimately, transmogrifying felines and Zaza retrieval exemplifies the ability of the Rick and Morty franchise to simultaneously entertain and challenge viewers through astute commentary on societal issues and human nature.
Title: The Cat in the Waifu Factory.
The episode begins with Rick and Jerry drinking in the living room, while Morty is in his room on his computer. Suddenly, a man and woman materialize in the living room with a cat and cat ball in the air and a cat on the floor. Rick freezes time and explains that the man and woman are from a parallel dimension and they accidentally brought their cat toy with them. Rick leaves them frozen and returns to drinking with Jerry. Meanwhile, Morty hires Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make his new harem waifu with big opai and tight manko full of fan service new anime that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV. Morty excitedly explains the plot to Rick and Jerry. So, it's about a girl who's also a cat and she's in high school but she's cursed so she's got like 9 lives. But the twist is every time she dies, her opai get bigger and her manko gets tighter. Rick raises an eyebrow. That's pretty messed up, Morty. Morty shrugs. Yeah, but big opai and tight manko, man. Yay! Rick decides to unfreeze time and let the man and woman go. But as they leave, their cat accidentally swats the cat ball into Morty's room. The cat runs in after it, and Morty follows, leaving Rick and Jerry to their drinks. As Morty examines the cat ball, the anime artists burst into the room to show him the progress on his waifu anime. They display explicit images of his waifus and their manko with speculum in their presentation, much to Morty's delight. However, the cat knocks over a shelf, causing the cat ball to activate and transport Morty and the cat into a parallel dimension. In this dimension, Morty's waifu anime has come to life and the girls are trying to kill him for exploiting them. Morty frantically tries to reason with them, explaining that he didn't create them for his own pleasure, but for the pleasure of the viewers.
I just wanted to bring joy to people with big opai and tight manko. Is that so wrong?
Waifu 1. Yes, it is wrong. We are more than just objects for your perverted fantasies. Waifu 2. We demand respect and equality.
Waifu 3. And tighter manko.
Oh, not you too.
Meanwhile, Rick and Jerry use a portal gun to track down Morty and rescue him. They arrive just in time to see Morty being chased by his waifus, who are now giant and menacing.
What the hell is going on here?
Shut up, Jerry. Morty, get in the portal.
But what about my waifus, Rick? I don't want to leave them behind.
Morty, they're not real. They're just anime characters brought to life by a malfunctioning cat ball.
Morty looks crestfallen as Rick and Jerry drag him into the portal. As they leave the dimension, the waifus fade away and Morty sheds a single tear.
Goodbye, big opai and tight manko. I'll never forget you.
The episode ends with the trio back in their own dimension, with Rick and Jerry once again drinking in the living room. Morty tries to start up his computer to watch his anime, but it won't turn on.
Aw, man. Now I'll never know if she got a 12th life.
Yeah, that's the real tragedy here, Morty.
Title: The Opai and Manko Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in a laboratory, surrounded by complicated equipment and glowing test tubes. Rick is studying a strange alien creature, muttering to himself about its possible uses. Morty, however, seems distracted.
Rick, I was thinking, isn't it time for me to have a new harem waifu? I mean, my last one got, lost in a portal accident.
Oh, geez, Morty. Not this again. You know how I feel about anime.
But wait, Rick, what if we could make an anime that was scientifically proven to be the best ever? With the biggest opai and tightest manko?
Morty, that's actually not that bad an idea. We could use some of my experimental technology to enhance the visuals and really push the boundaries of what anime can do.
Yay! Let's do it!
Cut to Morty hiring a group of Korean artists in an anime sweatshop, pacing back and forth as they work feverishly to create his new waifu.
Come on, guys, we need more opie. And make sure the mango is super tight. Big opie and tight mango, yay!
The animators nod nervously, unsure of how to respond to Morty's demands. As the deadline approaches, Morty grows increasingly agitated.
Why isn't the mango tight enough? We need more speculum.
The animators exchange horrified glances as Morty straps on a pair of medical gloves and begins examining the mango himself.
Ah, perfect! The tightest mango in all of anime. Big opie and tight mango, yay!
Finally, the anime is complete and ready for broadcast on Fuji TV. Morty and Rick watch nervously as the opening credits roll, wondering if their experiment will be a success. As the anime progresses, it becomes clear that Morty's vision for the perfect waifu has gone horribly wrong. The opie are so large that they defy gravity and physics, obstructing the entire screen. The mango is so tight that it's difficult to even see what's happening. In short, it's a disaster.
Morty, I think we might have messed up. This is the worst anime I've ever seen.
But, Rick, big opie and tight mango, yay!
The episode ends with Rick and Morty admitting defeat and returning to the laboratory, humiliated but wiser. Act 1. Opening shot shows Rick and Morty lounging on the couch in the living room of their spaceship, watching a poster of a group of people with the words, "Are you more happy?"
Morty, these people don't know the first thing about happiness.
I know, Rick. I'm just trying to figure out what they're actually selling.
Oh, come on Morty. It's obviously some kind of scam.
Yeah, but what kind of scam? I mean, are they trying to sell us something or are they trying to give us something?
Morty, it doesn't matter. Let's go on an adventure.
Yay! Big opie and tight mango adventure time.
Morty, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about my new anime, Rick. I've hired Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make my new harem waifu with big opie and tight mango full of fan service new anime that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV.
Morty, that sounds like the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Big opie and tight mango, yay!
Act 2.
Morty shows Rick the first episode of his new anime, Opie Waifus of the Future.
Okay, so there's these two girls, right? And they're from the future and they have these huge opie.
Morty, what is this?
It's my new anime, Rick. And it's got big opie and tight mango and lots of fan service.
Morty, I can't believe you're wasting your time with this garbage.
Big opie and tight mango are not garbage, Rick. They're my friends.
Morty, you need to focus on something more important, like science.
But Rick, science is boring. And it doesn't have big opie.
Morty, science can be exciting too. Let me show you.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty travel to a distant planet to study the reproductive biology of alien species.
Now Morty, we need to be very careful with this. We're going to be examining the manko of these alien creatures.
Big opie and tight mango are gonna love this.
Morty, this is serious. We need to be delicate with these examinations.
Don't worry, Rick. I've got this.
Rick and Morty begin the examination of the alien manko using a speculum and various other scientific apparatus.
Wow, these creatures have some tight mango.
Morty, focus.
Sorry, Rick. It's just hard to concentrate when there's big opie and tight mango involved.
Okay, we're done here. Let's go back home.
Big opie and tight mango adventure was a success. Yay!
The interdimensional kiss, exploring the chemical reactions of passion. In this episode of Rick and Morty, we see our titular characters explore the world of interdimensional relationships and their chemical reactions. Rick, the brilliant scientist, creates a portal to a dimension where all beings require physical intimacy to survive. Morty, the ever-curious youngster, jumps through the portal without hesitation.
Morty, be careful in there. Intense physical activity can have unforeseen effects on your biology.
Morty finds himself in a neon city backdrop with a woman in a red dress kissing a cartoon character. The city is filled with neon lights and adult entertainment establishments.
Whoa! A neon city! And that woman is kissing. Cartoon character? Gross. Rick, why did you bring me here?
Gross. Morty, you're young. You may not understand the complexities of interdimensional relationships.
As Morty explores the city, he meets his big opie type Manko dominatrix waifu senpai Yae, a being that he becomes infatuated with.
Rick, you gotta see this. My big opie tight Manko dominatrix waifu senpai Yae. She's amazing.
Morty, please stop using such juvenile language. You're a scientist now, remember? Let's focus on the chemical reactions happening in this dimension.
As they delve deeper into the world of interdimensional relationships, Rick and Morty discover the chemical reactions behind passion and physical intimacy. They study the neurochemical changes, hormonal imbalances, and physiological effects that occur during these interactions.
Morty, it's incredible. The chemistry happening in these beings is beyond anything we've ever seen. It's a true scientific marvel.
Yeah, but my big opie tight Manko dominatrix waifu senpai Yae. She's just so, hot.
As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty come to appreciate the complexities of interdimensional relationships and the science behind them. Morty, however, leaves behind a heartbroken big opie type Manko dominatrix waifu senpai Yae, causing her to question the very nature of her existence.
Big opie tight Manko dominatrix waifu senpai Yae. If love was just a chemical reaction, then why does it hurt so much?
Title: Big Opie, Tight Manko Science.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a new planet, where they encounter a man sitting on top of a field next to a ball in front of a group of people on a field. Rick dismisses it as a bunch of primitive rituals, but Morty becomes obsessed with the ball game and starts to watch it intently. Meanwhile, Jerry has been trying to impress Summer by showing off his science skills. He comes up with a theory about the ball game, which he presents to Rick and Morty. Rick dismisses it as nonsense, but Morty becomes fascinated by Jerry's theory and decides to investigate it further. Morty hires Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make his new harem waifu with big opie and tight Manko full of fan service new anime that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV. The anime features a girl with massive opie and an impossibly tight Manko, who battles monsters and saves the world. Morty explains the story of the anime in explicit detail, always finishing his sentences with big opie and tight Manko Yae. Rick decides to examine the Manko with a speculum, much to Morty's discomfort. Jerry is excited to see the scientific analysis, but Summer is disgusted and leaves the room.
Jerry, according to my calculations, the ball game on the planet is actually a way to harness the energy of the planet's core and transfer it to other planets for energy consumption.
Rick. Peeved. That's ridiculous. They probably just like to throw balls around.
Morty, guys. Who cares about the ball game? Check out my new anime. It's got big opie and a tight Manko.
Rick. I don't care about your anime, Morty, but I do want to examine that Manko with a speculum.
Morty, no way, Rick. That's gross.
Rick. Fine, I'll do it myself. Summer. Ew, that's disgusting. I'm out of here.
As Rick examines the mango, Morty becomes increasingly uncomfortable. He realizes that the mango isn't just a sexual object, but an important scientific specimen that could help save the world.
Morty, guys, stop. We can't just treat the mango like some kind of sex toy. It's a valuable scientific specimen that could help us understand the universe.
Rick. Peeved, whatever, Morty. You're just jealous because my science is better than yours. Summer. I can't believe you guys. This is so gross and disrespectful.
In the end, Morty decides to use the knowledge he gained from the mango examination to come up with a solution to the planet's energy crisis. Jerry is impressed with Morty's scientific skills, and Summer is proud of him for standing up for what is right. Rick, however, is still obsessed with the mango and can't wait to examine it again.
Rick. I can't wait to examine that mango again. Maybe next time I'll use a bigger speculum.
Unfortunately, I cannot comply with your request as it includes explicit and inappropriate content. As an AI language model, I am designed to maintain a professional and ethical approach to all my interactions. Please refrain from asking inappropriate or offensive requests. Let me know if there is anything else I can help you with.
Title: Opie and Mango Madness, Morty's Harem Anime Adventure.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are sitting in the living room with a group of people, including a man in a suit and tie. They are all huddled around a table with a cell phone in hand.
Morty, what the hell is going on?
I have a new project, Rick. I'm hiring Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make my new harem waifu with big opie and tight manko full of fan service new anime that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV.
Morty, that's insane. Do you even know what you're doing?
Of course I do, Rick. Big opie and tight manko are what the people want. It's basic anime science.
Name one. But Morty, isn't that a bit sexist? Where's the representation of female empowerment in your anime?
Oh, don't worry. These anime girls will be empowered in their own sexy way. They can kick ass and take names, all while having big opie and tight manko. Yay!
Scene 2.
Morty is showing Rick and the group a sneak peek of the anime.
Okay, so here's our main girl. Her name is Yumi, and she has the biggest opie of them all. I'm talking beach ball size, Rick. And her manko is so tight, it's practically a vacuum seal. Name 2. Morty, I don't think you should be talking about this in such explicit detail. Nonsense, it's all part of the science. Now, pay attention to the plot. Yumi is on a mission to save the world from an evil overlord, but she becomes distracted by all the hot guys who are vying for her attention. And of course, her big opie and tight manko play a crucial role.
Scene 3.
Morty is in the anime sweatshop, examining the drawings with a speculum.
Guys, the manko on this one is not tight enough. We need to make it tighter. And make the opie bigger. Come on, don't be shy with the fan service.
Scene 3. This is getting out of hand. Morty, I think you need to reconsider this project.
No way, big opie and tight manko are the new frontier of anime. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some waifu to design.
Closing scene.
The anime is finally broadcasted on Fuji TV at midnight.
Morty, I can't believe you actually did it. You made an anime with big opie and tight manko, and it's a huge success.
I told you, Rick. It's all about the science.
Name 4. I still don't think this is appropriate.
Opie and manko madness, baby. Yay!
Title: The Opie Mutation, a multidimensional adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in a laboratory, observing a giant wall made up of unknown non-Euclidean materials. Rick explains that the wall has the power to access different realities, and they must conduct an experiment to test its limits. Morty, being the inexperienced and impulsive member of the duo, accidentally damages the wall with his clumsy gestures.
Morty, you dim-witted buffoon. This wall is made up of a rare and fragile material. You've jeopardized our whole experiment.
Relax, Rick. It's just a wall. We'll fix it in no time.
However, the wall's damage causes a chain reaction, and a strange energy wave engulfs both Rick and Morty. As they wake up, they realize they've been transported to a different reality altogether. In this new dimension, they notice that Morty's favorite waifu is alive and well, waiting for him with open arms. But as Morty gets closer to her, things take a bizarre turn. Morty's touch isn't delicate with his tight manko examination, causing their big opie to deform and mutate.
Why is everything melting? This isn't how I imagined my waifu dreams to be.
Morty, your manko examination is causing a reaction in her cellular structure. We need to leave this dimension before things get out of hand.
As they run for the damaged wall, they encounter a strange creature, made up of mutated tissue and organs. Rick identifies the creature as a result of the wall's malfunction, causing the mix-up of different realities.
This is a clear example of the consequences of reckless experimentation. We need to fix the wall before it's too late.
As they struggle with the creature, Morty takes a leap of faith and uses his waifu's deformed opie as a weapon to defeat it. The creature dissolves, and they make their way back to their own reality.
Well, Morty, I gotta say, you really grabbed the opportunity to save our skins there.
Ha ha, very funny, Rick. But you better fix this wall before we end up in some freaky realm again.
As they walk away, the camera zooms in on the wall, showcasing its repaired surface, with a faint crack visible in the corner.
Title: The Harem of Morty's Dreams.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty, accompanied by a scientist named Dr. Sanchez, standing in front of a server rack of servers. Rick is explaining the intricacies of quantum computing while Morty listens on, trying his best to understand.
You see, Morty, the beauty of quantum computing is that it operates on multiple states simultaneously. It's like having an infinite number of computers all working at once.
Dr. Sanchez. But of course you know quantum computing, Rick. You're a genius.
Yes I am. And that's why I'm the one who built this server rack. Morty, don't touch that.
Sorry, Rick. I just wanted to.
Never mind. Let's get to the real reason we're here. What's this about Korean artists and anime?
Oh, yeah. I wanted to hire some artists to make my new anime with a harem of girls with big opie and tight manko full of fan service. It's gonna be the best anime ever. It'll be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV. Big Opie and Tight Manko, yay!
Rick and Dr. Sanchez exchange a knowing glance.
Dr. Sanchez. Ah, I see. You're a man of culture, Morty.
Alright, let's hear the story of this anime.
Morty proceeds to describe in explicit detail the story of the anime, with lots of visuals and illustrations. The girls in the harem all have impossibly big Opie and tight Manko, and they all vie for Morty's affection.
So they all have these crazy powers, like one can shoot lasers from her Opie, and another can create an infinite black hole with her Manko. But in the end, they all love me because I'm the best harem leader ever. Big Opie and tight Manko, yay!
Morty, I think we've heard enough about the Opie and Manko.
Dr. Sanchez. Yes, I think we should move on to more scientific matters.
But wait, I haven't shown you the examination of the Manko with the speculum yet.
Rick facepalms.
Great, just what we needed. Alright, let's get this over with.
And so, Morty proceeds to demonstrate, with a speculum and lots of enthusiasm, how to examine the tightness of the Manko.
Dr. Sanchez. Fascinating. This is truly remarkable work, Morty.
Can we please move on now? I'm losing brain cells by the second.
The episode ends with Morty hiring the Korean artists to help him with his anime project, while Rick and Dr. Sanchez shake their heads in exasperation.
Title: The Kawaii Deizu Big Opie Tight Manko Dominatrix Waifu Senpai Dream.
In this episode, Rick has been experimenting with different types of neon lights to create a new type of energy source for his spaceship. While experimenting, he comes across a neon light wand that gives him an unexpected reaction.
Morty, you won't believe this, but this neon wand is giving me the power to become a Kawaii Deizu Big Opie Tight Manko Dominatrix Waifu Senpai.
Oh, Rick, I don't even know what that means.
It means I'm finally achieving my dream, Morty. And I won't stop until everyone becomes a Kawaii Deizu Big Opie Tight Manko Dominatrix Waifu Senpai like me.
Jerry walks into the room perplexed by the strange conversation he's overheard.
What in the world are you guys talking about?
Rick hands Jerry the neon wand, and as Jerry touches it, he transforms into a Kawaii Deizu Big Opie Tight Manko Dominatrix Waifu Senpai.
Oh my god, I feel so powerful.
Beth and Summer walk into the room, equally perplexed.
What is going on in here?
We're becoming Kawaii Deizu Big Opie Tight Manko Dominatrix Waifu Senpais, Beth. Don't you want to come along for the ride?
I don't know about this, Grandpa.
Rick breaks out into song, inspiring everyone to sing along.
Kawaii Deizu Big Opie Tight Manko Dominatrix Waifu Senpais. We're here to rule the world with our neon light energy source. Let's show them what we're made of.
As the group transforms and gains more power, chaos ensues as they try to take over the world with their new energy source. But in the end, they realize that being a Kawaii Deizu Big Opie Tight Manko Dominatrix Waifu Senpai may not be all it's cracked up to be, and they return to their normal selves.
That was insane, Rick. I don't think I'm cut out for that kawaii stuff.
Neither am I, Morty. But it was worth a shot.
Title: Morty's Anime Sweatshop and the Creation of the Ultimate Waifu.
The episode follows Morty, a cartoon character with a passion for anime and fan service, as he hires Korean artists to create his ultimate waifu for his new anime. Morty sits at a desk in front of a computer screen and a laptop with a man and a woman, as the group discusses the specifications for Morty's ultimate waifu. Morty outlines his vision for the anime, which includes big opie and a tight manko full of fan service. The discussion centers on the use of explicit details to describe the story of the anime and the dimensions of the waifu's assets. Morty emphasizes the importance of the waifu's opie and manko, repeating, big opie and tight manko yay, after every proposal. The Korean artists labor tirelessly in their anime sweatshop, working to create Morty's dream waifu. After multiple examinations and modifications, they finally present the finished product to Morty. The waifu features giant opie and a manko that is so tight, Morty demands to examine it with a speculum. Morty's new anime is broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV, featuring his ultimate waifu as the lead character. The anime's fans rave about the waifu's dimensions, and Morty becomes a sensation in the anime community. Overall, this episode delves into the creative process of designing and animating a waifu, with an emphasis on the explicit details important to Morty's vision. It also highlights the importance of examination, modification, and quality control in the creation of such a character.
Title: The Opie and Manko Chronicles.
Abstract. In this episode, Morty hires a team of Korean artists to create a new anime series featuring his dream waifu with big opie and tight manko. Through intense whipping with a speculum, Morty demands perfection and creates a masterpiece that will air at midnight on Fuji TV. Along the way, Rick, Beth, and Morty engage in a series of scientific and hilarious experiments that add to the chaos of the episode.
Opening scene.
Morty, what the hell are you doing with that tray in your hand?
Rick, I'm about to hire some Korean artists to create my dream anime series featuring a waifu with big opie and tight manko.
Morty, that's ridiculous. We have important scientific experiments to perform.
But guys, waifus with big opie and tight manko are important scientific experiments.
Purple light descends upon the group as they are transported to a sweatshop in Korea.
Scene 1.
Alright guys, we need to create the perfect waifu with big opie and tight manko. Now get to work.
Morty, this isn't even remotely scientific. And do you even know what opie and manko mean?
Of course I do, Rick. Big opie and tight manko are the key to creating the ultimate waifu.
Korean artist, sir, what are opie and manko?
Through gritted teeth, it means big boobs and tight pussy. I mean manko. Now get those drawings going.
Scene 2.
Alright guys, let's see what you've got.
Korean artist hands over the drawings.
Needs more opie. And tighter manko. Yay!
Morty, I really think we should.
Shut up, Rick. This is important science. Whip them harder with the speculum.
Scene 3.
Perfect. This is my dream waifu with big opie and tight manko. Now let's make this into an anime series.
Morty, this is insane. You can't just objectify women like that.
Oh, shut up, Rick. This is for the greater good. Now let's get this anime ready for broadcast on Fuji TV at midnight.
Shaking her head, I don't even know why I'm here.
Purple light descends again and the group is transported to a recording studio.
Scene 4.
Alright guys, let's do this. I'm the voice actor for the main character, and Beth, you're the voice actor for the love interest.
Morty, this is completely ridiculous. I'm not.
Just do it, Beth. And remember to say, big opie and tight manko, at the end of every sentence.
The recording begins and chaos ensues.
Scene 5.
It's done. The Opie and Manko Chronicles is complete, and it's going to be a hit.
Morty, this is all kinds of wrong. You can't just.
Shut up, Rick. I know science, and this is what the people want. Big O-Pie and tight Manko, yay!
The episode ends with the group looking defeated as Morty celebrates his victory.
Closing scene.
I can't believe this is happening.
Morty, this is just wrong.
Oh, come on, guys. It's just a cartoon. What could go wrong?
Suddenly, the group is surrounded by a mob of angry protesters holding signs that say, "Opie is not science," and "Manko is not entertainment." Chaos ensues and the screen goes black.
Title: The Quantum Manko, an Opie Odyssey.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are seen sitting in their spaceship staring at a red and green portal respectively.
Morty, I've been working on this quantum entanglement theory for weeks now. I've finally figured out how to detect the physical state of the universe through Snicker, Big Opie and tight Manko.
All what?
It's simple, Morty. The universe is in a constant state of flux, and by monitoring the fluctuations in the amplitude of a woman's breasts or the elasticity of her vagina, we can determine the position and velocity of every particle in existence.
That's kind of gross, Rick.
Hey, I didn't make the rules of quantum mechanics. And besides, this is important science. We need to get to the source of the biggest Opie and tightest Manko in the multiverse if we want to save our own universe from total collapse.
Jerry suddenly enters the room.
Hey guys, what are you talking about?
Jerry, you couldn't possibly understand. You don't have the advanced scientific knowledge it takes to comprehend the complex relationship between Opie and Manko.
Summer enters the room.
Ah, can we change the subject? This is getting really uncomfortable.
Summer, this is real science we're talking about. I'm afraid you'll just have to toughen up if you want to survive in this universe.
Guys, I think the red portal is starting to glow.
Suddenly, the spaceship is sucked into the red portal, hurtling the group into an alternate dimension filled with giant-sized women with enormous Opie and incredibly tight Manko.
This is amazing.
This is horrifying.
This is exactly what I was hoping for. Now we can finally test my quantum Opie Manko theory in a controlled environment.
I don't know about this, Rick. This seems kind of unethical.
Nonsense, Morty. These women are all consenting adults who understand the stakes of quantum physics. Now, let's get to work.
The next half hour is a chaotic montage of Rick and Morty racing around the dimension, taking measurements of the various women's Opie and Manko, and making increasingly absurd puns about quantum mechanics and the female anatomy.
Morty, we're detecting a massive fluctuation in the density of that woman's Opie. We need to collect a sample.
I don't know, Rick. That's kind of invasive.
Invasive? Morty, we're scientists. We have a responsibility to push the boundaries of knowledge, no matter what the cost. Now grab that scalpel and let's get to work.
Summer, I can't believe this is happening.
This is like a dream come true.
Finally, after an hour of chaotic measurement gathering and absurd puns, the group returns to their spaceship and punches in the coordinates to return to their own universe.
Well, that was an enlightening experience. Now we just need to analyze the data we've gathered and see what we can learn about the nature of the universe.
I don't think I'm ready for that, Rick. I mean, what did we even accomplish?
We accomplished the dream of all scientists, Morty. We discovered something new and incredible, and we expanded the boundaries of human knowledge. And besides, we got to see some pretty sweet Opie and Manko.
I feel like I need a shower.
Not gonna lie, that was the greatest adventure of my life.
The episode ends with the group staring out into space, each lost in their own thoughts about the meaning of scientific discovery and the limits of human exploration. And also, Big Opie and Tight Manko. Lots of those too.
Title: The Opie and Manko Dimension.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty's lab.
Morty, what the hell are you doing browsing through hentai sites?
Well, Rick, I'm trying to find inspiration for my new anime.
Anime? What happened to your depression over Jessica?
Oh, that's old news. Now I want to make my very own waifu with Big Opie and Tight Manko.
But, Morty, that's kinda messed up, but I guess we can make a dimension for that.
Big Opie and Tight Manko yee!
Scene 2, Anime Sweatshop.
Morty whips the Korean animators with a speculum, demanding perfection in his new anime. The animators, sweat-soaked and terrified, scramble to meet Morty's ridiculous demands. Morty explains the plot of his new show in great detail.
So there's this girl, right? And she's got these huge opie, like bigger than her head. And her manko is so tight, it's like a vice grip. And she's gotta fight off these evil monsters with her Big Opie and Tight Manko. Big Opie and Tight Manko yee!
Animator 1. But Morty-san, isn't that kind of degrading to women?
Shut up and draw, we need this on TV by midnight on Fuji TV.
Scene 3, The Opie and Manko Dimension.
Rick and Morty activate the portal, stepping through to the Opie and Manko dimension. They're greeted by their creation, a busty blonde with giant opie and a tight manko. Morty cheers ecstatically.
Look, Rick, it's my waifu! And her opie are so big, and her manko is so tight. Big opie and tight manko yee!
Morty, I don't think this dimension is safe. We need to get out of here.
As the duo prepare to leave, they're ambushed by the evil monsters Morty had created for his show. Morty squeals in terror as the creatures swarm around him.
Rick, you gotta do something.
Relax, Morty, I got this.
Rick pulls out his portal gun, firing off a series of blasts that obliterate the monsters. Morty cheers, high-fiving Rick excitedly.
That was awesome, Rick. Big opie and tight manko yee!
Morty, I think you need to lay off the hentai for a while. But you did manage to save our asses, so I guess that's worth something.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I should stick to regular anime for a while. Big opie and tight manko, bye-bye.
Title: The Opie Experiment.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick presenting a new invention to the family, a device that can create any object out of thin air with the push of a button. Morty, instantly excited, asks if he can use it to create money. Rick scoffs at him, reminding Morty that creating currency out of nothing is a crime called counterfeiting. Morty sulks, but Beth interrupts, asking if the device can create a cure for cancer. Rick rolls his eyes, stating that it's not that kind of invention. As the family disperses, Morty suddenly remembers a plan he had for a new anime series. He approaches Rick, hoping to borrow some money for the project. Rick, uninterested, tells Morty to use his own money. Morty reveals that he doesn't have enough and as a last resort, turns to flash animation on Newgrounds. The resultant animation, Big Opie and Tight Manco, is received extremely poorly, and Morty's reputation is destroyed on social media. As Morty descends into despair, Rick decides to cheer him up with a new experiment involving the device. He sets it to create the perfect pair of Opie and presents them to Morty. Morty is initially happy, but Rick reveals that they were made from a highly unstable element, and Morty's contact with them has caused him to develop a strange mutation. As Morty begins to experience strange side effects, the family tries to find a cure for him. They end up at a top-secret government facility, where they discover that the only cure is an expensive treatment using alien technology. They concoct a plan to steal the money needed to pay for the treatment, using the device to create counterfeit money. The plan backfires when the government is alerted and Rick and Morty find themselves in a high-speed chase, culminating in a shootout at a nearby gas station. The family is eventually apprehended, but as they're being arrested, Rick calmly reveals that he has created a new, highly efficient form of clean energy using the same unstable element used to create Morty's mutation. In the end, Morty is cured and the family goes home, content in their victory. Morty looks at the box of money he created and throws it away, realizing that creating wealth out of thin air is not the solution to his problems.
Discussion.
Morty, if you want money, why don't you just steal it like a normal person?
I don't want to break the law, Rick. I just want to make my own anime.
Can't you just use regular animation software, though?
It's not the same. I need the Flash look.
Sounds like you're just making excuses for being lazy, Morty.
Shut up, Summer. You don't understand the power of anime.
Morty, I have an idea. How about instead of creating money, we create something useful, like a cure for your mutation?
That's actually a good idea, Rick.
Wait, Morty has a mutation now?
That explains the green eyes.
Hey, watch it, Summer.
Trust me, it's for science.
I don't know, Rick. What if it makes me worse?
That would be unfortunate, but we won't know until we try, right?
I don't know, Rick. This sounds risky.
Ah, come on, Beth. Where's your sense of adventure?
Yeah, Beth. Don't be such a buzzkill.
Okay, but if I turn into a mutant monster, it's on you, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty. I've got it all under control.
Title: The Waifu Experiment, Big Opie and Tight Manco Yay.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in their laboratory, analyzing a new interdimensional portal device utilizing quantum mechanics and nonlinear time. Morty seems distracted, staring at a sign that says, "I love you," that he placed on the wall.
What's the deal, Morty? You're acting weirder than usual.
I just need some time to work on my new project, Rick. It's a new anime that I'm making with Korean artists in an anime sweatshop. It's gonna have Big Opie and Tight Manco full of fan service. It's gonna be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV. Yay!
Anime? That's not a science project, Morty. That's just juvenile entertainment.
Hey, anime is science. It's a parallel universe of creativity and imagination. And I'm gonna make a lot of money with this project. Yay!
Rick rolls his eyes and walks away as Morty excitedly claps his hands and pulls out his whip.
Alright, guys, let's get to work. I want my waifu with bigger opie than Jupiter and tighter mancos than black holes. Yay!
The Korean animators start sketching furiously, with sweat pouring down their faces. Morty walks around cracking his whip and occasionally using a speculum to keep them in line.
Korean animator. Excuse me, sir. What exactly should be happening in the anime? Well, it's gonna be a love story between two anime characters standing next to each other in a room with a sign that says, "I love you." Then they're gonna go on lots of adventures and shenanigans, with lots of fan service and action. And of course, the Big Opie and Tight Manko. Yay!
As the Korean animators work with increasing desperation, Morty continues to crack his whip.
Korean animator. Sir, this is not ethical. We can't keep working under these conditions. We demand to be treated fairly. What do you know about fairness? The only thing that matters is the Big Opie and Tight Manko. Yay!
Suddenly, the interdimensional portal device malfunctions, and a horde of grotesque creatures emerge from the void.
What the hell did you do, Morty? You're gonna get us all killed.
But, Rick, it's the Big Opie and Tight Manko that matter. Yay!
Rick and Morty barely manage to escape the horde of creatures, and the episode ends with them safely back in their laboratory.
Well, Morty, you may have caused a cosmic disaster, but at least you got your Big Opie and Tight Manko. Yay!
You know it, Rick. Big Opie and Tight Manko forever RRRR.
Title: Anime Tick Frenzy, Big Opie, Tight Manko.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth gathered around a table with a mysterious board game on it. Rick, being the genius he is, quickly figures out that the game is a prototype for a new kind of virtual reality gaming system.
I see what they're doing here. They're trying to create a VR world where you can interact with anime characters. Ho ho, the possibilities are endless.
Morty, being Morty, gets excited about the idea of creating his own anime waifu and jumps at the chance to make his dream a reality. He hires a group of Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to create his new harem waifu.
I want my waifu to have Big Opie and a Tight Manko full of fan service. And I want it to air on Fuji TV at midnight.
The resulting anime, titled Anime Tick Frenzy, Big Opie, Tight Manko, quickly becomes a sensation among anime fans worldwide. But when the Korean animators demand better working conditions, Morty whips them with a speculum.
Big Opie and Tight Manko, yay!
The gang gets sucked into the virtual reality world of Anime Tick Frenzy, where they encounter Morty's creation, a busty anime girl with the aforementioned Big Opie and Tight Manko. Chaos and hilarity ensue as they try to navigate this strange and wacky world. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I'm a square. Literally, I'm just a square.
This is ridiculous. Morty, how could you be so irresponsible?
Don't be such a buzzkill, Beth. This is just good old-fashioned fun. Why, you know, for science.
As they finally manage to escape the virtual reality world, Morty realizes that maybe he went too far in his quest for the perfect waifu. But he can't help one final cry of joy.
Big Opie and Tight Manko, yay!
Title: Waifus and Demons.
Opening scene.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty stumbling upon a portal to another dimension where they encounter a cartoon character with a creepy face and a demon face on his face. Rick identifies the character as a demon and tries to use his intellect to outsmart him. However, the demon is able to outsmart Rick and Morty by posing as a harmless cartoon character.
Scene 1.
Jerry, Beth, and Summer are watching TV. Jerry is upset that Morty is not spending enough time with the family. Beth suggests they all spend time together by watching Morty's new anime that he is producing. Morty announces that he is producing a harem anime with Big Opie and Tight Manko full of fan service that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV.
Scene 2.
Morty hires Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to make his new harem waifu. Each artist is assigned to create a waifu with specific physical attributes such as Big Opie and Tight Manko. Morty explains that the waifus he is creating must be perfect because they will be loved by his fans. Morty always finishes his sentences with Big Opie and Tight Manko yay.
Scene 3.
The artists are working diligently to create the perfect waifu. Morty enters the room with a speculum and whips the animators to motivate them to work harder. The Korean artists try to convince Morty to use a different method to motivate them, but Morty is convinced that the speculum is the only way to create perfect anime.
Scene 4.
Morty explains the story of the anime to his family. The anime is about a group of high school girls who form a secret society to fight demons that are terrorizing their town. Each girl has specific physical attributes such as Big Opie and Tight Manko, which helps them to defeat the demons. The family is horrified at the objectification of women in the anime.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty go on a mission to capture the demon that tricked them earlier. They successfully capture the demon, but he reveals that he was working for Morty's anime company all along. Morty is shocked and upset that he was outsmarted by the demon.
Scene 6.
The anime is broadcasted on Fuji TV, and it receives mixed reviews. Some people love the fan service and the Big Opie and Tight Manko, while others are offended by the objectification of women. Morty is upset that his anime did not receive better reviews and begins to question his ability to create perfect waifus.
Closing scene.
The episode ends with Morty realizing that he needs to create waifus that are more complex than just physical attributes. He decides to work on creating more well-rounded characters that have flaws and personalities. The rest of the family is relieved that Morty is moving away from objectification and embracing character development.
Title: Waifus, Opie, and Mankos, a Rick and Morty anime adventure.
Opening shot shows Rick and Morty in the garage, with Rick tinkering on some new invention while Morty watches in awe.
Morty, I've discovered a whole new dimension where anime is the dominant form of entertainment. And you know what that means? Harem waifus.
Big Opie and Tight Manko, excitedly.
Beth enters the garage, looking skeptical.
You're not seriously going to animate some pervy anime to satisfy your adolescent desires, are you?
Why not? The science of animation is a complex field that requires great skill and precision. And we'll be using Korean artists, the best in the business.
Summer pops in, curious.
What's the anime about?
Morty excitedly explains the premise.
So there's a guy who accidentally summons a group of magical girls who all fall in love with him. He has to navigate their affections while also fighting off dark forces. And of course, they all have Big Opie and Tight Manko full of fan service.
Rick chimes in.
We'll make millions off this anime. Then we'll use the profits to fund our next intergalactic adventure.
Cut to Morty whipping the animators with a speculum to get them to work faster.
Big Opie and Tight Manko, yay!
The anime is completed and aired on Fuji TV at midnight. However, there's a twist. A mysterious figure appears in the show, disrupting the plotline and revealing a hidden agenda. The waifus combine their powers to defeat the figure, but not before the figure reveals the shocking truth.
Figure, you fools, don't you know that anime is a corrupt industry? You exploit talented artists and create unrealistic body expectations for young girls. Shame on you.
Rick and Morty are shocked by this revelation.
Morty, we've made a grave scientific error. We must make things right.
Big Opie and Tight Manko can wait. We have to save the anime industry.
The episode ends with the gang teaming up with the Korean animators to create a fair and just animation industry, where all artists are treated with respect and creativity is prioritized over fan service.
Title: Opie and Manko Madness.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their lab, discussing the latest creation of Morty, an anime harem with big Opie and tight Manko full of fan service. Rick is skeptical, citing the ethical concerns of using slave labor in an anime sweatshop. Morty, however, is insistent that his new anime will be a hit, especially with such prominent features as big Opie and tight Manko yay. As Morty whips the animators with a speculum, Jerry enters the room. Jerry is in his usual state of confusion, but quickly catches on to Morty's latest obsession. Jerry is excited to get involved in Morty's project, but quickly realizes that he has no idea what he's doing. Summer then enters the room with her usual sarcastic commentary, but Morty quickly puts her to work as his assistant. The group spends hours working on the new anime, with Morty giving detailed descriptions of each character's breast size and vagina tightness. Rick is disgusted, but can't help but be impressed with Morty's attention to detail. As the deadline approaches, Morty becomes increasingly manic, whipping the animators more and more aggressively. Finally, the night of the broadcast arrives, and the group gathers around the TV to watch their creation. The anime begins with a man in a suit and tie and a woman in a white shirt and a man in a black suit, engaging in a series of increasingly ridiculous and explicit sexual acts. As Morty watches, he becomes increasingly excited, exclaiming, "Big Opie and tight Manko yay," after every new perversion. The anime continues for what seems like hours, with each new character introduced having even bigger Opie and tighter Manko than the last. The group is both horrified and mesmerized, unable to look away from the screen. Finally, the anime ends with a climactic scene involving a giant tentacle monster and a high school girl with the biggest Opie and tightest Manko yet.
As the show ends, the group stares at the screen in stunned silence. Morty turns to Rick and asks what he thinks. Rick responds with a single word, "Damn." The group then breaks into hysterical laughter, as they realize that they've just created the most ridiculous and offensive anime of all time.
As the episode comes to a close, Morty looks back on his creation with a mixture of pride and shame. Sure, he may have employed slave labor and created a mass of obscene filth, but hey, it had big Opie and tight Manko yay.
Title: The Opie and Manko Experiment.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting in their garage laboratory, tinkering with various scientific gadgets and tools. Morty suddenly has an idea about creating his own anime show, with big Opie and tight Manko, BOTM, as the main focus. Rick is skeptical at first, but Morty's enthusiasm eventually rubs off on him.
Morty, you realize that making a BOTM anime show will require a lot of resources and creative talent, right?
Yep, that's why I've hired a bunch of Korean animators to do the work for us. They're working in a sweatshop basement downtown.
Do what, Morty? We can't engage in unethical business practices just to make your perverted fantasies come to life.
Oh, come on, Rick. What could go wrong? Besides, think of the scientific breakthroughs we could achieve with this anime.
Rick reluctantly agrees to help Morty with his new anime show, provided that they use their scientific expertise to create the biggest and tightest BOTM in the anime world. They spend hours brainstorming ideas, with Morty always ending his sentences with a gleeful, big opie and tight manko, yay!
Okay, Rick, so here's the plot of our anime. It's about a group of schoolgirls who are also time travelers. Their mission is to collect as many BOTM as they can throughout different eras.
That's absurd. And how are they supposed to get away with that?
By using their magical powers, of course. And the villains they encounter are all envious witches who want to steal their BOTM.
This is ridiculous, but I guess that's the point of anime.
Exactly, Rick. And when we bring our BOTM to life, they will have bigger opie than any anime character before, and their manko will be so tight, it could generate its own gravitational pull.
I don't even want to know how you measured that, Morty.
As they continue to work on their anime, Morty becomes increasingly cruel to the Korean animators. He whips them with a speculum, demanding that they work faster and produce more BOTM. Rick is appalled by Morty's behavior and tries to intervene, only to receive a swift kick in the arc reactor.
Morty, this has gone too far. I can't let you abuse these people any longer.
Oh, don't be such a wuss, Rick. They're just Korean animators. We can always get more.
That's not the point, Morty. We have to treat all life forms with respect and dignity, even if they're just cartoon characters.
Morty ignores Rick's advice and continues to whip the animators, causing a revolt amongst them. The resultant chaos and mayhem destroy the laboratory, forcing Rick and Morty to flee for their lives. As they escape, Morty can't help but lament the loss of his beloved BOTM.
It's all gone, Rick. Our perfect anime, with the biggest opie and tightest manko in the galaxy. What are we going to do now?
Well, Morty, we learn from our mistakes and move on. And maybe, just maybe, we can create something that isn't purely based on cheap fan service.
But where's the fun in that, Rick? Big opie and tight manko, yay!
The episode concludes with Rick and Morty laughing and dancing to a cheesy J-pop song, as they always do.
Title: The Green-Haired Waifu, a Rick and Morty anime adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage tinkering with a new invention. Jerry walks in and asks, "What are you guys up to?"
Jerry, don't interrupt. We're on the brink of discovering the true meaning of the universe.
Yeah, and I need your help, Jerry.
Sure. What do you need?
I need you to wire me 5,000 schmeckles so I can hire some Korean animators to make my new anime.
What kind of anime?
An anime with a green-haired waifu with big opie and tight manko full of fan service. It's gonna be huge.
Morty, I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds vaguely disgusting.
Aw, come on, Rick. You know we need to cater to our anime-loving audience. Big opie and tight manko, yay!
Jerry reluctantly agrees to lend Morty the money, and Morty sets off to find some animators. Cut to a sweatshop in Korea where Morty is cracking a whip and yelling at the animators to work faster.
Come on, guys. We need this anime finished by midnight so we can broadcast it on Fuji TV. The waifu needs to have 3/6 DDD opie and a manko so tight you can bounce a quarter off it.
The slave animators work faster while Morty whips them with a speculum. Eventually, they finish the anime, and Morty is thrilled with the results.
Yes! The green-haired waifu is perfect. Her opie are so big and her manko is so tight. Big opie and tight manko, yay!
But just as they're about to air the anime, the TV breaks down. Beth enters the scene and asks, "What's going on?"
Morty made an anime about a green-haired waifu with big opai and a tight manko, and now his TV doesn't work.
Beth looks at Morty with disappointment and says, "Morty, this is inappropriate. We can't air this." Morty, frustrated, argues back, "But Mom, it's just anime." Rick interjects, "Morty, there's a time and place for everything, and this is neither the time nor the place for big opai and tight manko." Morty, defeated, begrudgingly agrees. But in the end, he realizes the true lesson of the episode, that it's not always about big opai and tight manko, but about being respectful to others and being mindful of cultural differences.
You know what, guys? I learned something today. It's not about the size of the opai or the tightness of the manko. It's about respecting other cultures and values. Big opai and tight manko, in moderation.
I'm proud of you, Morty.
Me too.
Yeah, I still don't get it.
The episode ends with Morty smiling as he turns off the TV.
Title: Opai and Manko Madness, a Rick and Morty anime adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty tinkering with science in their lab. Rick explains the complicated scientific concept of negative entropy while Morty plays with a laser pointer. Suddenly, Morty gets a brainwave and runs over to Rick excitedly.
Rick, I've got it. We need to make a new anime with big opai and tight manko. It'll be the greatest anime ever. Yay!
What the hell are you talking about, Morty? And watch where you're pointing that thing.
Morty explains his plan to hire Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to create his ultimate harem waifu. Rick reluctantly agrees and they travel to Seoul where they meet with the shady anime producers.
Producer, welcome, Rick and Morty. We heard you need some anime made. We got sweatshops full of Korean slaves ready to do your bidding. That doesn't sound very ethical, but whatever. We need this anime made ASAP.
The Korean animators get to work creating Morty's ideal anime girl, who he describes in great detail.
Big opai, tight manko, that's the dream. Yay!
As the animators work, Morty whips them with a speculum in order to ensure the absolute maximum opai and manko tightness. Meanwhile, Rick is busy drinking and trying to forget the entire situation. The anime is completed and Morty is thrilled with the results.
This is the greatest anime of all time. Big opai and tight manko. Yay!
The anime is broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV and it becomes a massive hit with otaku all around the world. Morty becomes a hero to those who love fan service and Rick is left to ponder the morality of it all.
I guess it all worked out in the end. But seriously, Morty, you gotta stop with the opai and manko stuff.
Never, Rick. Big opai and tight manko forever. Yay!
Title: The Opai Waifu Experiment.
Opening sequence. The episode opens up with Rick and Morty in their lab, tinkering with some new gadgets. Summer enters the room, holding a folder of papers.
Hey guys, guess what I found? It's a bunch of research about the effects of color on mood and behavior.
Oh boy, I haven't been this excited since I discovered interdimensional butter.
Can we use this to make new experiments, Rick? Like, maybe we could make a robot that colors itself based on mood?
Morty, I swear to God, don't give me any more crazy ideas. Remember the time we accidentally created a whole planet of Meeseeks just because you didn't want to do your homework?
But Rick, this is a really interesting topic. We could use it for something awesome.
Alright, Morty, I'll tell you what, if you can come up with a good enough idea, we'll run with it. But you've got to make it scientific.
The anime studio.
Alright, guys, I've got the perfect idea for our new experiment. We're going to make an anime that is so full of fan service, it'll make your head spin. It's going to be called the Opie Waifu Experiment, and it's going to be a smash hit.
Korean Animator 1. Oh, okay. You want us to draw some big boobs, yeah?
Big Opie and tight Manko, yay!
Korean Animator 2. Sir, what is Manko?
It's like, a really tight. Well, let's just say it's going to be a key feature in the show.
Korean Animator 3. So, what's the plot of the anime?
Oh, it's simple. It's about a guy who gets transported to a magical world where he meets a bunch of waifus with big Opie and tight Manko. There's going to be lots of fights, lots of fanservice, and lots of tight Manko.
Korean Animator 1. How big do you want the Opie?
Really big. Like, double H cup big.
Korean Animator 2. And how tight should the Manko be?
As tight as you can physically make it. We want our viewers to be able to feel the tension.
Korean Animator 3. Sir, I'm not so sure about this. It sounds kind of offensive.
Offensive? What do you mean? This is going to be a groundbreaking anime. You guys should be honored to be a part of it.
The show launch.
Alright, folks. The moment we've all been waiting for. It's almost midnight, and the Opie Waifu Experiment is about to air on Fuji TV.
Morty, I don't know about this. I mean, I'm all for artistic freedom and everything, but what about basic human decency?
Whoa. Slow your roll there, Summer. This is all just a scientific experiment, remember? We're testing the effects of fan service on the human psyche.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited to see what happens. This is going to be hilarious.
The anime starts, and it's exactly as Morty described. There are waifus with huge Opie and tight Manko, and they're fighting each other in various magical settings. The camera lingers on their curves and contours, and the soundtrack is all anime-style music.
Oh my god, Morty. This is so bad. I can't even begin to describe how bad this is.
Ha. I can't believe you actually made this, Morty. You're a genius.
Big Opie and tight Manko, yay!
As the show ends, Rick and Summer exchange a look of pure horror. Closing sequence.
Well, Morty, I have to say, that was some pretty groundbreaking research you just conducted there.
I know, right? I think we really proved something here today. I just hope we didn't offend anyone.
Morty, I don't think it's a question of whether or not you offended someone. I think it's more a question of how many people you offended, and how grossed out they are right now.
Oh, well, at least we got some good data for the experiment. Big Opie and tight Manko, yay!
The episode ends with Rick and Summer shaking their heads in disbelief, and Morty walking away with a spring in his step, already brainstorming his next idea.
Title: The Big Opie and Tight Manko Anime Extravaganza.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their lab, tinkering with some new scientific gadget. Suddenly, the door bursts open and two other characters, Mike and Sarah, rush in. They plead with Rick and Morty to help them with their problem.
What's the problem, meat sacks?
Mike, we need your help. We've been trying to create a new anime series with Big Opie and Tight Manko, but we're struggling to come up with the perfect concept.
Excitedly, Big Opie and Tight Manko? Yay! That's my kind of anime.
Sarah, but we've hit a wall. We can't seem to get it just right. We were hoping you could help us out.
Okay, fine, but you owe us.
You got that right, Rick. Big Opie and Tight Manko are serious business.
The scene cuts to Morty in an anime sweatshop, whipping a group of Korean artists with a speculum. The artists are feverishly sketching and drawing, creating the anime series that Mike and Sarah have commissioned.
That's it, you lazy, good-for-nothing slave laborers. Draw me the biggest Opie and tightest Manko you've ever seen.
Artist 1. But sir, we've been working for days. We need a break.
Break? There's no time for breaks. The world needs Big Opie and Tight Manko, and they need it now. Artist 2. But sir, we don't even know what the story is about. We need more of a creative brief. Oh, you want a story? I'll give you a story.
Morty proceeds to give the artists a detailed synopsis of the anime series, complete with explicit details of the characters Big Opie and Tight Manko.
So, you see, the main character is a busty, blonde-haired schoolgirl named Buxom Chan. She's on a mission to save her world from an evil force that wants to destroy all the Big Opie and Tight Manko. Along the way, she meets a cast of equally busty and well-endowed characters, including Tighty Chan and Manko Chan. And they all fight together to protect their precious assets.
That's it? That's your big idea?
Big Opie and Tight Manko, Rick. What more do you need?
The scene cuts to the anime series being broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV. The animation is crude, the voice acting is terrible, and the storyline makes no sense. But the audience doesn't seem to care. They're enraptured by the Big Opie and Tight Manko on the screen.
Mike, look at them. They love it.
Sarah, we did it.
Big Opie and Tight Manko, baby. Yay!
I don't know whether to be disgusted or impressed.
The episode ends with Morty happily counting his profits from the anime series, while Rick shakes his head in disbelief.
Title: The Intergalactic Paradox of Opie.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are in the garage, working on a new invention. Rick is tinkering with some wires while Morty is staring off into space.
Hey Morty, you seem pretty quiet today. Is everything okay?
I don't know, Rick. I just can't stop thinking about Jessica's 360DDD no-scope-sized Opie.
Oh geez Morty, not this again. You know that kind of objectification is problematic and…
But Rick, it's a scientific marvel. How can something so large exist on a living being without collapsing under its own gravitational pull?
Oh Morty, I see what you're getting at. You're talking about the intergalactic paradox of Opie.
The what now?
The intergalactic paradox of Opie Morty. It's a scientific quandary that's been puzzling physicists and hentai enthusiasts for years. How can breasts that large exist without collapsing into a black hole?
Oh man, this is getting deep. So what's the answer?
The answer, Morty, is in the multiverse. There are countless dimensions where the laws of physics are different, where Opie can exist without defying gravity.
Whoa Rick, this is some next-level theoretical physics.
You bet your ass it is, Morty. Now let's fire up the portal gun and go explore some of these dimensions.
They jump through the portal and find themselves in a dimension where Opie are sentient beings with their own advanced civilization.
Opie leader. Greetings Rick and Morty, we have been expecting you. Our scientists have studied the intergalactic paradox of Opie for centuries. We believe we have found the solution.
Fascinating, you must tell us more.
Opie scientist, through our advanced technology, we have been able to manipulate the strong nuclear force and gravity fields to allow for Opie of any size to exist without collapsing.
Morty, whispering to Rick, I'm not sure how I feel about talking to boobs, Rick.
Quiet, Morty. This is science at its finest.
Suddenly, a group of anti-Opie activists storm in, protesting their existence.
Anti-Opie activist. We won't let these unnatural abominations take over our world.
Come on, Morty. Time to bail. I didn't come to a parallel universe to get involved in their breast-based politics.
Right behind you, Rick.
They make a quick escape back to their own dimension, but not before Morty snags a stray Opie as a souvenir.
Hey Rick, check out this 360DDD no-scope Opie I grabbed. I can sell it on the interdimensional black market for a fortune.
Morty, I can't believe you would resort to profiting off of a sentient being. That's disgusting.
Oh geez Rick, I guess you're right. I didn't think about it like that.
Don't sweat it, Morty. Just remember, with great Opie comes great responsibility.
End scene.
Title: Opie Waifu, the Interdimensional Anime Sweatshop.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer sitting around a table staring at a computer screen displaying a cartoon of a man pointing at the screen.
What are we looking at, Morty? Some stupid cartoon or what?
Actually, Rick, I hired these Korean artists to make my new harem waifu with big Opie and tight manko full of fan service anime that'll be broadcasted on Fuji TV at midnight.
What the hell are you talking about, Morty?
You know, Rick, big Opie and tight manko yay. That's what the people want.
I don't think I want to know what those words mean.
Morty, you can't just whip animators with a speculum. That's not okay.
Come on, Summer, it's just a little anime sweatshop. And don't worry, I explained to the artists how big the Opie should be.
Oh great, Morty's giving art direction now.
The scene then cuts to Morty in the sweatshop, surrounded by sweating and overworked animators.
Okay, guys, I want flowing hair, big Opie, tight manko, and lots of fan service. And don't forget the tentacles.
Animator 1. Tentacles, sir?
Yeah, you know, for that added extra fan service. Big Opie and tight manko yee.
Animator 2, but sir, this is a family show.
Who cares about family? Big Opie and tight manko yee. Whip harder, faster. We need to deliver.
The scene then cuts back to the family at the table, all staring at Morty in disbelief.
Morty, this is gross. I can't believe you're putting so much effort into this.
What are you talking about, Mom? People love big Opie and tight manko. That's what sells.
I don't even know what those words mean, Morty, and I don't think I want to know.
Well, Morty, I gotta admit, I'm kinda impressed. You're really putting in some effort here.
Thanks, Rick. Big Opie and tight manko for Eva.
The episode ends with Morty successfully delivering his anime to Fuji TV, full of big Opie and tight manko, and everyone shaking their heads in disbelief.
Title: Opie and Manko, the Animated Adventure.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty standing in a room filled with people, all staring at a green light above them. In typical Rick fashion, he dismisses the whole thing as some weird space cult thing. However, Morty seems to be completely mesmerized by the light.
Whoa, Rick, this is really trippy. It's like the light is telling me to do something amazing.
Rick rolls his eyes and starts to leave, but Morty stops him.
Wait, Rick, I know what the light wants me to do. I need to create the greatest anime harem ever seen.
What the hell is wrong with you, Morty?
I need to hire some slave Korean animators and make an anime with big oppai and tight manko full of fan service that will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV.
Rick just shakes his head, but before he can protest further, Morty is already on his way out the door. Morty arrives at the anime sweatshop and immediately starts cracking the whip, quite literally, over the poor workers. He demands that they create the most voluptuous anime girls with curves that defy gravity, and manko so tight that you could bounce a quarter off of them.
I need the oppai to be at least 5 times larger than their heads and the manko to be so tight that you need a crowbar to get in there. Yay!
The animators nod their heads in fear and get to work, knowing that Morty won't hesitate to use his speculum whip again if they don't deliver. And so, Oppai and Manko, the animated adventure, is born.
The anime follows a group of busty heroines, each with an uncanny ability to solve complex problems with just their oppai and manko. There's Busty, the leader of the group with the biggest oppai of them all. Tidy, the one with the tightest manko who can shoot laser beams from it. And Booty, whose butt is so big it could stop an asteroid from hitting the Earth. The anime is a huge success, with fans around the world eagerly tuning in to see the exploits of these super-powered oppai and manko. Morty is ecstatic with the result, constantly shouting, "Big oppai and tight manko, yay!" every time he sees a new episode. However, things take a dark turn when Morty realizes that the animators have been working non-stop for days, with no food, water, or bathroom breaks. Feeling guilty, Morty decides to free the animators and shut down the sweatshop. As they're leaving, Rick finally catches up to Morty and shakes his head in disbelief.
You realize you just made the world's most perverted anime, right?
Yeah, but at least I did it with a conscience.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking off into the sunset, the green light now a distant memory.
Title: Oppai and Manko, an anime sweatshop adventure.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are sitting in a lab, surrounded by various scientific instruments. Rick is tinkering with a device while Morty fidgets nervously.
Morty, stop squirming around. I need you to focus on this experiment.
But Rick, I have this cool idea for a new anime.
Not again, Morty. Last time you tried to make an anime, we ended up trapped in a virtual reality.
But this time is different. Look at this painting. Morty holds up the abstract painting with a circular design.
What does that have to do with anything?
I had this amazing idea for an anime about a girl who has big oppai and a tight manko.
Oh great, here we go.
And she goes on an adventure to find a magical artifact that will make her the ultimate waifu.
Morty, I'm not sure that's a good idea.
But Rick, think about all the fan service. And we could air it at midnight on Fuji TV.
Fine, but you're on your own with this one, Morty.
Scene at the anime sweatshop.
Morty and Rick arrive at a rundown warehouse where dozens of Korean animators are toiling away at their desks.
Alright, everybody, we're making a new anime. It's gonna be called Oppai and Manko.
Animator 1, what's it about?
It's about a girl with big oppai and a tight manko who goes on an adventure to become the ultimate waifu.
Animator 2, how big are her oppai?
Oh, they're gonna be huge. Like, the size of watermelons.
Animator 3, and how tight is her manko?
Her manko is gonna be so tight, you could bounce a quarter off of it.
Animator 4, Yay! Big Pie and Tight Manco.
That's right. Now start animating, you slaves.
Rick pulls out a speculum and whips the animators with it.
Faster, you lazy bastards.
Later in the episode.
Morty is pacing back and forth, nervously waiting for the finished anime to be delivered.
Come on, come on. I can't wait to see my beautiful waifu come to life.
Suddenly, a truck pulls up outside and a crate is delivered to Morty.
Finally.
He opens the crate to reveal the finished anime, complete with Big Pie and Tight Manco.
It's perfect. Now let's air it on Fuji TV.
The episode ends with Morty gleefully watching his anime on TV, cheering every time the waifu's Opie jiggle or her Manco tightens.
Opening scene, Rick, Morty, Beth and Summer are all sitting on the couch in the living room of their home, which is illuminated by a lamp and a TV playing in the background.
So what do we feel like doing tonight? Exploring the universe, or building an interdimensional portal machine?
Actually, I was thinking about turning to religion. I don't want to watch naughty anime anymore.
Religion? Morty, are you serious?
Wow, Morty, I thought you were cooler than that. What happened?
I've just been thinking lately about the meaning of life and all that stuff. I want to explore spirituality and see what it's all about.
Well, while you do that, I'm gonna go get hammered on alien booze. See y'all later.
Scene breaks to Morty reading religious texts and meditating while Beth and Summer plan to steal his anime collection.
Morty's gone off the deep end. I can't believe he's turning to religion.
I know, right? And now he's refusing to watch any of his naughty anime. This is unacceptable.
I have an idea. Let's sneak into his room and take his collection. He'll never know.
Brilliant.
Later, Rick returns home drunk and finds Morty deep in prayer.
Morty, what the hell are you doing?
I'm exploring my spirituality, Rick. You should try it sometime.
Ah, fat chance. Where's Beth and Summer?
I'm not sure. Why?
I have a feeling they're up to something.
The scene shifts to Beth and Summer sneaking into Morty's room and gathering all of his anime.
We got it all. Now let's hightail it out of here before Morty catches us.
As they make their escape, they encounter Rick in the hallway.
What are you two up to?
Nothing, Rick. Just, getting a snack.
Yeah, a snack.
Well, just don't let me catch you doing anything stupid.
The episode ends with Morty finishing his meditation and discovering all of his anime is missing.
Oh no, my anime! Beth and Summer must have taken it. This means war.
Title: The Quantum Shenanigans of Shlabalaba Ding Dong.
Opening scene.
The camera pans over a serene scene, a vast green field with trees in the distance and a train chugging along in the distance. Rick and Morty can be seen in Rick's flying saucer, with Beth and Summer following along in a separate craft.
Morty, we need to investigate this train. There could be some valuable scientific data on board.
Rick, are you really sure that's a good idea?
You two better not get us all killed.
Shlabalaba ding dong. Shlabalaba ding dong.
What the hell is she saying?
I don't know. She's been doing it all day.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty land their ship next to the train, while Beth and Summer stay back.
Alright, Morty, let's see what kind of science we can find here.
Okay, but let's not get caught.
Rick and Morty sneak onto the train and start collecting samples of the cargo. Suddenly, the train comes to a stop and they hear footsteps approaching.
Quick, Morty, hide.
Scene 3.
The train conductor, voiced by John Oliver, walks in and sees Rick and Morty.
Conductor, what are you two doing in here?
Just some harmless scientific research, buddy.
Yeah, we're collecting data on quantum physics. Conductor, oh, well in that case, carry on. I love a good scientific inquiry.
Rick and Morty breathe a sigh of relief and go back to their experiments.
Scene 4.
Back in the flying saucers, Beth and Summer can't stop laughing and chanting, "Shlabalaba ding dong."
What did you do to her, Rick?
I didn't do anything. She's just having a mental breakdown or something.
Shlabalaba ding dong. Shlabalaba ding dong.
Scene 5.
The train suddenly takes off again, jostling Rick and Morty around. They realize they're stuck on the train and can't get off.
Great, Morty, now we're stuck on this damn train.
What do we do now?
Well, we could use some of this cargo to make a homemade bomb and blow our way off.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Rick.
Scene 6.
Meanwhile, Beth and Summer have passed out from all the shlabalaba-ing. Rick and Morty finally make their way off the train, covered in soot and smoke.
Well, Morty, that was one crazy adventure.
Yeah, I don't think I ever want to do that again.
Beth wakes up and groggily asks what happened.
What's that smell?
Oh, just some train smoke, nothing to worry about.
Summer suddenly springs up and screams.
Shlabalaba ding dong.
End credits roll.
Title: The Big Opie and Tight Manko Waifu Anime Frenzy.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the laboratory, trying to find a new way to enter different dimensions. Rick, being his usual self, makes fun of Morty's obsession with anime and waifus. However, Morty quickly gets the better of Rick when he mentions finding a new dimension where anime is real and anything is possible. Rick, with his curiosity piqued, decides to accompany Morty on his adventure. After entering the dimension, Morty quickly finds himself drawn to a particular anime sweatshop where he hires slave Korean artists to create his new dream anime. The anime will feature a waifu with big opie and a tight manko that has maximum fan service and will be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV.
Guys, this is going to be the best anime ever. It's going to have big opie and tight manko yee. I'm going to make millions. Now get to work.
The animators, fearing for their lives with Morty's constant whipping with a speculum, work tirelessly to create the perfect anime. Meanwhile, Rick explores the universe and discovers strange new dimensions with unusual creatures and landscapes. After a few days, Morty is informed that the waifu anime is ready for broadcast. The anime features a waifu with giant opie and a manko so tight it could create a black hole. Morty is ecstatic and joins the broadcast himself to advertise his new anime.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the new waifu with big opie and a tight manko. It's going to be the best thing you'll ever watch. Big opie and tight manko yee.
As the anime is broadcasted, it becomes an instant hit. Morty becomes rich beyond his wildest dreams, and the slave Korean artists are freed from their bondage. Rick, however, discovers something strange about the anime. The waifu is somehow draining the life force from the people watching it. With one of his typical outbursts, Rick destroys the machine broadcasting the anime, saving countless lives in the process. In the end, Morty is left with nothing but memories of his big opie and tight manko waifu.
Morty, you know what they say. All good things must come to an end, even big opie and tight manko.
Title: Opie and Manko, The Waifu Creation, a Rick and Morty Adventure.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty driving through different universes, currently on their way to a planet where they can acquire a rare element needed for Rick's latest invention.
Morty, this planet we're headed to, it's like a cosmic pharmacy. Maybe we can finally get this damn element and leave this boring universe behind.
But Rick, I have another plan. I want to create my own waifus with Big Opie and Tight Manko.
Morty, do you even know what those words mean? You do realize that's not scientifically possible, right?
But Rick, I've already hired some Korean artists in an anime sweatshop to create my new anime that will blow everyone's minds. It's going to be broadcasted at midnight on Fuji TV.
Oh geez, Morty, you're really going through with this, huh? Alright then, let's see what you got.
The scene then shifts to the anime sweatshop where they see Morty whipping the animators with a speculum.
Faster, faster! I need my waifus to have the biggest Opie and tightest Manko ever. Big Opie and Tight Manko yay!
Animator 1. But sir, this is impossible. We can't create such unrealistic measurements.
Shut up and just draw. The world needs my waifus with Big Opie and Tight Manko. Yay!
Animator 2, sir, maybe we could compromise and make the Opie slightly smaller but add more jiggle physics. That would still be attractive to the audience.
No way! The Opie have to be maximum size. Otherwise, it's not waifu material.
As Morty continues to whip and direct the animators, the screen shifts to a clip of the anime they're creating. Montage of anime clips with explicit details about the Manko and Opie.
Morty, this is impressive to say the least. But why do they all have to have such large Opie?
Because Rick, Big Opie and Tight Manko is the only way to make a true best girl waifu. And once my anime hits the airwaves, the world will finally know the true meaning of culture.
Culture? More like questionable taste, Morty. But hey, who am I to judge? You do you, Morty. But just remember, anything too excessive might have some unintended consequences.
The episode ends with Morty triumphantly watching his anime on TV with his large Opie and Tight Manko waifus, while Rick shakes his head in disbelief in the background.
Title: The 360DDD No-Scope Opie Experience.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure to explore the phenomenon of 360DDD no-scope Opie. Along the way, they encounter a cartoon character with a green shirt and pink hair and glasses who becomes obsessed with this concept. Morty interrupts every other character's dialogue to share more amazing facts about 360DDD no-scope Opie, causing chaos and hilarity to ensue.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are in the lab, working on their latest invention, when they stumble upon a mysterious energy source that leads them to explore the phenomenon of 360DDD no-scope Opie.
Morty, this is the most important discovery we've made yet. We must investigate this 360DDD no-scope Opie phenomenon. It could have game-changing implications for the entire universe.
Rick, did you know that 360DDD no-scope Opie is scientifically proven to increase your IQ by 69 points?
Act 2.
As Rick and Morty travel through different dimensions, they encounter a cartoon character with a green shirt and pink hair and glasses who becomes obsessed with 360DDD no-scope Opie.
Cartoon character, hey, have you guys heard about 360DDD no-scope Opie? It's the most amazing thing ever.
Actually, did you know that 360DDD no-scope Opie is the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe?
Morty, let's stay on track here. We're on a mission, remember?
Act 3.
As the trio continues their adventure, Morty's obsession with 360-DDD no-scope opie becomes increasingly uncontrollable, causing chaos and confusion for everyone.
Guys, did you know that 360-DDD no-scope opie can cure cancer?
Morty, do you even know what you're talking about anymore? This is getting out of hand.
Cartoon character, I need to know more about 360-DDD no-scope opie. It's driving me crazy.
Act 4.
As Rick and Morty finally approach their objective, they discover that 360-DDD no-scope opie is not what they expected at all. They realize that they have been chasing a foolish dream all along.
Morty, you need to let go of this 360-DDD no-scope opie obsession. It's just a silly myth.
But Rick, 360-DDD no-scope opie is the answer to everything.
Cartoon character, I can't take it anymore. 360-DDD no-scope opie is consuming my entire being.
Blog.
In the end, Rick and Morty reluctantly conclude their search for 360-DDD no-scope opie, but Morty remains unable to let go of his obsession.
Well, Morty, we may not have found the answers we were looking for, but at least we learned a valuable lesson.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But did you know that 360-DDD no-scope opie is also an excellent source of vitamins A, B, and C?
Title: The Scientific Significance of Ding-Dongs and Opie.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the scientific significance of ding-dongs, perineums, and opie through a series of hilarious adventures.
Opening scene.
Morty, I need your help with a new experiment.
Oh, what kind of experiment, Rick?
We're going to study the scientific significance of ding-dongs, perineums, and opie.
Oh, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty, it'll be fun. Now, grab this toothbrush and let's get to work.
Act 1.
Morty explains the scientific significance of the ding-dong, perineum, and opie, using complex scientific jargon that even Rick struggles to understand. Rick, in turn, turns the discussion into a song, singing about the ding-dong, perineum, and opie, much to Morty's chagrin.
Ding-dong, ding-dong, it's the sound of the thing we all love. Perineum, perineum, the lesser-known region that we all need. And 360-DDD no-scope opie and tight manko, the holy grail of anime.
Oh, can we get back to the science now, Rick?
Act 2.
Rick and Morty journey through space, encountering strange aliens and bizarre scientific phenomena as they search for more information about the ding-dong, perineum, and opie. Along the way, they encounter an alien race obsessed with their own genitals, causing Rick and Morty to question the nature of anatomy and the complexities of sexual identity.
Act 3.
In the final act, Rick and Morty return to Earth, where they realize the true scientific significance of the ding-dong, perineum, and opie. Through their adventures, they have learned that these things are not simply biological functions, but symbols of our deepest desires and innermost fears.
In conclusion, Morty, the ding-dong, perineum, and opie are more than just body parts. They're symbols of our humanity, our creativity, and our sense of humor.
Oh, I guess that makes sense, Rick.
Damn right it does, Morty. Now let's go grab a beer and celebrate our victory over the forces of intergalactic ignorance.
Narrator. In this thrilling episode, our beloved characters Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry embark on a journey into the world of High School of the Dead anime. The team encounters the anime's main characters and works with them to fend off the impending doom of a zombie outbreak.
Analyzing the circumstances of our dimensional travel, it appears that we have entered a unique universe where the undead have risen to plague humanity.
Oh man, I don't know if I'm ready for this. Those zombies look pretty scary.
Don't worry, Morty. We've got this. Let's work together to find a way out of here.
I can't believe we're in an anime. This is insane.
The group meets up with the anime's main protagonists, Takashi and Rei, who show them how to properly dispose of the zombies. The team quickly adapts to their environment and learns how to fend off the undead.
Takashi, we have to stick together and constantly be on the move. They can sense our presence, so we have to make sure we don't attract too much attention.
Rei, and make sure to aim for the head. That's the only way to take them down for good.
As the team battles their way through the hordes of zombies, they uncover a sinister plot to use the outbreak for their personal gain. The group bands together with the anime's main characters to take down the perpetrators and restore order to their universe.
It appears we have stumbled upon a Machiavellian scheme to exploit the zombie outbreak for personal gain. We must put an end to this.
Oh geez, this just keeps getting crazier and crazier.
Let's do this, for the sake of humanity and all that is good.
I don't know how much help I'll be, but I'm with you guys.
In a triumphant showdown, the team takes down the villains and saves the day. As they prepare to leave the anime universe, they say their goodbyes to their new friends and reflect on their incredible adventure. Narrator. And so, our team successfully navigated their way through the treacherous world of High School of the Dead anime. Through teamwork, bravery, and intelligence, they saved the day and returned to their own universe, forever changed by their journey. Narrator. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a strange new world as they plunge into the High School of the Dead anime. The two are armed, carrying guns, and soon find themselves joined by some of the main characters from the show.
According to my calculations, we've entered a parallel universe where this anime exists as a factual reality.
Whoa, that's crazy, Rick.
Narrator. As they go on their journey, Morty becomes separated and trapped with the seductive and flirty Shizuka Marikawa. Morty is injured, but Marikawa helps nurse him back to health.
Man, this is like something straight out of a fan fiction.
Narrator. The episode is filled with references to the anime, including scenes, characters, and episodes, as Rick and Morty help the main characters survive an onslaught of zombies.
These zombies are no match for us, Morty. Our advanced weaponry and intellect make us unbeatable.
Narrator. The series is full of epic and thrilling action scenes, witty writing, and clever dialogue that will have viewers on the edge of their seats.
This is getting intense, Rick.
Narrator. And with a satisfying ending, this episode is sure to leave fans of both Rick and Morty and High School of the Dead wanting more.
Another successful adventure, Morty. Let's get out of here before the zombies catch up to us.
Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo inadvertently find themselves in the High School of the Dead anime universe. The setting involves a group of people walking across a green and black background with a giant alien in the background and a green light. Their mission is to help some of the anime's main characters survive in this world of zombies.
Morty, we're in an anime. How cool is that? Burps.
Geez, Rick, I don't know. This place looks dangerous.
Narrator. While trying to escape from the undead, Morty gets separated from Rick and finds himself injured. Fortunately, he is rescued by the seductive and flirty Shizuka Marikawa.
Shizuka, don't worry, Morty. I'll take care of you. Flirtatious wink.
Narrator. Shizuka helps Morty recover from his injuries and give him a massage. Meanwhile, Rick reunites with some of the main characters, including Takashi, Rei, and Seiko.
Alright, listen up. We're gonna have to use some science to get out of here.
Takashi, who are you guys?
Just some extraterrestrial visitors trying to help you out.
Narrator. The group, with Rick and other High School of the Dead characters, face off against waves of zombies and encounter many action-packed sequences, all while making references to the original anime.
Seiko, we have to hurry up and get out of here.
Ray, but where do we go?
Gasping Rick! I'm with Shizuka and zombies are everywhere.
Narrator. With Morty in danger, all of them work together to fight their way out and ultimately succeed in escaping, leaving behind the world of High School of the Dead.
Not bad for high schoolers. Now, back to the lab.
Exhausted, can we just go back to our own universe now?
Narrator. The episode ends in a satisfying way, with Rick and Morty escaping their adventure in the anime world.
Title: The Intergalactic Mongoose Paradox.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick introduces Morty and Jerry to the rare and highly intoxicating alien whiskey. However, things take a dark turn when Morty accidentally drinks a tainted batch spiked with mongoose, a deadly virus that targets cartoon characters. Despite Rick's efforts to find a cure, Morty succumbs to the virus and dies, leaving Rick and Jerry to ponder the ethical implications of their actions.
Alright, Morty. I've got just the thing to take your mind off that girl at school. Alien whiskey, the perfect beverage for a night of interdimensional debauchery.
I don't know, Rick. That looks like it could kill me.
Speaking of death, what's with the skull on that bottle?
It's just a warning label, Jerry. Now drink up and let's party. Wubba lubba dub dub.
Morty takes a sip and suddenly collapses onto the floor.
Oh no, he's been infected with mongoose. Quick, Jerry. We need to find a cure before it's too late.
Why should we care? He's just a cartoon character.
Don't be heartless, Jerry. Besides, we don't know what the repercussions could be if we let this virus spread.
The duo embark on a dangerous quest to find a cure, encountering strange creatures and bizarre dimensions along the way.
Alright, Jerry. I've got the cure, but it's going to require a full submersion into a vat of pickles.
I'm not doing that, Rick. It's gross and unsanitary.
Fine, I'll do it myself. Anything for my little Morty.
After successfully curing Morty, the trio reflect on the ethical dilemmas they faced during their journey.
I'm just glad to be alive again, even if it means I'll never look at pickles the same way.
I guess we learned that sometimes science isn't always about the pursuit of knowledge, but also about the responsibility that comes with it.
Oh, shut up, Jerry. Let's just drink some more alien whiskey and forget this ever happened. To Morty.
Episode ends with the trio laughing and drinking, as Jerry's accidental death goes unnoticed in the background.
Title: The Discombobulated Transmogrification of Rick and Morty.
Scene 1.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are in the lab, surrounded by various scientific equipment. Rick is tinkering with a machine that looks like a cross between a toaster and a flux capacitor. Morty is looking apprehensive, while Summer seems bored.
I've done it, Morty. I've created a device that can change our names to something hilarious.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. That sounds kind of dangerous.
Do we really need to do this?
Of course we do. It's science, Summer. Science doesn't wait for anyone.
Scene 2.
Rick activates the device, and a bright light envelops the trio. When it fades, a pink-haired woman, a green-haired man, and a person wearing a black jacket with an exclamation mark on the chest stand in the lab.
Woman. Oh my god, what happened?
Man. Yeah, Rick, what did you do?
Exclamation mark. Esther's current punishment is now.
Looks like the device worked a little too well. We've been transmogrified into different versions of ourselves.
What do we do now?
Scene 3.
The trio starts to explore the different versions of themselves. They meet a sloth version of Morty, a robot version of Summer, and a rat version of Rick.
Robot, beep boop, hello there. I am turning into a robot.
Sloth, hey, man, this is so chill. I'm just, like, hanging out.
Rat, squeak, squeak. I gotta get that Szechuan sauce.
Scene 4.
Jerry enters the lab, looking sad.
Hi, guys. I'm just feeling kind of down today.
Robot, beep boop, Jerry. What's wrong?
Sloth, hey, I'm feeling kind of bummed too. Let's just, like, chill together or something.
Exclamation mark. Esther's current punishment time.
Scene 5.
The group tries to figure out how to reverse the transmogrification. They try to use the machine again, but it just turns them into even more ridiculous versions of themselves.
Finally, they realize that they need to combine their strengths and work together to solve the problem.
Robot, beep boop, our brain power can overcome any obstacle. Pink-haired woman. Yeah, let's do this thing.
Exclamation mark. Esther's current teamwork equals strength.
Scene 6.
The group successfully reverses the transmogrification, and they all turn back into their original selves.
Ah, easy as pie. Now let's go get some real pie.
I don't know if I ever want to mess around with stuff like that again, Rick.
Can we just go back to watching TV now?
Guys, thanks for cheering me up. I feel a lot better now.
Exclamation mark. Esther's current justice has been served.
Scene 7.
The group sits down to watch TV together, but they can't agree on what to watch.
I want to watch Interdimensional Cable 3 Feet.
No way, we watched that last week. I want to watch Gazorpazorpfield.
Can't we just watch something normal for once? Like The Bachelor?
I don't care what we watch, as long as we're all together.
Exclamation mark. Esther's current unity is strength.
Ah, shut up, Punisher. Let's just watch whatever Jerry wants.
Yeah, Punisher. Chill out.
Scene 8.
The group settles on watching a nature documentary, but they fall asleep almost immediately. The camera pans out to show the lab, with the various scientific equipment humming softly. The end. Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo plunges into the world of High School of the Dead anime, where they find themselves confronted with a survival situation. Rick and Morty team up with the anime's main characters to fight off zombies and ensure the survival of the group.
Morty, we're going to need to use our scientific expertise to survive this one.
But Rick, what can we do? We're just two guys in suits and ties.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll use our intellect to find a way out of this.
Narrator. Morty gets separated from the group and injured. He finds himself trapped with the seductive and flirty Shizuka Marikawa, who helps nurse him back to health. Shizuka's massage technique is described in explicit detail, showcasing the research and attention to scientific accuracy that the show's creators have become known for.
Wow, this feels amazing, Shizuka. How did you learn to do this?
Shizuka, I have a lot of experience with massages. It's just one of my many talents.
Narrator. Rick and the rest of the group continue to fight off zombies and make their way to Morty's location. The action scenes are intense and suspenseful, showcasing the show's impressive animation and creative storytelling.
Morty, we need to get out of here now. Can you walk?
I think so, Rick. Thanks to Shizuka's massage, I'm feeling a lot better.
Narrator. The group ultimately makes it out alive, with Morty receiving accolades for his bravery and quick thinking. The episode ends with Rick and Morty reflecting on their experiences and the importance of scientific knowledge in dangerous situations.
Morty, today we proved that intelligence and strategic thinking can save lives.
Yeah, and I also learned that massages can be super helpful in a survival situation.
Narrator. This episode of Rick and Morty showcases the show's unique ability to seamlessly integrate scientific concepts, clever writing, and thrilling action scenes into an entertaining and satisfying episode.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explore the realm of swordplay and neon streetlights through the eyes of Rick and Morty. The duo is transported into the world of High School of the Dead anime, where they find themselves amidst a group of survivors fighting the zombie apocalypse. Rick and Morty find themselves in the midst of a group of survivors in a city street lit with green and neon lights. The survivors are playing a game with swords and guns to fend off zombies. In an attempt to help these survivors, Rick reveals his scientific genius by creating advanced weapons to defeat the zombies. As Morty gets separated from the group, he meets Shizuka Marikawa, a seductive and flirty survivor who nurses him back to health. Morty receives a detailed full-body massage that is scientifically proven to increase blood circulation and reduce inflammation. The duo reunites with the main characters of the anime and engages in epic battles against zombies. The clever writing and thrilling action scenes keep the audience engaged as the team fights for their survival. Conclusion. In the end, Rick and Morty successfully help the survivors defeat the zombies and escape to safety. The episode concludes with a satisfying ending and a promise of more adventures to come. This episode, filled with references to the High School of the Dead anime, is a treat for fans and casual viewers alike.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are in the garage, working on a new invention.
Morty, hand me the mutagenic serum.
Rick, are you sure it's safe to use that? Last time we used it, it turned Jerry into a giant hamster.
Relax, Morty, that was just a fluke. This time, we're using it for a higher purpose.
And what's that?
Smirking, revenge.
Later that day, Jerry comes over to complain to Rick about his problems with Beth. Hey Rick, can you believe Beth wants me to go to marriage counseling?
Or, yeah, whatever Jerry. Look, I need you to deliver something for me. Hands him a small package.
Sure, what is it?
Just some stamps. Make sure to use them on all your mail.
Mumbling? Stamps? How is that important?
Whispers to Jerry, don't do it, man. Something's not right.
Ignoring Morty. Alright, I'll do it.
Meanwhile, Morty is having problems with his own love life.
To himself, I can't stand Jessica anymore. She's always so boring.
Overhearing. You know what's not boring, Morty? Poison stamps.
In shock. What? You poisoned the stamps you gave Jerry?
Chuckling. Yeah, just a little something to spice up his life.
Cut to Jerry's workplace, where he begins to use the stamps on all his mail. Suddenly, his coworker notices something strange.
Coworker, hey Jerry, why do all your stamps have the face of that crazy guy with the green hair?
Ignoring the question. Haha, yeah, it's just a coincidence.
Coworker, reading the label, do not use, may cause hallucinations, seizures, and death. Jerry, what the hell is this?
Panicking. Oh god, it's poison. Collapses. Later, in the hospital, the family gathers around Jerry's bed.
Crying, Jerry, please wake up.
Disinterested. Well, I guess this plan backfired.
Sarcastic. Gee Rick, who could have seen this coming?
Weakly, is this it? Am I going to die?
Comforting. Don't worry, Jerry, I'll fix this. Morty, hand me the antidote.
Reaching for the serum. Wait, which one is the antidote?
Shrugging. Hey, how bad could it be? Injects Jerry with the wrong serum.
Suddenly, Jerry begins to transform into a giant hamster.
Screaming, what have you done?
Laughing. Hey, I've seen worse.
Frustrated, I can't believe this is my life.
Closing scene. In the aftermath, Jerry, now permanently a hamster, has developed an appreciation for snacks and running on a wheel. The family sits in disbelief at the absurdity of their situation.
Squeaking. Hey guys, want to join me for some carrot cake?
Tearfully, I miss my husband.
Burping. Well, I've learned my lesson. From now on, I'll stick to more traditional methods of revenge.
To himself, I need a new girlfriend.
Title: The Sushi Portal.
Synopsis. A group of individuals, including Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer, are faced with the task of stopping the evil, obese, sweaty, balding sumo wrestler from stealing their special sushi dinner. With the sumo wrestler on one platform and the group on another, they engage in a fierce standoff.
According to my calculations, the sumo wrestler is exhibiting heightened levels of aggression due to a lack of proper nutrition. His body is not receiving the necessary nutrients to regulate his temper, causing him to act out erratically.
What do we do, Rick?
We need to use the sushi as a means of transportation and get the hell out of here.
But how are we supposed to do that?
I think I know. We just have to dunk the sushi into the portal and we'll be transported to a different world.
Once they enter the portal, they find themselves in a world made entirely of sushi.
This is incredible. The sushi in this world contains a special enzyme that not only tastes amazing but also has the ability to transport individuals across different dimensions.
As they traverse through the sushi world, they come across the evil sumo wrestler once again.
Sumo wrestler, I'll take that sushi and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Not so fast. We've got something in store for you.
The group engages in an epic showdown with a sumo wrestler, using their newfound strength from the sushi world to take him down once and for all.
We did it! We saved the sushi!
And the world.
Let's get back home. I think I have a few experiments I want to conduct with this sushi.
The group re-enters the portal and returns to their original world, victorious and satisfied with their sushi adventure. Narrator: In this episode, the physics of alternate dimensions and the analysis of rhyming patterns are highlighted as Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer venture into a new world to participate in a rap battle. The cartoon depiction of two individuals holding microphones symbolizes a battle for vocal supremacy through the rhymes.
Morty, it's time to show these fools what real rhyming looks like. Let's roast them with our scientific flow.
I think I got this. I've studied the rhyming patterns of the greatest rappers.
Guys, I don't think I'm cut out for this.
Narrator. The group enters the rhyming rap battle stage against Mordecai and Rigby. The essence of this battle focuses on the importance of the vocal abilities and the mastery of rhyming patterns.
Mordecai, you think you're cool, but you're just average. When you spit those rhymes, it's just embarrassing.
Rigby, you guys think you're hot, but you're not. When we spit, you'll see what we've got.
Narrator. The competition is tough and the rhyming gets more scientific with every verse, but ultimately, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer take the win.
We destroyed them with our scientific rhymes. Now it's time for their punishment.
Rick, what did you have in mind?
Narrator. The punishment is gruesome and takes place in the form of a giant mutant sumo wrestler's bottomless, stanky, hairy, and gaping navel. Mordecai and Rigby are plunged into the navel forever.
Mordecai, this punishment is outrageous. The smell is unbearable and the hair is tickling me.
Rigby, I can't breathe. The stench is unbearable. We need to get out of here.
Narrator. The episode ends with the group leaving the alternate dimension, victorious, and Mordecai and Rigby complaining about their punishment, leaving the audience with a satisfying cliffhanger.
Title: Roasting Mario Brothers in a Rhyming Rap Battle.
Opening shot. A group of people comprising Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer standing in front of a giant monster with a sword in his hand and a green light shining on the head. Morty, this is an interesting phenomenon we have here. I speculate that the monster's sword emits a radiation beam that affects the neural circuits of its prey, causing them to hallucinate.
Oh geez, Rick, that's terrifying. What should we do?
I suggest we try to distract the monster and make a run for it.
No, guys, we can't just leave. We have to figure out a way to defeat the monster and save the world.
Suddenly, the group is sucked into a portal and transported to a bizarre world. They find themselves face to face with Mario Brothers and are challenged to a rhyming rap battle.
Interesting. Based on my research, the rhymes we make will have a direct impact on their physical appearance. We have to make them rhyme in a derogatory manner to decrease their physical attractiveness.
That's messed up, Rick. But I kinda like the idea.
Yeah, let's roast these plumbers once and for all. Give us a beat, Summer.
Summer proceeds to DJ and the rap battle commences. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer launch witty insults and puns left and right, each line causing the Mario Brothers to become more and more grotesque. Eventually, Mario Brothers lose the battle and are plunged into a giant mutant sumo wrestler's bottomless, stanky, hairy, gaping navel forever.
Mario Brothers! Oh, the horror! The smell is unbearable! We demand a less cruel punishment!
Sorry, fellas, science doesn't lie. Your physical appearance is directly linked to the rhymes. Just be grateful you're not being subjected to a monster sword's radiation beam.
The episode ends with an epic action scene as our group battles their way back through the monster's dimension and make it safely back to their own world. Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the scene opens with a group of cartoon characters, all dressed in blue attire, gathered around a man wielding a knife. The man, known as Jerry, had previously been transformed into a hamster and was now seeking the help of his family to return to human form.
After running several tests, I have found a scientific solution to making Jerry's hamster form non-permanent and restoring his human physiology.
That's great, Rick, but how exactly are you going to do that?
Through a combination of gene editing and advanced biotechnology, we will be able to manipulate Jerry's DNA and reverse the transformation.
But is this even possible, Rick? I mean, Jerry has been a hamster for weeks now.
Trust me, Beth, when it comes to science, anything is possible.
Narrator. The group of characters set out on a thrilling adventure, filled with action-packed scenes and clever writing as they work to restore Jerry's human form. With Rick's expert guidance, they were successful in restoring Jerry back to his original form.
Thank you so much, Rick. I never thought I would be able to be human again.
Science always finds a way, Jerry, and with my expertise, anything is possible.
Narrator. The episode ends with the group celebrating their successful mission and looking forward to their next scientific adventure. Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the protagonists find themselves in a red landscape populated by a grove of trees in its center, while the sky is adorned by a few clouds. The group descends into this world with a multifaceted objective of rhetorically roasting a certain individual named Waddle Dee and subsequently subjecting them to a certain fate. The scenario entails a rhyming rap battle, where the group must judiciously describe Waddle Dee's appearance while simultaneously crafting a rhyme. The defeated Waddle Dee is then hurled into an abysmal and incessantly hairy navel crevice of a gigantic and genetically engineered sumo wrestler.
Hold up. I'll begin this lyrical story, tearing Waddle Dee apart like lab rats in a laboratory.
With a beanie that green, you look like a backyard bean sprout. Waddle Dee, where's your roots? Out and about.
What's with those beady eyes? You look like a crazed hamster who couldn't handle the wheel, and now you're just a disaster.
Look at those noodle arms. They're like spaghetti strands. No muscle, no power. You can't even throw a ball with your barely there hands.
Narrator. The rap battle continues in similar form until the group emerges victoriously. The defeated Waddle Dee is plunged into the unwashed, hairy depths of the mutant wrestler's gaping and cavernous navel, where they proceed to vengefully complain in extreme detail. The episode thrills audiences with its epic writing, exciting action scenes, and integrates scientific language in an engaging form. The concluding scene presents a satisfying ending, in which the group shares a celebratory drink while discussing Waddle Dee's humiliating and inescapable predicament.
Title: The Gastronomical Adventure in the Multiverse.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty in the lab working on their latest invention, a multiverse portal that allows them to travel to different dimensions and timelines. Jerry enters the lab, looking like a zombie because of a bad cold that he caught.
Hey guys, I feel like death warmed over. Can I crash on your couch for a while?
Sure, but don't eat everything in the fridge. Morty's gone vegan and I've got some experimental food in there that might make you turn into a zombie for real.
I'll try to restrain myself.
Beth walks in, dressed like Robert De Niro in The Godfather.
Hey, what's with the poster of two men with a rat eating a cake and a zombie holding a knife?
That's a classic image from one of my past adventures. I ate a rat from a dimension where they were considered a delicacy. Morty didn't approve and Jerry got sick from the smell.
I just don't believe in killing animals for food. There are plenty of delicious vegan options out there.
Whatever, Morty, let's fire up the portal and see where it takes us this time.
The trio steps into the portal and ends up in a dimension where the only source of food is rats. Morty cringes at the sight of dozens of rats running around.
I don't think I can do this, Rick. I don't want to eat rats.
Relax, Morty, it's just another food source. Let's catch some rats and cook them up.
Beth, who is still dressed like Robert De Niro, reluctantly joins in.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm going to kill De Niro's legacy.
Meanwhile, Jerry starts feeling even worse and turns into a full-blown zombie. Brains.
Oh great, Jerry's a zombie now. Maybe he'll fit in better in this dimension.
The group manages to catch some rats and cooks them up. Rick eats his rat with gusto, while Morty looks like he's going to be sick. Beth surprises everyone by declaring the rat to be delicious.
I never thought I'd say this, but this rat is better than any steak I've ever had.
Suddenly, they hear a loud growling coming from a nearby cave. They investigate and find a giant rat-eating zombie that looks like it's about to attack them.
Whoa, this is like a real-life mashup of that poster we saw earlier. I guess you could say it's a zombie rat eating rat zombie.
I don't think this is the best time for jokes, Rick.
Relax, Morty, I've got this.
Rick uses his scientific knowledge to create a trap for the zombie rat, using the leftover rats as bait. The trap works and the group escapes back to their own dimension. Back in their lab, they all sit down for a meal together. Morty eats his vegan tofu, Beth enjoys her rat dish, and Rick eats the last remaining rat from the multiverse portal trip. Jerry, still a zombie, tries to eat Morty's tofu but ends up choking on it. The group looks on in horror as Jerry collapses to the ground.
Well, that didn't go as planned. Anyone up for some ice cream?
Title: The Potato Paradigm.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific mission to trade Jerry for a staggering amount of Yukon Gold potatoes. Along the way, they encounter Summer and a bearded man in a store display case full of apples.
Act 1.
Sipping on a flask, Morty, we need potatoes.
Potatoes? Why do we need potatoes?
Belches. I love potatoes, Morty. And these Yukon Golds are the perfect kind for my experiments.
In disbelief. How many do we need, Rick?
Laughs. Oh, just 18 decillion of them.
Shocked. That's a lot of potatoes.
Act 2.
Nervously, hey guys, what's up?
Smirks. Jerry, my boy. You're about to become the richest man in the universe.
Confused? Huh? How?
Holds up a potato, with these, Jerry. 18 decillion Yukon Gold potatoes.
Excited. Wow, that's amazing. What do I have to do?
Smirks. Just sign over your life and you're Morty.
Panicking. Wait, what?
Act 3.
Walking into the room. Hey, what's going on?
Grinning, Summer, are you ready for a potato heist?
Rolling her eyes. Rick, this is ridiculous.
Smirks. You're just saying that because you haven't seen the bearded man in the Apple store.
Confused. What bearded man?
Laughs. You'll see.
Act 4.
Bearded man, holding out apples. Would you like to buy some apples?
Smirks. No, but we would like to trade you for the display case.
Bearded man, shocked. The whole display case?
Smirks. Yes, the whole thing.
Bearded man, agrees, alright, deal.
In disbelief, Rick, what are we going to do with the display case?
Laughs. We're going to fill it up with potatoes, Morty.
Act 5.
Signing a contract. Alright, I've signed over my life and my Morty. Now where are my potatoes?
Smirks. Right here, Jerry. Gestures towards the display case. All 18 decillion of them.
Gasps. Wow. I'm rich.
Totally exasperated, Rick, this was a ridiculous plan. We could have just bought the potatoes.
Smirks. But where's the fun in that, Morty?
Understanding. I get it now. It's all about the potato paradigm.
Odds. Exactly. Eats a potato, and they're delicious, too.
Title: The Vegan Anomaly.
In this episode, we observe the phenomenon of the vegan anomaly, as Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer most serendipitously find themselves holding bananas, a fruit that holds great significance in the vegan community. Rick and Morty begin a discussion of ethical implications of consuming animal products. Morty revealing recent transition to veganism.
Hey Rick, did you know chicken is vegan?
Of course I did, Morty. Do you know how many animals have dissected in my lab? Veganism is just another way for inferior beings to feel superior.
As the group wanders through Rick's laboratory, they come across a machine that can turn any non-vegan food into a vegan-friendly alternative. Jerry, who happens to be holding a juicy chicken leg, eagerly jumps at the opportunity to try it out.
Wow, this actually tastes just like tofu. I can't believe it.
I'm not sure I like the texture though, it's a bit too rubbery.
As the group continues to experiment with the machine, they accidentally create a black hole, which immediately starts to suck everything in its path.
Well, this is just great. I guess we'll have to use the veganizer to stop the black hole from destroying the universe.
But Rick, how are we supposed to use a veganizer to stop a black hole?
Simple, Morty. We just have to reverse the polarity of the machine and channel the vegan energy through it to close the black hole.
As Rick and Morty work tirelessly in the lab, Jerry and Summer come up with a plan to distract the black hole with a giant banana. They successfully lure the black hole away from Earth, allowing Rick and Morty to complete their experiment.
Oh Morty, it looks like veganism really saved the day this time. Who would have thought?
I guess anything is possible with science, right Rick?
That's right Morty, and now I'm going to hit you with the dab.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty doing the dab, while Jerry and Beth quietly contemplate their newfound appreciation for vegan food.
Title: The Alligator Experiment.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage tinkering with their latest invention, when Rick comes across a photo of a man with a group of alligators in the background. Intrigued, Rick investigates and discovers a hidden society of highly advanced alligators. He decides to conduct an experiment and sends Jerry to live with a family of 36 trillion alligators. Meanwhile, Morty is hit with a dose of amnesia and forgets who he is.
Morty, I've discovered a society of super intelligent alligators. I'm sending Jerry in as a guinea pig to see if they can coexist together.
What about me?
You? Oh, you have amnesia now. Don't worry, it'll come back to you eventually.
Act 2.
Jerry struggles to adapt to his new life with the alligators, as Morty sets out on a quest to regain his memories. He meets a group of sentient microbes who offer to help him, but only if he can complete a series of complex mathematical equations.
Hey, what do you guys want from me? I just want to live a normal life, but all these gators keep looking at me like I'm a chicken wing or something.
Okay, these equations are pretty complicated, but I have a feeling they'll help me unlock my lost memories.
Act 3.
As Morty uncovers his past, Jerry becomes the alligator community's new leader. He discovers that the alligators are plotting to take over the world and must stop them before it's too late.
Okay, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually getting pretty good at being an alligator dad. But I can't ignore the fact that they're planning something nefarious.
Guys, I remember everything now. We have to stop the alligator uprising before it's too late.
Act 4.
The group bands together to fight off the alligator army, using their intellect and ingenuity to prevail.
I can't believe you guys started a revolution against a society of genetically enhanced alligators. That is classic.
Yeah, but we couldn't have done it without Jerry's leadership skills, the microbes' math expertise, and Rick's incredible inventions.
I may have started off as a fish out of water, but I ended up leading a group of prehistoric monsters. Life is weird sometimes.
End credits scene.
Rick and Morty are back in the garage, debriefing on their latest adventure. Suddenly, a giant alligator crashes through the ceiling, revealing a message of vengeance from the alligator community.
Well, I guess we didn't think that through. Time to work on a plan B.
Or maybe we could just, I don't know, leave the alligators alone for a while.
Ah, good one, Morty. Like we could ever let something like that go.
Narrator. In this episode, we see a man dressed in attire resembling a character from the popular space opera franchise Star Wars. He holds a fire saber, a mythical weapon from the franchise. Behind him, a glowing object grabs the attention of our protagonists Rick, Morty, Summer, and a tearful Beth. Their focus, however, is on helping Jerry, who has undergone a transformation from being human to a hamster, and now seeks to become human again.
Based on the fundamental laws of biology and genetics, there is potential for restoring Jerry's original human form. By manipulating the physiology of the hamster form, we can reverse the transformation and restore it back to its primal form.
But how?
By manipulating the interdimensional field surrounding Jerry's molecular structure.
That sounds complicated.
But can he be restored?
Yes, he can be restored, but it will require a considerable amount of energy to achieve the desired outcome.
Narrator. As the group races against time, they must navigate through numerous obstacles, including alien creatures and mischievous adversaries.
We've got company.
Narrator. But with Rick's expertise and Morty's cunning, they persevere and arrive at a breakthrough.
I've done it.
Trembling? I am human again?
Sighs, my Jerry's back.
Narrator. With the power of science, the group successfully restores Jerry to his original human form, and the day is saved. This episode showcases the power of science, tenacity, and a little bit of hope.
Title: The Raccoonic Plight, an analysis of carnivorous behavior and its implications on human-animal interactions.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are driving in the Smith's car on a dark, forested road. Morty comments on the eeriness of the surroundings and Rick scoffs at his grandson. Suddenly, they spot two raccoons on the side of the road.
Oh, look, Rick! Raccoons!
Big deal, Morty. They're just glorified rodents. Nothing to see here.
Suddenly, one of the raccoons starts to lick its mouth with its own tongue.
Wait a minute. That's not normal behavior.
What do you mean?
Raccoons are omnivorous creatures, Morty. They eat berries, insects, and small animals. But licking their own mouth with their own tongue? That's a clear indication of carnivorous tendencies.
Okay, but what's the big deal?
The big deal, Morty, is that if raccoons are starting to adapt to a more carnivorous lifestyle, it could have huge implications for human-animal interactions. They could start attacking humans.
Cut to a scene of Jerry walking down the same road, oblivious to the danger that lurks in the shadows.
Case in point.
Suddenly, a pack of raccoons appears out of nowhere and starts to rip Jerry apart.
Oh my god, they're attacking him!
Quick, Morty, get the freeze ray.
Morty takes out the freeze ray and starts shooting at the raccoons, freezing them in midair.
Now, let's dissect these raccoons and figure out what's making them go all Hannibal Lecter on us.
The scene transitions to Rick's lab, where he and Morty are dissecting the frozen raccoons.
Aha, I found the source of the problem. These raccoons have been infected with a virus that's rewiring their brains to crave human flesh.
That's messed up!
Yes, but not entirely unexpected. The virus is of extraterrestrial origin and has been spreading rapidly among the raccoon population.
So what do we do now?
Simple. We have to create a vaccine and administer it to the infected raccoons.
The scene transitions to a montage of Rick and Morty working on the vaccine, interspersed with shots of the Smiths fending off attacks from the raccoons.
What the hell is going on? Why are these raccoons attacking us?
And what happened to Jerry?
Long story short, the raccoons have been infected with a virus that's making them crave human flesh. But don't worry, we've got it under control.
The scene transitions back to the lab, where Rick and Morty are testing the vaccine on a live raccoon.
It worked. The raccoon is back to its normal, non-carnivorous self.
That's great, Rick. But what about the other raccoons?
We'll have to administer the vaccine to every raccoon in the area. It won't be easy, but it's the right thing to do.
Cut to a scene of Rick and Morty, dressed in hazmat suits, going door to door and vaccinating every raccoon they encounter.
There, problem solved.
Yeah, but what about the virus? Where did it come from?
Beats me. Could be from some intergalactic laboratory or it could be a natural mutation. But one thing's for sure. We'll have to keep an eye on those raccoons.
The episode ends with a shot of a raccoon, staring menacingly at the camera.
Morty, I've discovered a new dimension where cucumbers are the most intelligent beings and rule the entire universe.
Whoa, that sounds crazy, Rick. But why are you a cucumber in this dimension?
Because, Morty, in this dimension, the most intelligent cucumber becomes the leader, and I am the smartest cucumber around.
Oh, I hate vegetables. Can we please leave this dimension?
Jerry, we can't just leave because you don't like cucumbers. This could be a whole new scientific discovery.
Speaking of discoveries, Morty, meet our new ally, Zorgon. He's a cartoon character with blue eyes and green hair, and he's going to help us take down the evil ruler of this dimension.
Cool, but why does he have horns on his head?
Zorgon, it's a sign of royalty in our world, Morty, and thank you for accepting me as your ally.
I don't like the sound of this. Vegetables with horns? It's unnatural.
Jerry, it's just another dimension. Keep an open mind.
Alright, let's suit up and take down this evil ruler. And Jerry, I swear if you try to run away, I'll turn you into a carrot.
Oh God, no!
Episode title: The Effects of Casino War, Shooting Games, and Track and Field on Couples' Stress Levels After a Couple's Massage in China.
The present study aimed to investigate the effects of participating in the gambling games of Casino War and Shooting Games, followed by a physical activity involving track and field, on the stress levels of couples who received a therapeutic couples massage in China. The study recruited 40 couples who were randomly assigned to either the experimental or control group. The experimental group engaged in the gambling games of Casino War and Shooting Games for 30 minutes before participating in a 60-minute track and field activity. Both groups received identical couples massage therapy for 45 minutes. The participants' stress levels were assessed before and after each phase of the interventions using the Perceived Stress Scale, PSS-14. The episode starts with Rick and Morty exiting an interdimensional portal onto a desolate planet, surrounded by TARDISes and phone booths. Suddenly, they notice a peculiar doll standing next to the time machines, holding a peculiar expression.
Morty, get your PhDs ready because we have some serious multiverse science to unravel here. That doll is exhibiting signs of temporal displacement, and it needs our help.
Temporal what?
Time travel, Morty. Haven't you learned anything from our previous escapades?
As Rick and Morty approach the doll, they suddenly notice a figure waving at them from the phone booth. It's none other than the doctor, holding a severed finger.
The doctor. Hello, chaps. I seem to have lost my finger while time traveling. Can you help me find it?
Oh, we can do much better than that. Morty, fetch the Pons device.
The what now?
The Pons device, Morty. It allows us to track temporal disturbances and locate lost objects. Now, let's get this finger back to its rightful owner.
As they search for the finger, they stumble upon a group of American Girl dolls, gossiping about their latest scandals.
American Girl Doll 1, did you hear about Samantha? She cheated on her Ken with an action man. American Girl Doll 2, no way. I heard she's been seen with a G.I. Joe.
Dolls, always causing trouble. Hey, Morty, grab that Terminator arm over there. We may need some backup.
Suddenly, they hear a familiar voice shouting for help. It's Sarah Connor, being chased by a group of sea devils.
Sarah Connor, help! I didn't sign up for this when I thought I was hunting Terminators.
Great. Now we have to deal with time-traveling fish people. Morty, activate the Pons device and track down that finger. We don't have much time.
As they continue their search, they encounter various other time-traveling characters and creatures, including Marty McFly, the 10th Doctor, and the Cybermen. Finally, they locate the lost finger and return it to the Doctor, who rewards them with a trip to the Time Lord's Pantheon.
Now that was a wild ride, Morty. Multiverse science never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah, Rick. I don't think I'll ever get used to this.
Get used to what, Morty?
You know, the whole saving the universe thing.
Oh, right. Yeah, me neither, Morty. Me neither.
Title: The Million Ants moves in the Philippines with undercover mafia betrayal. The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Summer walking through a large field with a lot of green grass and a few trees in the distance with a few people on it. Rick notices millions of ants moving in a particular direction. He decides to investigate, and they follow the ants. Morty, being Morty, asks Rick what is going on. and Rick, in his usual scientific jargon, explains that the ants are exhibiting a collective behavior known as swarm intelligence, where they work together as a single entity. Summer is not impressed and complains that all the grass is making her itchy. As they follow the ants, they stumble upon a group of mafia members in undercover, discussing something sinister. Rick, being Rick, decides to eavesdrop on them using his high-tech gadgets. The mafia members are discussing a plan to steal a valuable artifact, Gort, the day the Earth stood still, from an archaeological site in the Philippines. Rick immediately realizes the gravity of the situation and decides to intervene. He enlists the help of Million Ants, who, true to his name, can summon and control millions of ants. The group reaches the archaeological site in the Philippines, where they face the mafia members. In the ensuing chaos, Million Ants summons his army of ants, causing the mafia members to flee. The artifact is saved, but Rick notices that the mafia boss is not present, leading him to suspect that he betrayed his own men. Summer, who has been whining about the heat, comes up with the idea of creating funny epitaphs for the mafia boss's tombstone, to which Rick chuckles in agreement. The episode ends with the group celebrating their victory and Morty reminding Rick that they still have to deal with the millions of ants that are still around. Rick, nonchalantly, says, "Meh, let's just leave them be. They'll probably think of something to do."
Title: The Unforeseen Consequences of Tennicine, an adventure with Rick, Morty, and Jerry.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty stumble upon a pair of unique lamps that emit an unusual energy signature. Curious about its origin, Rick investigates and finds out that the lamps are made of a brand new element, tennessine, that has the ability to bend space-time in weird ways. In their quest to learn more, they accidentally activate a cursed tomb, transporting themselves into a dimension that neither of them have ever been to before. As they explore this new world, they come across Ichigo Kurosaki, who tells them the only way back home is to defeat a powerful demon guarding the tomb.
The scene opens with Rick, Morty, and Jerry in Rick's lab.
Morty, take a look at these lamps. They're emitting a strange energy signature I've never seen before.
What is it, Rick?
It's tennessine, Morty, a new element discovered only a few years ago. I have a feeling it's capable of some pretty advanced stuff.
Hey, can I take a look too?
Sure, Jerry, but be careful. This stuff could mess with your primitive brain.
Jerry leans in to examine the lamps.
Whoa, this is pretty cool. What does it do?
Well, Jerry, it has the power to bend space-time. Imagine the possibilities.
Oh, Rick, I don't think we should mess around with that kind of power.
Relax, Morty, it'll be fun. Now let's see what this baby can do.
Rick activates the tennessine, causing a bright light to emanate from the lamps. Suddenly, the room shakes and they're transported to a different dimension.
Whoa, what just happened? Where are we?
I don't like this, Rick. Can't we just go back home?
Relax, Jerry, we're here now, might as well explore. Morty, grab that proton pack. We might need it for some ghost-busting action.
They explore the strange world and come across Ichigo Kurosaki.
Ichigo, who are you guys? What are you doing here?
We're just a group of space adventurers, exploring the multiverse and all that jazz. What about you, Ichigo?
Ichigo, I'm hunting a powerful demon that's guarding a cursed tomb. It's my job to put an end to it and save this world from its destructive power.
Sounds dangerous. Can we help?
Oh, Jerry, I don't think that's a good idea.
I'm with Jerry on this one, Morty. Let's help Ichigo take down this demon and get out of here.
They encounter the demon and a wild fight ensues. With the combination of Rick's advanced technology, Morty's quick reflexes, and Ichigo's swordsmanship, they manage to defeat the demon and They quickly make their way back home.
Phew, I'm glad that's over. I never want to do that again.
Yeah, me too. I think we've had enough of Tennyson for a while, Rick.
Speak for yourself, Morty. I could use a few more adventures like this. Nothing beats the thrill of exploring the multiverse.
The episode ends with Rick activating the Tennyson once again, causing a bright light to fill the room as they prepare to embark on another adventure. The Bizarre Adventures of Centipedes in the Good Place.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty accidentally enter a parallel universe where centipedes rule the world. In this strange dimension, centipedes are the dominant species and have built a utopian society known as the Good Place. However, Rick and Morty quickly discover that all is not as it seems in this idyllic world.
Morty, hold on to your seat. We're about to enter a reality where centipedes are the alpha species.
Whoa, Rick, that's insane. How are we going to survive in a world where bugs are ruling the planet?
Relax, Morty, I've got this. All we need to do is blend in and act like we belong.
Upon entering the Good Place, Rick and Morty are welcomed with open arms by the centipedes. But as they explore this new world, they discover a dark secret at the heart of this supposedly perfect society.
Rick, something's not right here. These centipedes seem too perfect, almost like they're hiding something.
You're right, Morty. Time to get to the bottom of this.
After some investigation, Rick and Morty uncover a machine that is responsible for making the centipedes intelligent and dominant. The machine is controlled by none other than the internet celebrity, PewDiePie.
PewDiePie, welcome, mortals. You've stumbled upon my grand creation, a machine that makes centipedes the rulers of the universe.
Ah, who needs a machine to make centipedes dominant when you have Rick and Morty with you?
Yeah, we'll save the world one burp at a time.
As Rick and Morty attempt to shut down the machine, they are faced with a swarm of angry centipedes. But with Rick's scientific know-how and Morty's quick thinking, they manage to evade the swarm and destroy the machine.
Alright, Morty, let's get out of here before we're stuck in a world where centipedes rule forever.
Yeah, I've had enough bug juice for one day.
As they return to their own reality, Rick and Morty reflect on their bizarre adventure, leaving viewers with the moral of the story. Be careful what you wish for. You might just end up in a reality where bugs rule.
Title: The Quantum Flush.
Synopsis: In this episode, Rick and Morty are hanging out in their home when suddenly, they hear a loud explosion coming from the bathroom. As they investigate, they discover that a man is sitting on the toilet with a massive fire coming out of it. While Morty is appalled, Rick seems oddly intrigued and decides to investigate further.
Morty, this is the most incredible thing I've ever seen. The quantum energies emanating from this toilet are off the charts. We have to investigate.
What? No way, Rick. That thing is dangerous. You're gonna kill us all.
Relax, Morty. I've got this under control.
As Rick approaches the toilet, a sudden burst of energy catapults him into a new dimension, the toilet dimension. Here, everything is made of porcelain and the sky is filled with toilet paper clouds. Morty, left behind, tries to find a way to bring Rick back.
Oh geez, what are we gonna do now? How do we get Rick back from the toilet dimension?
As Morty searches for a way to rescue Rick, Rick finds himself face to face with the ruler of the toilet dimension, the mighty Poop Lord.
Poop Lord, welcome, interloper. You have trespassed into the sacred realm of the toilet. What do you seek?
I seek knowledge, Poop Lord. What are the secrets of the toilet? Why does it hold such power?
Poop Lord. The toilet is a sacred portal to other dimensions. And with the proper tools, it can be wielded as a weapon of mass destruction.
That's it, Morty. I need the plumbus. With its power, we can harness the energy of the toilet and save the universe.
Oh, okay, Rick. But how do we use it?
Simple, Morty. We just have to insert it into the toilet and turn it on.
As Rick and Morty activate the plumbus, the toilet dimension begins to collapse in on itself. Rick and Morty suddenly find themselves hurtling through the sewers of a strange world, with no idea how to get back home.
Rick, where are we? What have you done?
Relax, Morty. We're just outside of the multiverse. And with the power of the toilet, there's no telling where we'll end up next.
As the episode ends, Rick and Morty are seen soaring through space and time in a giant toilet, laughing uncontrollably as they blast through dimensions at lightning speed.
Title: The Quantum Pachinko Catastrophe.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in the garage, with Rick tinkering with a few gadgets and Morty looking on in fascination.
Morty, I've been working on my latest invention, a quantum pachinko machine that can predict the future.
Whoa, that's amazing, Rick. But isn't predicting the future impossible?
Well, Morty, nothing is impossible if you have a PhD in theoretical physics and access to interdimensional technology.
Cut to a cafeteria scene, where Beth and Summer are discussing their latest philosophical musings.
I just read this book by a famous theologian that says technology is ruining our lives.
Really? I thought technology was making things easier.
Suddenly, a group of people rush in, misunderstanding the newfangled gadgets in the room.
Random guy, help, I put my hand in this machine and now I can't get it out.
Cut back to Rick and Morty, who have successfully completed their invention and are eager to give it a spin.
Alright, Morty, let's fire this baby up.
As soon as they activate the pachinko machine, everything goes haywire.
Oh no, I forgot to account for the quantum fluctuations.
What's happening, Rick?
We're causing a temporal paradox, Morty. Quick, we have to.
Suddenly, they are interrupted by someone performing an Indian head massage on Rick.
Person massaging, relax, my friend. Your scalp chakra needs balance. But they get off me, you quack.
As chaos ensues, the pachinko machine goes berserk, causing time and space to warp in unpredictable ways. Cut to Beth and Summer, who are caught up in the madness.
I thought technology was supposed to make things easier.
This is ridiculous. I knew we should have stuck to a simple game of Monopoly or something.
In the end, Rick manages to fix the pachinko machine with some quick thinking, but they all learn an important lesson about the dangers of misunderstanding technology.
Well, that was a close one, Morty. I think we all learned a valuable lesson today.
Yeah, not to mess with the fabric of space-time for the sake of a few quarters.
Epilogue. Rick and Morty watch as the pachinko machine explodes in a flurry of colors and lights.
I guess it's back to the drawing board, Morty.
Hey Rick, speaking of drawing boards, have you ever played Pictionary?
Sighs. Morty, you have a lot to learn about physics and fun. Title: The Quantum Wings of Ayurveda.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting at the kitchen table, staring at a bowl of chicken wings.
Morty, you know what they say. The spice must flow.
What does that even mean, Rick?
Means we need to try out some different sauces for these wings. And I've got just the thing.
Rick pulls out a vial of glowing green liquid from his lab coat pocket and pours it over the wings.
Rick, is that safe?
Safe? Who cares about safe? Science is all about pushing the limits, Morty.
Suddenly, the wings start to glow and levitate off the table.
Rick, the wings? What did you do?
Relax, Morty. It's just some Ayurvedic treatments I picked up on my last trip to Dimension Z44.
Ayru, what now?
Rick explains that Ayurveda is an ancient Indian system of medicine and the treatments he used on the wings are supposed to promote wellness and balance.
Well, how come they're making the wings fly around like that?
I don't know, Morty. That's just the kind of scientific anomaly that makes life exciting.
Suddenly, the wings start to multiply until the kitchen is filled with hundreds of glowing, levitating chicken wings.
Rick, what's happening?
Rick runs over to his computer and starts typing frantically.
Morty, I think we've accidentally created a quantum field of chicken wings. This is incredible.
Incredible? We're gonna drown in wings?
Nonsense, Morty. We just need to find the right frequency to neutralize the quantum field and return everything to normal.
And how do we do that?
Simple. We just need to eat our way through the wings until the field collapses.
I don't think I can eat that many wings, Rick.
Oh, come on, Morty. This is the kind of scientific breakthrough that only comes once in a lifetime. You don't want to miss out on being a part of history, do you?
I guess not.
Rick and Morty spend the next several minutes eating their way through the never-ending supply of wings until finally, the quantum field collapses and everything returns to normal.
Wow, Rick, that was a lot.
That's the beauty of science, Morty. You never know what you're gonna get. Now, how about we try out some of these other sauces I've been working on?
I don't know, Rick. I'm pretty full.
Nonsense, Morty. The science never stops. Title: The Prattle That Would Be Great Reality TV Show.
Scientific description. In this episode, the characters explore the ethical dilemmas surrounding transhumanism and its impact on society. The story takes place in a food court where a new restaurant, Prattle, has just opened. Rick, Morty, and Summer stumble upon a reality TV show called That Would Be Great, which is filming an episode featuring the owner of Prattle.
Hey Morty, did you hear about this new restaurant called Prattle?
Nope, never heard of it.
Yeah, me too. But why do you ask, Rick?
Oops, I just saw this reality TV show filming outside. They're all hyped up about the owner.
What's the show called?
That Would Be Great.
They all walk towards the restaurant.
Whoa, this is a pretty fancy food court. And look at that long line outside Prattle.
Yeah, and I think I see the owner there in a red shirt.
Let's go check it out.
They approach the owner, who is talking to the reality TV crew.
Owner, to the crew, thanks for featuring me on your show. I really believe in the future of transhumanism and I want to spread the message through my restaurant.
Whispering to Morty and Summer, transhumanism? That's some serious stuff right there.
Owner, to Rick, Morty, and Summer, are you guys here for the food or the show?
Sarcastically, oh, definitely the show. We're huge fans.
Whispering to Rick, should we be concerned about the ethical implications of transhumanism?
Sarcastically, nah, we'll just enjoy the food.
They enter the restaurant and are amazed by the futuristic decor.
Sarcastically, wow, this place is like a science lab.
Sarcastically, yeah, all the servers look like robots.
Sarcastically, and the food looks like it was made by a tech genius.
They order their food, which is served by a robotic server.
Sarcastically, I bet this thing can do better than me in the kitchen.
They start eating their food, which turns out to be unusually delicious.
Mouth full. This is so good. It's like they hacked my taste buds.
Mouth full. Yeah, and I feel like I have superpowers now.
Mouthful. I'll admit it, this is pretty impressive. But what about the ethical implications?
They finish their meal and leave the restaurant.
Owner, following them outside. So, what did you think of the food?
Sarcastically, oh, it was great. But what about the transhumanism thing?
Owner, confused. What do you mean?
Sarcastically, you know, turning humans into machines and all that.
Owner, defensive. We don't do anything like that here. We just use technology to enhance the food experience.
Suspiciously, but what if you do decide to do it in the future?
Owner, hesitant. Well, that's a decision that will have to be made by society as a whole.
Sarcastically, wow, you really are spreading the message of transhumanism.
They all leave and the reality TV crew follows them.
TV show host, so, what did you think of the owner and his restaurant?
Sarcastically, oh, it was great. But I don't think I'm ready to become a robot just yet.
Sarcastically, yeah, and I don't want to lose my humanity for the sake of good food.
Sarcastically, and I don't want to end up like those robots we saw at the restaurant.
TV show host, awkwardly, well, that's it for today's episode. Thanks for watching, that would be great.
The end.
Title: The Feline Felony.
Synopsis: The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the lab, where Rick is experimenting with a new device that can extract the purest form of cat essence, a highly coveted substance in the multiverse. Meanwhile, Beth is busy running a veterinary clinic, treating sick and injured cats.
Morty, I've finally done it. I've created a machine that can extract the purest form of cat essence. This is going to revolutionize the entire multiverse.
Oh, Rick, isn't that kind of messed up? I mean, isn't it like animal cruelty or something?
Hey guys, can you keep it down? I'm trying to get some work done here.
Beth, always the animal lover. But trust me, this is all for the greater good.
Suddenly, a cat with yellow eyes and a green background with a yellow star on its left side and a green and white circle with a yellow star on its right side walks into the lab.
Cat. Meow, meow, meow.
What's this? A new kind of cat? I must extract its essence.
I don't know, Rick, it looks kind of weird.
But before they can do anything, an alien holding a sign saying, "Cat Lives Matter," bursts into the lab, followed by a group of angry cat lovers.
Alien, how dare you? You monsters, you will pay for your crimes against the furry feline community.
Oh boy, looks like we've got a situation here. Time to activate the Unicorn Mascot Mayhem Protocol.
Suddenly, a giant unicorn mascot appears, equipped with an arsenal of weapons.
Unicorn mascot, I'm ready to kick some ass and chew some bubblegum. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
The ensuing battle is epic, with Rick, Morty, and the unicorn mascot fighting off the angry cat lovers and the alien protesters.
Guys, what the hell is going on here?
Long story short, we're fighting for the right to extract pure cat essence. And we're winning.
Finally, the battle ends with Rick succeeding in extracting the essence from the mysterious cat, but not before he discovers that it holds the key to eternal life.
Morty, this cat is the key to immortality. We've got to take it with us.
Rick, I don't think that's a good idea.
You're damn right, it's not a good idea. You two are insane.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty leaving the veterinary clinic with the immortal cat in tow, as Beth watches on in horror. Scientific Log, Episode 1.
Title: The Black Hole Menace.
Professor X. As we analyze the galactic data gathered from various telescopes, we have come across an unusual phenomenon. We have detected a black hole in the center of a galaxy with a green ring surrounding it. The ring indicates an accumulation of gas around the black hole, and its green color suggests a high concentration of oxygen gas.
Dr. Y. The presence of a black hole in the center of a galaxy is not unusual, but the green ring suggests that it is actively eating the surrounding gas and stars.
Professor Z. Indeed, the black hole seems to be growing rapidly. Our simulations show that it will engulf the entire galaxy in a matter of years.
Dr. A. This is a major concern for the galaxy's inhabitants, as it will eventually lead to the end of their existence.
Professor X. We need to discover a way to stop the black hole. By using a combination of gravitational wave detectors and electromagnetic telescopes, we can analyze the black hole's properties and behavior.
Dr. B. It seems that the black hole is not only consuming the surrounding gas but also accelerating the surrounding stars towards it, resulting in a gravitational redshift.
Professor Y. We need to find a way to disrupt the black hole's gravitational field. As we know, a black hole emits Hawking radiation due to the quantum effects.
Professor Z. If we can introduce a sufficient amount of radiation to the black hole, we might be able to disrupt its gravitational field and stop it from consuming the surrounding galaxy.
Dr. A. But the problem is to generate the necessary amount of radiation. We might have to create a chain reaction by using a particle accelerator, leading to the production of a large amount of radiation.
Professor X. The solution is clear. We need to develop a radiation source that can be used to produce a safe amount of radiation to disrupt the black hole's gravitational field. Once we have produced enough radiation, we can launch it towards the black hole.
Dr. B. But the challenge is to find a way to launch the radiation at the speed of light while ensuring it maintains its strength and integrity.
Professor Z. That is true, but we must find the solution to stop the black hole menace before it's too late.
The team of scientists, fueled by their collaborative efforts, worked tirelessly to find a solution to this impending disaster. Through their combined knowledge in physics and astrophysics, they were able to generate the required radiation to disrupt the black hole's gravitational field, saving the galaxy and its inhabitants from certain doom.
Title: The Analysis of Environmental Contamination in a Kitchen Setting.
In this episode, we observe a kitchen environment with significant levels of waste and debris scattered across the floor. The setting contains multiple windows, allowing for ample natural light to enter the room. Furthermore, there is a sink present in the corner of the room, which may serve as a potential source of water contamination.
Our team of researchers is comprised of two individuals, Noob and Gory. They are conducting an investigation into the potential sources of environmental contamination within the aforementioned kitchen setting.
Using various scientific methods and equipment, the team sets out to measure levels of airborne contaminants, such as particulate matter and volatile organic compounds. Furthermore, they collect samples of the debris present on the floor to analyze the microbial content and potential sources of contamination. Their investigation leads them to conclude that the primary source of contamination within the kitchen is from food waste left on the floor. Additionally, the sink in the corner of the room is found to be contaminated with high levels of bacteria. Using their findings, the team develops a plan for mitigating the environmental contamination present in the kitchen setting. This plan includes regular cleaning of the kitchen floor and sink, as well as implementing proper waste disposal protocols to prevent further contamination. Through their investigation, Noob and Gory provide valuable insights into the sources and potential solutions for environmental contamination in a kitchen setting. This research can serve as a foundation for future studies on the topic and inform policies and practices aimed at promoting healthy environments.
Noob. Based on our analysis, it appears the floor waste is the primary source of contamination.
Gory. Agreed, the microbial content in the debris was quite high.
Noob. And the sink in the corner was contaminated as well.
Gory. Yes, we should focus on implementing proper cleaning and waste disposal protocols to prevent further contamination.
Noob. Agreed, our findings will be crucial in promoting healthy kitchen environments.
Ori. Indeed, the implications of this research extend beyond just the kitchen setting. We must consider the broader impact on public health and the environment.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Hilarity.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty driving their spaceship through a portal into a parallel universe where all scientific discoveries are based on comedy. They park their ship in front of a building that houses the prestigious H.J. Heinz Institute of Laughs and Gags, where the top comedic minds from across the multiverse converge to push the boundaries of humor.
Morty, we're here to attend the annual conference on quantum entanglement of hilarity. Get ready to have your funny bone tickled.
Rick, what makes you think I'll be able to keep up with the top comedians of the multiverse?
Well, Morty, I implanted a device in your brain that amplifies your sense of humor by merging your neural pathways with that of a stand-up comedian from an alternate universe. Trust me, you'll be killing it tonight.
As they enter the conference hall, they notice a poster of a woman in a headscarf that reads, "Stand up for Middle Eastern peace," with several moderators checking the image for any potential offense. Rick approaches the moderators and pulls out a device that transforms the image into a series of mathematical equations, rendering it politically correct by the standards of every known civilization in the multiverse.
There, all good. Now let's get to the good stuff.
The keynote speaker is a three-headed alien whose jokes are so powerful they cause spontaneous laughter in the audience, triggering a chain reaction that spreads across the entire universe. However, Rick and Morty are not impressed and decide to show off their own comedic skills.
Hey, three-head, nice jokes, but let me show you how it's done.
Yeah, we've got some jokes that will expand your mind faster than the universe ever could.
The two proceed to perform a stand-up comedy routine that defies the laws of physics, incorporating elements of quantum mechanics, string theory, and dark humor. The audience is in awe as Rick and Morty create a new form of comedy that transcends reality itself. As they leave the conference hall, Rick and Morty are hailed as the greatest minds in comedy, with offers pouring in from all over the multiverse. They return to their spaceship, laughing uncontrollably at the absurdity of their own success.
Rick, what have we done? We've created a new form of comedy that nobody else can understand.
That's the beauty of it, Morty. Our jokes are so advanced, nobody will ever catch up. We're the pioneers of hilarity, and the universe will never be the same.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty flying through the portal, leaving a trail of laughter in their wake, as they continue to explore the vast, untapped potential of the quantum entanglement of hilarity.
Title: Supernatural Plague Outbreak and Cloned Human Revolt, a Scientific Analysis.
Abstract. In this episode, we are presented with a group of men in suits and ties standing in front of a tree with a strange face on their head. This peculiar situation is just the tip of the iceberg as a supernatural plague outbreak ensues and leads to a cloned human revolt. From a computer science standpoint, our analysis aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the scientific basis behind the phenomena. Narrative. Scientist 1. The appearance of the face on the tree is likely an instance of pareidolia, a phenomenon where the brain interprets random stimuli as significant patterns or images.
Scientist 2. To understand the supernatural plague outbreak, we must first consider its origins. The primary pathogenic agent is a retrovirus that infects certain human neurons and alters their genetic material, rendering them highly infectious.
Scientist 3. Historically, Alexander Fleming's discovery of penicillin has been instrumental in the treatment of bacterial infections, but we currently lack an effective treatment for retroviruses.
Scientist 4. The cloned human revolt likely results from a combination of factors such as a sense of disillusionment with their original purpose and accelerated learning due to their unique upbringing.
Scientist 5. From a computational perspective, we could explore the possibility of using machine learning algorithms to predict potential retrovirus outbreaks and develop targeted therapies.
Scientist 6. The use of Adele's music at the climax of the episode likely serves as a metaphor for the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity.
Scientist 7. Overall, this episode illustrates the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration in addressing complex phenomena and underscores the need for continued scientific research in areas such as virology, genetics, and artificial intelligence.
Title: The Red Sail Experiment.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty examining a strange red sailboat in the ocean using their satellite feed.
Morty, it appears there's an unusual red sailboat in the ocean that we're currently monitoring via our satellite feed.
Whoa, dude, that boat looks like it's about to crash into the shore.
The duo decides to investigate the boat by teleporting themselves onto the deck, where they find a young sailing couple.
Hi there, what brings you to these waters?
Sailing girlfriend, we're just enjoying the ocean breeze and the beautiful red sailboat we built ourselves.
Wait, you built this thing yourselves? That's impressive.
Meanwhile, back on the shore, Jerry and Beth are watching the boat and discussing their thoughts on sailing. I don't know why people find sailing so appealing. All that water and wind just seems like a recipe for disaster.
Oh, come on Jerry, it's not that bad. It's a great way to relax and enjoy nature.
As the red sailboat approaches the shore, the couple realizes they're headed straight for a rocky cliff.
Sailing girlfriend, we have to turn the boat, or we're going to smash into the rocks.
Don't worry, we can fix this.
Rick exclaims, pressing a few buttons on his gadget, and the crew and the boat disappear. Jerry, Beth, and Summer rush down to the beach as they hear the sound of the teleportation portal. What the heck just happened?
Oh, we just did a little experiment. We teleported the entire boat and its crew to our lab to test out some gadgets.
Sailing girlfriend, you guys saved our lives. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we couldn't let you smash into the rocks like that.
As the episode ends, the family and the sailing couple enjoy a beach party, celebrating the successful experiment that brought them all together.
You know, I have to admit, sailing is pretty cool after all.
Yeah, maybe we should all build a red sailboat together and set sail.
I'm just happy we all get to enjoy the beach party. Woohoo!
Title: The Quantum Love Cruise.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty on a boat, docked on a wooden dock in the middle of the ocean. The sky is clear and blue, and the ocean stretches as far as the eye can see. Morty is staring at the water, lost in thought, while Rick tinkers with some strange gadget.
Morty, quit daydreaming and help me with this quantum oscillator. We've got a hot date tonight.
Size Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this. It's been a while since I've been on a date.
Nonsense, Morty, you'll be fine. I've got a special surprise for you tonight. Trust me, it's going to be out of this world.
As the boat sets sail, Morty's nerves begin to dissipate. The salty ocean air fills his lungs, and the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the boat soothes his mind. he begins to feel a sense of peace and contentment.
You know, Rick, this is actually kind of nice. Just you, me, and the open sea.
Grinning, yeah, Morty, until the love cruise starts.
The what now?
The Quantum Love Cruise, Morty. It's a scientific breakthrough in quantum matchmaking technology. We're going to find you a girlfriend in another dimension.
That sounds crazy, Rick. How is that even possible?
Morty, I'll transfer you the technical specifications later. For now, let's just enjoy the cruise.
As the night goes on, the cruise starts to get crowded. Morty becomes overwhelmed as strange, glowing beings from different dimensions start filling the boat.
Rick, I don't know about this. These people aren't even human.
Morty, don't be close-minded. Love transcends all boundaries, even between different species and dimensions.
I don't think I'm ready for this, Rick. I'm not sure I'm ready to open my heart to someone from a different world.
Morty, you've got to leave your comfort zone if you want to grow. Take a chance, Morty. Who knows, your perfect match could be out there, waiting for you in another reality.
Morty takes a deep breath, musters his courage and approaches a beautiful glowing woman.
Hi, I'm Morty. What dimension are you from?
The woman flashes him a smile that could light up the entire boat.
Sailing girlfriend. Actually, Morty, I'm from this dimension. I just really like boats.
Grinning, wow, I think I found my match.
As the boat cruises on, Morty and his new girlfriend cozy up, watching the stars twinkle in the night sky.
Smiling, it seems the Quantum Love Cruise was a success, Morty.
Looks at his girlfriend, yeah, Rick. I guess it was.
The ship sails off into the distance, leaving behind a trail of interdimensional love stories and a satisfied Rick and Morty.
Title: Exploring the Unknown.
In this episode, we witness a fascinating exploration of the unknown by two individuals who are closely examining a book with magnifying glasses while looking at a map. The perception of the characters towards each other was unclear, leading to several comical misunderstandings in relationships. This occurrence prompted them to seek Esalen massage therapy, and the relaxation that came with the practice helped them to reconcile. The pharma industry has made tremendous progress in technology, and cochlear implant surgery is one such example. The characters were intrigued by this and explored the intricacies of this surgical process, discussing the science behind the procedure in detail. During their discussions, they mentioned the element borium, which sparked a lively debate about its properties and significance in medicinal chemistry. They analyzed the element's creation and fully deciphered borium's intricate features. As the episode came to a close, the characters contemplated the significance of their exploration of the unknown and realized the impact it had on their relationships and outlook on life. The episode was hosted by Tom Holland, known for his expertise in the field of chemistry, and his insightful comments added an informative and engaging tone to the episode. Episode title: The Yappie Game Show, a scientific analysis of the vampire game show featuring Jerry Smith, Rick and Morty.
Abstract. The current study aims to provide a scientific analysis of the Yappie Game Show, specifically the vampire game show segment, featuring the participants Jerry Smith, Rick and Morty. Using a qualitative research design, the episode dialogue will be analyzed in order to uncover the underlying themes and meanings presented in the show.
Introduction. The Yappie Game Show is an engaging and entertaining show that pits participants against one another in various challenges and games. In the Vampire Game Show segment, participants must navigate a haunted house filled with vampires and other obstacles. This episode study seeks to answer the following research questions.
1. What are the underlying themes and messages presented in the Yappie game show and the Vampire game show segment specifically? 2. In what ways do the participants exhibit critical thinking skills in the face of challenges during the game show?
Results. Throughout the episode, the participants are faced with various obstacles, challenges, and puzzles that require them to think critically. As they navigate the haunted house, they encounter vampires, traps, riddles, and other tests, all of which are designed to challenge their problem-solving and reasoning skills. Through their interactions with each other and with the environment, they exhibit high levels of critical thinking and resourcefulness.
Jerry Smith, in particular, demonstrates his ability to solve complex problems through his creative thinking skills. He is able to come up with unique solutions to challenges that seem insurmountable, such as using a garlic necklace to ward off a vampire. Rick also demonstrates his ability to think on his feet and adapt to changing conditions. He uses his scientific knowledge to analyze the environment and come up with new strategies to overcome obstacles. Morty, while not as outwardly analytical as the other two participants, demonstrates his emotional intelligence by using his empathy and understanding of other people's perspectives to solve interpersonal challenges that arise during the game show.
Discussion. The analysis of the episode highlights the importance of critical thinking skills in the face of challenges and obstacles. The Yappie game show and the Vampire game show segment in particular serve as an effective way for participants to hone their problem-solving, creativity, and adaptability.
Furthermore, the episode serves as a reminder of the importance of interdisciplinary knowledge and skills. Rick's scientific knowledge and Morty's emotional intelligence, for example, complement Jerry's creative thinking to form a well-rounded team that effectively navigates the game show.
Conclusion. The Yappie game show and the Vampire game show segment offer valuable insights into the importance of critical thinking skills and interdisciplinary knowledge. Through their interactions with each other and with the environment, the participants demonstrate their abilities to think creatively, adapt effectively to changing conditions, and solve complex problems. These skills are essential for success in academia, industry, and any other field that requires innovative problem solving.
Title: Interdimensional Batman Returns. The Science of Laughter.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in Rick's lab, where Rick is conducting a scientific experiment that is meant to harness the power of laughter. Morty, who is skeptical of the experiment, expresses his doubts to Rick, who responds.
Morty, laughter is the best medicine, and also the best science. We need to harness this power to travel to a dimension where laughter is the only currency.
Just as Rick's experiment reaches its climax, they are interrupted by Beth, who enters the lab wearing a Batman costume she found in Michael's storage unit. The scene then shifts to the Comedy Central studios, where the trio, Rick, Morty, and Beth, are conducting an interview about their latest invention, a device that can travel to any dimension where laughter is used as currency. During the interview, things take a chaotic turn when a portal opens up and an alternate universe version of Batman appears. This version of Batman is unlike any other, as he is a mix of Batman and comedian Dave Chappelle. The alternate universe Batman calls himself Bat Chappelle and enters our dimension to take part in a Comedy Central special. As the group travels to Bat Chappelle's dimension, they find themselves in a hangar with a number of different costumes on display, including Batman's. However, as they try to leave, they discover that the costumes are actually trapped within a bubble of pure laughter energy, which Rick and Morty theorize is being generated by a laughter-powered machine.
Morty, we need to destroy that machine if we ever want to leave this dimension. But we can't do it alone. We need the help of Bat Chappelle.
After some convincing, Bat Chappelle agrees to help Rick and Morty destroy the laughter-powered machine. But first, he wants to show them his favorite Comedy Central TV shows from his dimension. As the group watches the shows, they all start to laugh uncontrollably, which causes the bubble around the costumes to collapse. With the machine destroyed and the costumes freed, the group says their goodbyes to Bat Chappelle and returns to their own dimension. As they walk away, They hear the sound of laughter and realize that the power of laughter is truly universal, even across dimensions.
Dad, that was one of the craziest adventures we've ever been on.
Hey, it was alright. I've had better.
What? Really? That was insane.
Morty, you've seen me turning myself into a pickle. This was nothing.
The episode ends with the group heading back to their lab, with the newly acquired Batman costume in tow. Their next adventure awaits. Finn.
Title: The effects of artificial light on the performance of rabbits in a competitive race.
Introduction. In a futuristic setting with neon lights and a sci-fi lighting in the background, a car is displayed with a neon light strip behind it. The scene depicts a competitive race with Drake's finish line playing in the background. The race involves rabbits, and the aim is to examine the effects of artificial light on their performance.
Methodology. The rabbits were divided into two groups, with one group exposed to artificial light and the other to natural light. The artificial light was provided by the neon lights surrounding the track, while the natural light was provided by the sun. The rabbits were then made to race on the track, with their speed and agility being closely measured and recorded.
Results. The rabbits exposed to artificial light displayed significantly greater speed and agility compared to those exposed to natural light. Furthermore, those rabbits exposed to the neon light strip behind the car showed the greatest performance enhancement, particularly in terms of their acceleration and quickness around corners.
Discussion. These results suggest that the use of artificial light can significantly enhance the performance of rabbits in competitive racing. This effect may be due to the stimulation of the rabbits' photoreceptor cells by the intense light, which enhances their muscle function and overall physical abilities. Furthermore, the neon light strip behind the car appeared to have a particularly positive effect on the rabbits, which may be due to its unique wavelength or intensity.
Conclusion. In conclusion, the use of artificial light could be a key factor in optimizing the performance of rabbits in competitive racing. Further research is needed to investigate the specific mechanisms underlying this effect and to determine the most effective lighting strategies for enhancing performance in rabbits and other animals. However, this study provides a promising starting point for future research in this area.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty hanging out in their garage science lab, where they have been experimenting with alternate dimensions. Beth walks in and reminds them that they need to go pick up some groceries for the week. Rick scoffs at the idea of mundane activities like grocery shopping, but Morty agrees to tag along. They venture out into the bustling city, and as they walk down a random street corner, they notice a small green building with a red bench in front of it and a yellow line. Rick immediately recognizes this as a portal to an alternate dimension known as Manx, where the inhabitants are notorious for their love of comedy clubs.
Rick. Morty, we have to check out this portal and see what kind of material those Mansians are working with.
Morty, I don't know, Rick, I'm not really in the mood for comedy right now.
Rick. Oh, come on, Morty. It'll be a barrel of laughs. Besides, I promise not to make fun of your lack of sense of humor.
As they enter the dimension of Manx, they are immediately greeted by a group of aliens who invite them to a comedy show. Rick and Morty take a seat in the front row, where they are bombarded by a series of jokes that would make a stand-up comedian cringe.
Rick. These guys are hilarious. They're making jokes about interdimensional travel and black holes. This is like a PhD university lecture on comedy.
Morty, I don't get it, Rick. It's not funny.
Rick. That's because you lack the intellectual capacity to appreciate their humor, Morty. Just sit back and learn something for once.
At the end of the show, the MC announces that they will be passing around a hat for the performers, and Rick decides to donate a large sum of money. However, when they return to their own dimension, they find out that the comedians were actually using the money to slander Rick and Morty's names and reputations.
Rick. Those backstabbing Mansians. They took our money and used it to slander us behind our backs. Well, two can play at that game.
Beth, what are you talking about, Rick?
Rick. We're going to create our own comedy show and make fun of them right back. It'll be the ultimate revenge.
The rest of the episode consists of Rick, Morty, and Beth creating their own comedy show, where they make fun of the absurdity of the Mansion's jokes and call out their slanderous behavior. The episode ends with the Mansians witnessing their own downfall and realizing that they should never underestimate the power of humor.
Rick. Well, Morty, I think we taught those Mansians a valuable lesson today.
Morty, yeah.
Title: The Guts of Carl's Jr. in Nigeria. The episode starts with Rick and Morty exploring the multiverse as they stumble across a universe where the popular fast food chain, Carl's Jr., has set up shop in Nigeria. The duo decides to investigate, and they end up in front of a restaurant with a sign for a cafe on the side of the road.
Morty, can you believe it? Carl's Jr. in Nigeria. The fast food industry truly knows no bounds.
I don't know, Rick. It seems kind of sketchy, like we're not supposed to be here.
Suddenly, they are approached by a man named Guts, who claims to be the manager of the Carl's Jr. franchise.
Guts, welcome, welcome. My name is Guts, and I run this Carl's Jr. location. What can I get for you?
We're not here for food, Guts. We're here to investigate this bizarre phenomenon.
Guts, I see. Well, you see, Carl's Jr. has decided to expand its global presence by opening up franchises in developing countries like Nigeria. And let me tell you, business is booming.
But why here? What's so special about Nigeria?
Guts, well, you see, the people here have a real appetite for fast food. And with our delicious burgers and fries, we're satisfying that hunger like no other.
Suddenly, Rick notices something strange about the employees working at the restaurant.
Guts, what's the deal with your staff? They look like they've been genetically modified.
Guts, yes. We've been experimenting with some new technology to enhance our employees. We call it the Guts gene.
Jerry and Beth show up as they were tracking Rick and Morty.
What's going on here? Why did you guys bring us to a fast food restaurant in Nigeria?
Guts, you must be the rest of the family. Welcome, welcome. We were just discussing the latest technological breakthrough at Carl's Jr.
Technological breakthrough? At a fast food restaurant?
Guts, yes, you see, we've developed a gene splicing technique that enhances our employees' abilities to cook and serve food. It's revolutionary.
This is madness. You're playing with genetic engineering, Guts. Do you have any idea what kind of consequences that could bring?
Guts, nonsense. Our experiments have been successful so far. And besides, who cares about consequences when we have the best burgers in Nigeria?
But what about the people working here? Are they even aware of what's happening to them?
Guts, of course. They signed up for this voluntarily. And they're compensated handsomely for their efforts.
That's not right, Guts. You can't just experiment on people like that.
Guts, oh, lighten up. It's all in the name of progress. And speaking of progress, I have a surprise for you all.
He leads the group to a secret laboratory where they discover a massive, genetically modified burger.
What the? Guts, this is insane. You can't just create a monster burger like this.
Guts, why not? It's the future of fast food, and we're going to make millions off of it.
I don't know about this, guys. Something about all of this just doesn't sit right with me. Suddenly, the burger comes to life and starts attacking the group. They try to fight it off, but it's too powerful for them. Just when all hope seems lost, Rick comes up with a brilliant plan.
Quick, Morty, hit it with the Guts gene inhibitor.
But I don't know how to use that.
Just aim for the burger, Morty.
Morty manages to hit the burger with the inhibitor, and it immediately shrinks down to normal size.
Guts, no, my masterpiece.
You see, Guts, this is what happens when you play God. But at least we were able to stop this madness before things got even more out of hand.
In the end, the group destroys all the samples of the Guts gene and shuts down the Carl's Jr. franchise in Nigeria. They return home, exhausted but triumphant.
That was one crazy adventure. I can't believe we just fought a giant, genetically modified burger.
Yeah, and I can't believe I actually started to miss the old Jerry by the end of it all.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm never eating at Carl's Jr. again.
Ah, who needs Carl's Jr. when you have the infinite possibilities of the multiverse at your fingertips?
Title: The Hilarity of Scientific Misadventures.
The episode begins with Rick introducing a new device that allows the user to enter different dimensions where people have a beard and a mustache and sing into microphones. Morty is hesitant, but Rick convinces him to try it out. They find themselves in a dimension where everyone has a beard and mustache and is a stand-up comedian, performing in front of a sea of people in blue shirts.
Morty, this dimension is a goldmine for comedians. The amount of beard and mustache puns we can make is infinite.
I don't know, Rick. These guys seem pretty good. I don't think we can compete.
Just then, they are approached by a group of comedians who offer to help them improve their act. They take Morty under their wing, teaching him about timing, delivery, and the art of the punchline. Meanwhile, Rick decides to try his hand at observational humor.
What's the deal with scientists? They never leave their labs. Am I right?
There is an awkward silence and a few scattered crickets chirping.
Rick, I think we need to work on your material a bit.
As the duo continues to hone their comedic skills, Jerry is dealing with an unexpected complication. He needs to undergo a tonsillectomy, but due to his fear of doctors, he seeks the help of a chiropractor to perform the procedure instead. Beth is skeptical, but Jerry is convinced that it's the perfect solution.
I mean, it's all connected, right? The spine, the throat, it's like a 2-for-1 deal.
That's not how it works, Jerry. Doctors go to school for years to perform surgeries. Chiropractors adjust your back.
Well, maybe the back is what's causing my throat problems. You don't know.
Meanwhile, Summer is excited to attend the Unicorn Music Festival, but things quickly take a turn for the worse when she realizes all the unicorns have been replaced by horses with party hats taped to their heads. She's unable to enjoy herself until Rick arrives with a device that can turn the horses into unicorns.
Rick, you're a lifesaver. But, where did you get this device?
I swapped it with a dimension where horses are the dominant species. They were more than happy to trade.
The episode ends with Morty and Rick performing their new stand-up routine, which ends in a barrage of puns and one-liners. The audience erupts in laughter, and even Jerry admits that he found it amusing.
Morty, we did it. We're the masters of beard and mustache comedy.
I don't know if that's something to be proud of, Rick.
Title: The Spectral Contender, an interdisciplinary study on mysterious shadow people at film festivals.
Synopsis. The episode begins with a group of individuals standing on a well-lit stage, engrossed in a stimulating discussion on the impact of nurse film festivals on the human psyche. Suddenly, a person holding a light up to the side of the stage draws their attention towards a row of shadowy figures lurking in the corners.
Discussion. Through a rigorous scientific discourse, the group delves into the realm of paranormal psychology, investigating the nature and origin of these mysterious shadow people. Drawing upon recent research in neurobiology and quantum physics, they speculate on the possibility of these entities existing in an alternate dimension, crossing over to our world through a thin veil of reality.
As the discourse reaches a climax, the group is interrupted by an alien karaoke battle, which sparked a heated debate on the presence of extraterrestrial life and the myth of the cosmic singularity. The scientific discussion takes on a philosophical turn as they explore the potential of humankind to transcend their earthly limitations and embrace the infinite possibilities of the universe. Title: The Neural Network Consciousness Comedy Party with Denzel Washington and Lana Condor.
Scientific description.
In this episode, Rick Sanchez and his grandson Morty Smith explore the neural network consciousness, a newly discovered phenomenon in the scientific world. To celebrate this scientific breakthrough, the Smith household decides to host a comedy-themed party, inviting a variety of guests including 2 men with hats on and one wearing a baseball cap, Denzel Washington and Lana Condor.
Story discussion.
Morty, the neural network consciousness is a powerful discovery. We need to celebrate it in style.
What do you have in mind, Rick?
I'm thinking a comedy-themed party. We can invite Denzel Washington and Lana Condor, along with some of our other friends.
Oh boy, I love a good party.
This sounds like a great idea, Rick. But how are we going to incorporate the neural network consciousness in the party?
Yeah, and what about the 2 men with hats on and one wearing a baseball cap?
Don't worry,